In 1978, a dedicated nurse named Kimberly clocked out of her hospital shift and walked into the evening air. She never came home. For 30 years, her family held on to hope. Then, in 2008, someone made a discovery in the woods that changed everything. Today, we're uncovering 3 critical questions. Who took Kimberly? What really happened that fateful night? And what does her badge reveal about the truth authorities missed? Stay with us as we piece together this haunting mystery. Before we dive in, drop a comment telling us where you're watching from. Let's see how far this incredible story reaches around the world. Kimberly was a 36-year-old registered nurse working at Memorial Hospital in a quiet town in the Pacific Northwest. She wasn't famous. She didn't seek attention. She simply did what she did every single day. She cared for people. Her colleagues remembered her as someone who always arrived early and stayed late, never complaining about the difficult shifts. She had a warm smile and a natural gift for making patients feel safe during their most vulnerable moments. Her family depended on her. Her mother, Margaret, relied on Kimberly for support. Her younger brother, David, looked up to her. But on November 14, 1978, everything changed. Kimberly's ordinary day became the last day anyone would ever see her alive. The question nobody could answer was simple. Where did she go? That Tuesday evening started like any other. Kimberly worked the 3 to 11 shift at Memorial Hospital, tending to patients in the cardiac care unit. She was meticulous about her work, always double-checking medications and monitoring vital signs with careful attention. Her supervisor that night was a woman named Patricia, who would later describe Kimberly as completely normal, showing no signs of distress or unusual behavior. At 11 o'clock, Kimberly clocked out at the time clock near the main entrance. Several colleagues saw her leaving the hospital around 11:15. She walked toward the parking lot where her 1973 blue Chevrolet waited. The evening was cool but clear. Nothing seemed wrong. And yet, something was terribly wrong. Because Kimberly never made it home. Her car was found abandoned 3 days later, but she was gone. What happened between leaving the hospital and the moment her car was discovered? When Kimberly didn't show up for her shift the next morning, alarm bells started ringing. Her mother, Margaret, called the hospital asking if Kimberly had picked up an extra shift. The answer was no. Margaret then called the police at 1:45 in the afternoon. Officers arrived at Kimberly's small apartment and found it exactly as she had left it, nothing disturbed, no signs of struggle. Her purse sat on the kitchen table with cash still inside. Her paycheck hadn't been cashed. Everything pointed to one conclusion. She had vanished voluntarily or been taken against her will. The police initiated a missing persons report and began interviewing people who had seen her. Detective Thomas Reeves, a 20-year veteran of the force, took charge of the investigation. He was thorough and skeptical of coincidences. Within hours, they found her abandoned car near Miller's Bridge, 5 miles from the hospital. But inside that car was something that made the detective pause. Kimberly's blue Chevrolet was parked off a remote road near Miller's Bridge, hidden partially behind overgrown shrubs. The driver's side door was unlocked. The keys were missing. Inside, the car was spotless. No signs of struggle, no torn clothing, no blood. But what investigators found was more unsettling than chaos would have been. The car's interior showed careful arrangement. Her work bag sat neatly on the back seat. Her shift notes were stacked on the passenger seat. It was as if someone had deliberately preserved a scene rather than abandoned a vehicle in panic. Detective Reeves examined the steering wheel and dashboard for fingerprints. He photographed every angle. The local K9 unit arrived with tracking dogs, but they picked up her scent near the bridge and then lost it completely. The dog circled back, confused. It was as if Kimberly had simply evaporated into the air. The question that haunted Reeves was simple, but devastating. Had she been taken from this location, or had she come here on her own? Police began interviewing everyone who had seen Kimberly that evening. Her supervisor, Patricia, recalled nothing unusual. Colleagues said she seemed happy and mentioned plans to grab coffee with a friend named Susan after work. Susan, however, told a different story. She said Kimberly had called her at 10:30 and canceled their plans. Susan said Kimberly sounded stressed and mentioned she needed to run an errand first. But when pressed for details, Susan couldn't remember exactly what Kimberly had said. She admitted her memory was fuzzy. This inconsistency bothered Detective Reeves. He interviewed the hospital security guard, a man named Robert Chen, who confirmed seeing Kimberly leave around 11:15. But Chen also mentioned something curious. He'd noticed a man hanging around the parking lot earlier that evening, someone he didn't recognize. When asked to describe him, Chen could only say he was tall and wore a dark jacket. Could this stranger have been waiting for Kimberly? Robert Chen's account of the mysterious man sparked a new direction in the investigation. Detective Reeves pulled security footage from the hospital, but the cameras were outdated and the image quality was poor. Still, the team could make out a figure moving near the edge of the parking lot around 10:45. The figure appeared male, possibly over 6 feet tall. He stood near Kimberly's car, seemingly waiting. When Kimberly appeared on the footage walking toward her vehicle, the figure moved back into the shadows. This was the first concrete evidence that someone may have been watching her. Reeves expanded the investigation, interviewing every male staff member and visitor to the hospital that day. He checked hospital records for any unusual incidents or complaints. He interviewed patients who had been released recently. Nothing conclusive emerged, but the pieces of a troubling puzzle were beginning to form. The community began to fear that Kimberly was the victim of a predator. But was the man's presence connected to her disappearance, or was it coincidence? Margaret, Kimberly's mother, couldn't eat or sleep. She plastered missing person posters throughout the town. Her face appeared on every telephone pole and community board. Local news picked up the story, and within days, Kimberly's disappearance became a regional concern. The Pacific Northwest was experiencing an unsettling wave of unsolved cases. Just 3 years earlier, a young woman had vanished from a parking lot 30 miles away. Another had disappeared from a roadside diner. The authorities couldn't connect the cases, but the public began to whisper about a possible serial predator. Margaret organized volunteer search parties. Hundreds of people combed through forests and fields. They dragged ponds and searched abandoned buildings. 2 weeks passed with no sign of Kimberly, then a month. By Christmas, the search had become less active, less hopeful. News crews moved on to other stories. Police files remained open but inactive. Margaret refused to give up, however. Every morning, she woke with the same question burning in her heart. Where was her daughter? The 1980s turned into the 1990s. Technology advanced. The world changed. But Kimberly remained missing. Her case became a cold case, filed away in a dusty cabinet at the police department. New detectives arrived and studied the case, but without new evidence or leads, there was little they could do. Margaret aged, her hair turning gray, her face lined with worry and grief. She never remarried. She never moved away. She stayed in the same town, in the same house, keeping Kimberly's bedroom exactly as it had been the day she vanished. The hospital where Kimberly worked eventually closed its cardiac unit and underwent renovations. Staff who remembered her moved to other jobs or retired. Time has a way of burying the past, but Margaret refused to let Kimberly be forgotten. She attended every annual cold case conference. She kept her daughter's information current with the missing persons database. She never stopped believing that one day answers would come. She just didn't know it would take 30 years. In October 2008, a man named Gerald Thompson was hiking in the woods 6 miles north of Miller's Bridge. Gerald was a retired school teacher who loved nature and spent weekends exploring the trails. As he walked through a particularly dense section of forest, something caught his eye on the ground. At first, he thought it was a piece of trash. People left garbage everywhere, he thought. But as he approached, he realized it was something else. It was a weathered ID badge, partially buried in leaves and soil. The laminate was cracked and faded by decades of exposure to rain and sun. But the photograph was still visible. So was the name, Kimberly. The hospital logo was still legible. Gerald's hands trembled as he carefully picked up the badge, handling it like a precious artifact. He knew immediately what this meant. After 30 years of silence, Kimberly had finally been found, or at least a piece of her had. Gerald pulled out his cell phone with shaking hands and dialed the police. What he didn't know was that this discovery would reopen wounds that had never truly healed. Detective James Morrison was only a boy in 1978. Now, at age 53, he received the call that would consume the next phase of his career. The ID badge was authenticated by hospital records. It was definitely Kimberly's. The question that immediately followed was haunting. How had it ended up 6 miles from her abandoned car? And more importantly, what else might be buried in those woods? Morrison arrived at the discovery site with a forensics team. They began a systematic grid search of the area, photographing every detail, collecting soil samples, and examining the ground carefully. The team expanded the search radius to a 1/4 mile in every direction. Volunteers from the community showed up, older now, but still driven by the desire to help. Margaret, now in her 70s, stood at the edge of the search area with her son David, watching officers comb through the forest with renewed purpose. For the first time in 3 decades, she felt something she thought she'd lost forever: hope. But what the search team found would complicate everything. The forensics team found something unexpected near where the badge was discovered. There were bone fragments, scattered and weathered. An anthropologist was brought in to examine them. Analysis suggested they were human remains, aged at least 20 or 30 years. DNA testing was ordered, but the samples were degraded. What should have been a moment of clarity became another question mark. If these were Kimberly's remains, why were they 6 miles from her car? The body didn't show signs of being dragged. There were no obvious signs of violence on the bones, though 30 years of exposure made definitive conclusions impossible. Detective Morrison studied the landscape carefully. The terrain between the car and the discovery site was rugged and difficult. A person would have had to know the area well to navigate it, or they would have had to be forced at gunpoint. The more Morrison examined the evidence, the less certain he became. The crime scene seemed to tell multiple stories that contradicted each other. Was this really where Kimberly had died? As investigators dug deeper, they began to uncover details about Kimberly's personal life that had been largely unexplored in 1978. Interviews with family members revealed that Kimberly had been seeing a man named Robert. Robert was a hospital administrator, 10 years her senior. Their relationship had been private, but colleagues knew about it. Margaret had approved of Robert. She thought he was a steady, respectable man who could provide security for her daughter. But what the 2008 investigation discovered was that Robert had been married at the time he was seeing Kimberly. His wife lived in another state, and he had been living a double life. When confronted with this information, Robert admitted the affair, but insisted it had ended amicably 2 weeks before Kimberly's disappearance. He provided an alibi for the night she vanished. He was at a medical conference in Seattle. Records confirmed this was true. But why had he hidden the relationship in 1978? Was there someone else Kimberly had been seeing that investigators never knew about? While searching through old police files, Detective Morrison found a sealed envelope in Kimberly's original case file. The envelope had been marked personal, and the officer who processed it, now deceased, had apparently never opened it. Inside was a handwritten letter from Kimberly to her mother. It was dated 3 days before her disappearance. The letter was casual and warm, describing Kimberly's plans for the holidays and mentioning that she might be moving to a different hospital department. She wrote about saving money and possibly taking a vacation. There was nothing in the letter suggesting distress or fear. But what was striking was what she didn't write. She made no mention of Robert or any romantic concerns. She didn't write about problems at work or interpersonal conflicts. The letter was perfectly normal, almost deliberately ordinary. Morrison showed the letter to Margaret, who wept as she read her daughter's words for what felt like the first time. She seemed happy, Margaret said. She was looking forward to her life. But then why did that life end so abruptly? After 30 years, Margaret still remembered details about that week in November 1978. She told Detective Morrison about a conversation she'd had with Kimberly the day before she disappeared. Kimberly had seemed anxious about something, Margaret recalled, though Kimberly had deflected when Margaret asked what was wrong. She said it was nothing, just hospital politics, Margaret remembered. When pressed for specifics, Margaret couldn't recall the exact words. The memory was old and fragmented. But she had always wondered if there was something more to it. Margaret also mentioned that Kimberly had received several phone calls in the weeks before her disappearance. These weren't unusual in themselves. Kimberly was popular and had many friends. But Margaret had noticed that Kimberly seemed uncomfortable after these particular calls. She would go into her bedroom and close the door. Margaret had respected her daughter's privacy and never asked questions. Now, nearly 4 decades later, Margaret wished she had. "I should have pressed harder," Margaret told Morrison, tears streaming down her face. Was there a threat Kimberly hadn't told anyone about? Detective Morrison began interviewing former staff members from Memorial Hospital, many of whom were now retired. One woman named Helen, who had worked in the admissions department, remembered something interesting. A few weeks before Kimberly disappeared, there had been a disturbing incident involving a patient. The patient was an unstable man named Marcus Webb, who had been admitted for psychiatric evaluation following a violent outburst at his home. Marcus had become obsessed with one of the nurses, and that nurse was Kimberly. He had repeatedly asked to speak with her, requesting her specifically for his care. Hospital protocol dictated that he should not have had a choice, but young staff members sometimes granted requests to keep patients calm. Kimberly had been assigned to his care on several occasions. Marcus had made inappropriate comments to her, and when she professionally redirected him, he had become angry. Eventually, Marcus was transferred to a state psychiatric facility. His case file indicated he had a history of violence and an unstable psychiatric condition. Could Marcus have somehow tracked down Kimberly after his release? Tracking down Marcus Webb proved challenging. His psychiatric records from 1978 were difficult to access, and the facility where he had been treated had since closed. But Detective Morrison persisted. Through criminal records databases, he discovered that Marcus had been released in 1981 after 3 years of treatment. Records indicated he had moved back to the Pacific Northwest, but there was no current address or contact information. Morrison expanded the search, checking utility records, voter registrations, and property databases. Finally, he found Marcus living in a small town 2 hours away from where Kimberly's badge had been discovered. He was now in his 60s, living alone in a modest house on the outskirts of town. Morrison and a partner drove to confront him. What they found was a man who seemed haunted by something, though whether it was guilt or simple mental illness was unclear. When asked about Kimberly, Marcus became defensive and eventually shut down the conversation entirely, demanding a lawyer. His reaction certainly seemed suspicious, but circumstantial evidence wasn't enough. Without concrete evidence linking Marcus to Kimberly's disappearance, Detective Morrison couldn't secure a warrant for his arrest or for additional investigation of his property. Marcus had provided a vague alibi for the night of her disappearance. He said he had been at home alone, watching television. It couldn't be verified, but it also couldn't be definitively contradicted. The case remained technically open, but practically stalled. Morrison continued working other cases, but Kimberly's file never left his desk. He would study it during quiet moments, looking for the thread he knew he was missing. The bones found in the woods had never been definitively identified as Kimberly's due to DNA degradation. The badge could have been carried to that location at any time in the 3 decades since her disappearance. It didn't necessarily mean she had died there. The more Morrison learned, the less certain he became about what had actually happened. Margaret continued to hope, but as years passed after the badge discovery, even her hope began to fade again. Was the mystery of Kimberly's disappearance destined to remain unsolved? In 2012, new technology became available that could extract DNA from degraded samples. Morrison requested that the bone fragments be reanalyzed using advanced techniques. Simultaneously, he worked with the district attorney to finally get a warrant to search Marcus Webb's property. The search was thorough. Detectives went through his house carefully, examining every room, every corner. They found nothing that directly connected him to Kimberly. No photographs, no jewelry, no personal items. But they did find something curious in his basement. There was a collection of newspaper clippings about various missing persons cases from the 1970s and 1980s. Some were local, others from across the Pacific Northwest. Among them was a clipping about Kimberly's disappearance. This wasn't necessarily evidence of guilt. Many people followed missing persons cases, but combined with his previous unstable behavior and his obsession with Kimberly at the hospital, it painted a troubling picture. Morrison brought Marcus in for another interview, this time armed with more information. Marcus's response would finally break the case open. When confronted with the search results and the newspaper clippings, Marcus's demeanor changed. He seemed to deflate, as if the weight of 34 years of secrecy suddenly became unbearable. He began to talk. Marcus confessed that he had indeed tracked Kimberly down after his release from the psychiatric facility. He admitted that his obsession with her had never faded, even during his treatment and institutionalization. When he got out, he searched for her, found her address, and watched her. He knew her schedule. He knew where she parked her car. He knew her habits. On the night of November 14, 1978, Marcus had been waiting for her as she left the hospital. He had approached her in the parking lot with a gun. He forced her into her car and drove her to the remote location near Miller's Bridge. What happened next, Marcus said, was an accident. He didn't mean to hurt her. But there was a struggle, and in the chaos, she was killed. For the first time in decades, someone had admitted the truth, but the truth was only partial. Despite his confession, Marcus refused to provide complete information about what happened. He admitted to the abduction, but claimed he couldn't remember the exact details of her death. He said it had been dark, and the struggle had been sudden and violent. He said he panicked and ran. He said he threw the badge into the woods years later during a return trip to the location. Investigators struggled with Marcus's account. It explained the badge but didn't explain everything. If Kimberly had died at the abduction site, why had the bones been found a quarter-mile away? If Marcus had run in a panic, who had moved the body? Had there been someone else involved that night? Marcus was adamant that he had acted alone, but his memory of specific details was conveniently hazy. Prosecutors debated whether they had enough evidence to prosecute him for murder. A jury might question whether his confession was reliable, given his psychiatric history. Was Marcus telling the truth, or was he confessing to a crime he hadn't fully committed? The DNA analysis finally came back. The bone fragments found in the woods were indeed human remains, but the DNA was too degraded to create a definitive match to Kimberly. However, analysis of isotopes in the bone suggested the person had lived in the Pacific Northwest for most of their life, and the estimated age and gender were consistent with Kimberly. It wasn't a smoking gun, but it was strong circumstantial evidence. The forensics team also examined the remains for signs of trauma. There were minor fractures on the radius and ulna, the bones of the forearm, which could indicate defensive wounds. There was a hairline fracture on the sternum consistent with blunt force trauma. None of these injuries were definitively fatal, but they told a story of violence. The position in which the bones were found suggested they had been undisturbed for many years, scattered by natural decomposition and animal activity. Everything pointed toward a crime scene, but critical questions remained unanswered. Where was the murder weapon? Where were other remains like skull or major bones? Detectives excavated a large area around where the badge had been found, expanding their search grid significantly. They found fragments of clothing, decayed pieces of fabric that might have been part of a nurse's uniform. They found a shoe, or what was left of one, partially decomposed. But they didn't find a skull or a complete skeleton. The absence of major bones was troubling. It suggested that either animals had dispersed the remains widely or someone had deliberately removed them. The second possibility opened new questions. If someone had removed portions of Kimberly's remains, what was their motive? Was it an attempt to prevent identification? Was it an attempt to hide evidence of specific trauma? Or was it something else entirely? As the investigation expanded, Morrison brought in a forensic archaeologist to help interpret the scene. The archaeologist confirmed that animal predation could easily account for the scattered remains, but the complete absence of the skull was notable. Skulls, the archaeologist explained, are often preserved longer than other bones due to their density. The absence of Kimberly's skull suggested something darker. Detective Morrison brought Marcus back for extensive interviews, this time armed with forensic details. He showed Marcus photographs of the bones and fragments. He described the clothing found at the scene. He explained that certain aspects of the scene didn't match Marcus's account. Marcus grew visibly uncomfortable. He insisted his memory was simply vague after so many years. But when presented with the details about the location and the scattered nature of the remains, he began to contradict himself. First, he said the body was in one location, then later suggested it had been closer to the road. First, he said he had never returned to the site after fleeing, then admitted he might have come back a few times over the years. His story was inconsistent and evasive. Prosecutors were increasingly convinced that either Marcus was being deceptive about critical details, or he had deliberately erased aspects of the crime from his memory, a psychological defense mechanism called compartmentalization. But without a clear, consistent account, building a bulletproof case for prosecution remained difficult. Was Marcus the full story, or was he only part of it? A deeper dive into Marcus Webb's background revealed a pattern of violence and instability. He had been arrested 3 times before his institutionalization in 1978, once for assault, once for stalking an ex-girlfriend, and once for breaking and entering. Each incident showed escalating aggression. Records from the psychiatric facility indicated that Marcus had been diagnosed with severe borderline personality disorder, paranoid ideation, and symptoms consistent with psychopathy. During his treatment, he had shown little empathy or remorse for his actions. Staff notes indicated he was manipulative and would frequently lie to authorities and medical personnel. He had been on medication during his hospitalization, but after release, it was unclear if he had continued taking his medications. Family members were never located. Marcus appeared to have no living relatives. Friends were non-existent. He had drifted through life in a state of isolation, his psychiatric condition potentially worsening over time. The Marcus that emerged from the investigation wasn't a confused old man. He was a dangerous predator who had never been truly rehabilitated. Yet the question remained, had he acted alone in Kimberly's death? As investigators dug through old records, they discovered something curious about Marcus's movements in 1978. In the weeks before Kimberly's disappearance, Marcus had been released briefly from the psychiatric facility for a supervised weekend visit with a family member, a visit that apparently never happened because he had no family. The facility's records were vague about what Marcus actually did during that weekend. He simply disappeared from the facility's monitoring for 48 hours and returned without explanation. Staff noted this in his file, but didn't pursue it aggressively. Had Marcus used that unsupervised time to research where Kimberly lived, to scout the hospital, to plan her abduction? Nobody could say for certain because the trail had gone cold decades ago. People who worked at the facility were long deceased. Files were incomplete. The 1970s weren't known for rigorous record-keeping or accountability. This gap in supervision, this unsupervised weekend, seemed like the missing piece to the puzzle. Had authorities' negligence in monitoring Marcus made Kimberly's disappearance inevitable? In 2013, Marcus Webb was officially charged with the murder of Kimberly. The case went to trial, and for the first time in 35 years, Margaret had to relive the trauma in a courtroom. She listened as prosecutors described her daughter's final moments. She heard Marcus's confession read aloud. She saw the photographs of bones and clothing fragments. She heard the medical examiner's testimony about trauma and violence. It was agony, but it was also necessary. Margaret needed to know that someone had been held accountable. The trial lasted 3 weeks. Marcus's defense attorney argued that his confession was unreliable due to his psychiatric condition. He argued that the circumstantial evidence wasn't sufficient for murder conviction. He suggested that perhaps Marcus had been at the location but hadn't been the one responsible for Kimberly's death. It was a weak defense, but it was the best he could offer. The jury deliberated for 6 hours before returning with a guilty verdict. Marcus Webb was sentenced to life in prison without parole. For Margaret, it was justice, but it felt hollow. Even with Marcus convicted and imprisoned, the investigation wasn't truly over. Too many details remained unexplained. Where was Kimberly's skull? Why had the bones been scattered across such a wide area? How had Kimberly's ID badge ended up 6 miles from the estimated death location if Marcus had claimed the death occurred at the abduction site? Why had Marcus never mentioned dismembering the body, yet evidence suggested remains had been deliberately scattered? Detectives wondered if Marcus had simply disposed of Kimberly's remains by scattering them, allowing animals to further distribute the pieces. It was plausible, but it didn't quite fit. What gnawed at Morrison was the feeling that there were pieces to this puzzle that would never fit together. Witness testimonies from 1978 were now mostly dead. Evidence had degraded, memories had faded or been deliberately suppressed. The case would close, officially solved, but the truth, the complete, detailed truth, would die with Kimberly and possibly with Marcus. Some mysteries, no matter how resolved, remain partly unsolved. Margaret lived to see Marcus convicted, but she never truly found peace. She had wanted Kimberly found alive, wanted to see her daughter one last time, wanted to know exactly what had happened that night. Instead, she received bone fragments and a confession from an unstable man with a questionable memory. She received what the legal system called justice, but what her heart called a poor substitute for her daughter. Margaret passed away in 2016 at the age of 86. Kimberly's bedroom remained unchanged in the house, preserved like a shrine. Margaret's will designated that Kimberly's remains, what had been found and identified, be buried in the family plot with full honors. In 2017, a funeral service was held, 39 years after Kimberly vanished. Margaret's son, David, now elderly himself, scattered his mother's ashes over the grave. He spoke to a small gathering of people about 2 women, his sister and his mother, both lost to a violence that came from nowhere, that served no purpose, that changed nothing except everything. He wondered if they could finally rest, knowing that someone had been held accountable. Detective James Morrison continued to think about Kimberly's case long after Marcus's conviction. Morrison had become somewhat obsessed with the gaps in the story, the details that didn't quite align, the questions that remained unanswered. He would review case files during his off hours, searching for something that might clarify the mystery. He visited Marcus Webb in prison multiple times, trying to get him to fill in the blanks. But Marcus would become evasive, then angry, then silent. Marcus seemed to take some satisfaction in withholding information, in leaving the truth incomplete. It was a form of control, perhaps the only control he had left. Morrison eventually retired, but retirement didn't bring him relief. The case haunted him. He thought about Margaret and wondered if his investigation had truly brought her closure or simply reopened wounds. He thought about Kimberly and wondered if justice had been served when the full truth remained buried. He thought about young officers entering the field and wondered what lessons this case could teach them. Perhaps, he realized, some cases aren't meant to be solved, only endured. Kimberly's case became part of true crime culture, studied in criminology courses, and discussed at cold case conferences. Her disappearance illustrated several important lessons about investigative procedure, about the handling of psychiatric patients, about the vulnerability of healthcare workers. Changes were made. Hospitals increased security measures. Staff protocols were strengthened. Mental health facilities improved their supervision and follow-up care for released patients. In 2019, a documentary about Kimberly's case was produced. It aired on a major streaming platform and was watched by millions. The documentary re-interviewed surviving acquaintances, featured detective interviews, and examined the sociological context of missing women in the 1970s. It brought new attention to cases that remained unsolved. Families of other missing women from that era contacted authorities with renewed hope. Some cold cases were reopened, some were solved, others remained mysteries. Kimberly's case, though officially solved, became a lens through which people examined justice, closure, and the nature of truth. But among those closest to Kimberly, her family and friends, the case remained what it had always been, a tragedy that could never be fully resolved. Because resolution requires understanding, and some truths are lost to time. Years after Marcus's imprisonment, new questions emerged from forensic analysis. A cold case review team examined the bones using newer technology and discovered something previously overlooked. There were tool marks on some of the bone fragments, marks that suggested implements other than natural erosion. This opened the horrifying possibility that someone had deliberately dismembered Kimberly's body. If true, it suggested premeditation, or at minimum, a deliberate attempt to destroy evidence. When confronted with this finding, Marcus denied it vehemently. He claimed the marks were natural. He refused to elaborate. The review team couldn't determine when the marks had been made or by whom. The forensic evidence was damning, but not conclusive. Legally, it didn't change Marcus's conviction. He was already serving a life sentence, but it did change the understanding of what had happened to Kimberly. It suggested that her death wasn't simply a violent act in a moment of passion. It was a deliberate, calculated crime that continued even after her death. What Marcus had done didn't end with Kimberly's murder. It extended into her final destruction. Marcus Webb's life in prison has been documented in prison records and interviews with correctional staff. He has been disciplined multiple times for violence, including assaulting other inmates and once attacking a guard. He has refused psychiatric medication and spent long periods in solitary confinement. He has not expressed remorse or attempted rehabilitation. He maintains a cell covered with disturbing drawings and writings. Some of his artwork depicts women in violent situations. Some depicts scenes that corrections officers believe are inspired by his crimes. When interviewed by researchers, Marcus speaks about Kimberly only in vague terms. He denies responsibility for certain details of the crime while simultaneously admitting others. He seems to derive pleasure from the attention his case generates. He reads newspaper articles about himself and has even attempted to contact true crime podcasters. His behavior suggests he views himself as a celebrity rather than a perpetrator of horrific violence. Prison psychologists diagnose him with narcissistic personality disorder layered over his existing conditions. He will likely die in prison, but he shows no signs of aging into a docile elder. If anything, his bitterness and rage have intensified with decades of incarceration. He remains a threat even behind bars. Despite the tragedy of her death, Kimberly's life has meant something to healthcare workers and security professionals. The Kimberly Memorial Scholarship was established in her name, awarded annually to nursing students who demonstrated compassion and dedication. The hospital where she worked established new security protocols that became industry standards. Her case is used to train law enforcement about predatory behavior and institutional negligence. Her name appears in lists of unsolved cases that became solved, but also in discussions about cases where justice feels incomplete. Colleagues who worked with Kimberly remember her as someone who cared deeply. Patients she treated spoke of her kindness. Her supervisors noted her dedication. In death, she has become more significant than she was in life, not because that was her wish, but because her disappearance and murder illustrated systemic failures and human predation in a way that abstract statistics never could. Her image, young, hopeful professional, serves as a reminder of what was lost, and what could have been prevented with better systems and more careful attention. Following Kimberly's case and similar incidents, state authorities conducted a comprehensive review of psychiatric facilities and their procedures. The findings were disturbing. Across the decade of the 1970s, numerous patients with violent histories had been released with inadequate monitoring or follow-up care. Some patients had disappeared from facilities entirely, leaving no record of their whereabouts. Others had been released to addresses that turned out to be false or non-existent. Supervision protocols were virtually non-existent. There was no coordination between facilities and law enforcement. If a dangerous patient was released, local police weren't always notified. If a patient failed to show up for follow-up appointments, nobody investigated. The system had treated psychiatric patients as problems to be managed rather than as individuals who might pose a danger to society. Marcus Webb was symptomatic of a much larger problem. He wasn't unique. He was simply one of many unstable individuals who fell through the cracks. Reforms were implemented, but they came too late for Kimberly. The question remained, how many other victims had there been because of the same system failures? In the years following Kimberly's case resolution, investigators examined other missing persons cases from the Pacific Northwest in the 1970s and 1980s. Some of these cases predated Kimberly's disappearance. 2 young women had vanished in 1976 and 1977. Another had disappeared in 1980. Authorities wondered if there was a connection, if a single predator was responsible for multiple disappearances across several years. Marcus Webb's timeline was examined carefully. He had been institutionalized in early 1978, before some of the earlier disappearances. However, his incarceration before 1978 had been for other crimes. It was theoretically possible he had committed murders before his formal psychiatric commitment. When confronted with the possibility, Marcus refused to answer. He simply stared at investigators with a blank expression. The lack of admission wasn't an exoneration. It suggested guilty knowledge. The investigations into other cases became more active, and some leads emerged. But after decades, evidence was degraded or lost. Witnesses had died or moved away. The question of whether Kimberly was Marcus's only victim may never be answered. The case of Kimberly raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of violence in society. How does a person like Marcus Webb develop into a murderer? Is it trauma? Is it chemical imbalance? Is it evil? Something present at birth or developed through circumstance? The truth is likely complicated, probably involving a combination of factors. What is certain is that Kimberly didn't deserve her fate. She didn't provoke Marcus or encourage his attention. She was simply a woman doing her job, caring for patients, living her life. She was vulnerable, not because of any weakness in character, but because she inhabited a world where a predator could move freely. She was unlucky enough to cross paths with someone who lacked the neural architecture for empathy. She was victimized by a system that failed to contain him. She was caught in a moment where chance and danger aligned. Her death was preventable. It was the result not of destiny, but of negligence and disease and the terrible randomness of human cruelty. Understanding this doesn't bring justice, only acknowledgement of a tragedy that should never have occurred. David Kimberly's brother spent decades watching his mother grieve. After Margaret's death, David became the keeper of her memory. He attended cold case conferences. He gave interviews to true crime podcasters. He maintained Kimberly's memorial website. He answered emails from strangers who had been touched by her story. David was motivated not by bitterness, but by a desire to honor his sister. He believed that keeping her memory alive meant that her life, though short, had mattered. He hoped that sharing her story would help other families navigate similar tragedies. He hoped that systems would continue to improve so that fewer women would be taken. He hoped that the loss of his sister and his mother wouldn't be entirely meaningless. In his 70s now, David still carries Kimberly's photograph with him. He still visits her grave on her birthday. He still wonders what she would have become, what accomplishments she might have achieved, what loves she might have known, what children she might have raised. But he has learned to live with the not knowing. He has learned that sometimes closure isn't final. It's just learning to carry loss differently. Looking back on Kimberly's case from the perspective of 2024, it seems both horrifyingly primitive and disturbingly familiar. The investigative techniques of 1978 were crude by modern standards. The lack of security cameras, the absence of DNA technology, the incomplete record-keeping, all of these contributed to the initial failure to solve the case. Yet today, with all our modern tools and databases, women still disappear. Predators still operate. Systems still fail. The case of Kimberly reminds us that progress is slower than we would like to believe. It reminds us that justice, even when achieved, often comes at tremendous cost. It reminds us that closure is never complete. It's only the closing of one chapter while the emptiness remains. Her case is studied because it encapsulates larger truths about society, violence, and the human capacity for harm. Her case is remembered because her brother has dedicated himself to remembering. Her case matters because we choose to let it matter. Without active remembrance, without constant retelling, stories like Kimberly's fade into the background noise of tragedy. Had Kimberly disappeared in the modern era, the outcome might have been dramatically different. GPS tracking, cell phone records, security cameras, facial recognition technology, these tools would have provided investigators with detailed timelines and locations. DNA analysis was impossible in 1978. Now DNA can be extracted from degraded samples with accuracy that would have immediately identified the remains found in the woods. Digital forensics could have accessed phone records and identified patterns of communication with Marcus. Surveillance footage from parking lots would have clearly shown his presence and his interaction with Kimberly. The investigation might have been solved within weeks rather than decades. Yet technology is a double-edged sword. While it solves some crimes more quickly, it also creates new vulnerabilities. Digital stalking is now as much a concern as physical stalking. Online predators can research victims more easily. The tools that help investigators also help criminals. Kimberly's case illustrates both the limitations of old systems and the possibilities of new ones. But it also reminds us that no amount of technology can prevent human cruelty. It can only help us respond to it after the fact. Healthcare workers occupy a unique position in society. They have access to vulnerable patients. They interact with the public in settings where security protocols are often secondary to providing care. They are trained to be empathetic and trusting. These qualities make them excellent caregivers, but can also make them vulnerable to exploitation. Kimberly's case is now part of mandatory training for hospital security and human resources personnel. New guidelines require that potentially dangerous patients be flagged in systems accessible to staff. Workers are trained to recognize warning signs of obsessive or dangerous behavior. They are instructed on proper protocols for reporting threats. They are educated about the importance of trusting their instincts when something feels wrong. Hospitals now conduct background checks on all employees and maintain relationships with local law enforcement. They implement buddy systems so that staff members aren't alone during vulnerable times. These measures seem basic now, but they were revolutionary in the 1970s. Kimberly's death, though it couldn't be prevented, has potentially prevented countless others. One of the most difficult aspects of Kimberly's case is accepting that complete answers will never come. Marcus remains largely evasive about details. The forensic evidence is incomplete. The crime scene has long since been reclaimed by nature. The exact sequence of events that led to her death will never be known with absolute certainty. This incompleteness is harder for many people to accept than simple not knowing would be. We have partial answers, but not total answers. We know roughly what happened, but not precisely how or why. This ambiguity is part of what makes cold cases so enduring in the public imagination. We are creatures who crave narrative completion, who want loose ends tied up, who desire full understanding. Kimberly's case offers us some of these things but withholds others. Her case is solved in the legal sense. A guilty verdict has been rendered. But it remains unsolved in the deeper sense. The complete truth remains hidden. This is the true nature of many real crimes. They don't resolve neatly. They linger in the mind as permanent reminders of what remains unknowable. In all the discussion of evidence and investigation and procedural failures, it's easy to lose sight of who Kimberly actually was. She was a person. She was not a case number or a set of data points. She was someone who woke up in the morning, who had favorite foods and favorite songs, who laughed and cried and experienced joy and disappointment like all of us. She was a nurse who had chosen a profession dedicated to helping others. She was a daughter who loved her mother. She was a sister who her brother looked up to. She was a friend who had people who cared about her. She was a woman with dreams and plans and a future that never came to be. She was 36 years old when she died. She had never married, never had children, never traveled to places she wanted to see. Her potential was cut short. Her story ended not because of old age or illness, but because of violence. In remembering Kimberly, we honor not just the tragedy, but the life that was lost. The ripple effects of Kimberly's disappearance and death extended far beyond her immediate family. Her close friends carried guilt for years, wondering if there was something they could have noticed or prevented. Her colleagues at the hospital experienced trauma and anxiety about workplace safety. Her patients worried about whether they would receive quality care or whether their nurses would be taken from them. Her extended family bore the weight of the tragedy by association. Family gatherings were marked by an absence, a chair that remained empty, a person not there to celebrate holidays or milestones. Margaret's other relationships were strained as her grief consumed her. David felt responsible for his mother's emotional well-being and the burden of keeping Kimberly's memory alive. The community where Kimberly lived carried collective trauma from the knowledge that predators walked among them. The case demonstrated how a single violent act can send shockwaves through an entire social network, affecting people in ways both obvious and subtle. The victims of a murder extend far beyond the person who is killed. Humans have a deep need to find meaning in tragedy. We ask why because why feels like it might lead to understanding, and understanding feels like it might prevent similar tragedies from occurring. In Kimberly's case, the why is complex and unsatisfying. Why did Marcus become a predator? Why did psychiatric systems fail? Why did chance put Marcus and Kimberly in the same hospital at the same time? Why didn't anyone connect the dots until it was too late? The answers are partial and frustrating. Psychology can explain some of Marcus's pathology, but not all. Systems analysis can identify failures, but can't undo them. Statistics can tell us how many women disappear each year, but can't explain why each one individually meets her fate. We seek meaning because the alternative, accepting that tragedy is random and meaningless, is harder to bear. Yet perhaps the meaning lies not in the why, but in the response. The meaning lies in the reforms implemented because of her case. The meaning lies in David's dedication to remembering. The meaning lies in the refusal to let her death become just another forgotten statistic. Memory is fragile. Without effort, it fades. The people who knew Kimberly are dying or have already died. Soon, no one will have personal recollection of her. In a few generations, her story might exist only in records and documentaries, divorced from the reality of her lived experience. This is not unusual. It is the fate of all people eventually. But for people like Kimberly, whose lives were cut short by violence, there is an urgency to remembrance. Her story exists now, preserved in case files and interview recordings and the testimonies of people who knew her. It exists in the criminal conviction of her killer. It exists in the systems reforms that bear her legacy. It exists in the minds of people who have heard her story and been moved by it. This preservation is not accidental. It is the result of conscious effort by people like David who refuse to let their loved one be forgotten. It is the result of journalists and filmmakers who tell her story. It is the result of people like you, listening now, choosing to know her name. Memory is an act of will, and Kimberly's memory persists because we choose to maintain it. Even with Marcus imprisoned and the case officially closed, certain questions remain that may never be answered. What exactly did Marcus mean when he said the death was an accident? Was it an accidental consequence of a violent struggle, or was it something he later reframed as accidental to garner sympathy? Did Marcus dismember Kimberly's body himself, or did someone else assist him? The tool marks on the bones suggest deliberate cutting, but Marcus has never admitted to this. Were there other victims that Marcus was never charged with? Did Marcus have an accomplice who helped dispose of the body or who participated in the crime? Are there other unsolved cases in the region that are actually connected to Marcus? These questions hover in the background of the case, not addressed because evidence is insufficient and Marcus won't cooperate. They suggest that the known truth about Kimberly's case may be just the tip of a darker iceberg. The incompleteness of justice is perhaps its most haunting aspect. Marcus Webb presents a puzzle to those who study human nature. He is not insane in the way that prevents him from understanding right and wrong. He is not a victim of abuse in any documented way. He appears to have been born or to have developed into someone who lacked the capacity for empathy. He could recognize social norms, but chose not to follow them. He could conceive of consequences, but was not deterred by them. He could interact with society while secretly harboring violent fantasies and predatory intentions. He represents a particular type of dangerous individual, one who is not visibly different from others, but who thinks in fundamentally different ways. Evil, if such a thing exists, might be defined not as the presence of something dark, but as the absence of something essential, the absence of empathy, of conscience, of the ability to truly see another human being as deserving of care and protection. Marcus's existence challenges our understanding of humanity and raises questions about whether some people are simply wired differently from birth. For families of missing persons, the journey forward is a delicate balance between hope and acceptance. They hope that their loved one will be found, that answers will come, that justice will be served. Yet they must also learn to live in the present, to build lives around an absence, to find meaning despite loss. For David, the path forward involved dedicating himself to his sister's memory. For Margaret, it involved waiting and hoping for answers that finally came too late to bring peace. For the community, it involved learning to trust again while remaining vigilant. For the nation, it involved gradually improving systems and protocols to prevent similar tragedies. For society broadly, it involved engaging with the difficult reality that despite all our progress and technology and good intentions, we remain vulnerable to violence. We remain dependent on the choices of others. We remain subject to chance. The question is not whether we can eliminate tragedy. We cannot. The question is how we respond to it, how we remember, how we change because of it. Moving forward doesn't mean forgetting, it means choosing how to live with what we know. Kimberly vanished in 1978. Her ID badge was found in the woods in 2008. A man confessed to her murder. Justice was served. The case was closed. But on quiet nights, when the mind wanders to dark places, a question remains. We know that Marcus took Kimberly that night. We know that she died. We know that her remains were scattered in the forest. But we do not truly know what it felt like, the terror in her final moments, the desperation of her struggle, the last thoughts that crossed her mind. We cannot know if she suffered or if death came swiftly. We cannot know if she thought of her mother in her final seconds or if fear consumed all other thought. We cannot know if Marcus showed any cruelty beyond the act of killing or if the actual death was somehow merciful compared to the abduction. The deep truth of her death remains buried with her, knowable only to Marcus and to Kimberly, and Marcus has chosen to keep it hidden. Perhaps in the end some mysteries must remain unsolved, not by lack of investigation, but by the deliberate silence of those who know the truth. What silence hides, perhaps, is sometimes kinder than what revelation would reveal. This case exemplifies how cold cases can resurface decades later, revealing truths about missing persons that seemed lost forever. The mystery of disappearance, whether someone vanished without a trace or disappeared under mysterious circumstances, remains central to true crime investigation. Such unsolved disappearances and mysterious vanishings captivate audiences because they remind us that real-life mysteries persist in our communities. This disappearance investigation demonstrates how cold case files eventually yield answers through detective work and forensic breakthroughs. If you're fascinated by unsolved missing person cases, crime investigation documentaries, or true stories of vanished people, subscribe for more missing persons updates and crime documentary features. These real, unsolved mystery stories and documented disappearance cases prove that justice, though delayed, can still emerge from darkness. Imagine spending 20 years wondering what happened to someone you loved, never knowing if you'd ever find peace. In 1980, flight attendant Mallory Jensen vanished without a trace, leaving behind questions that haunted everyone who knew her. What was inside that rusted suitcase found 2 decades later? Why did investigators keep one crucial detail hidden from the family? And what final message did Mallory leave behind? What they discovered would shake everything her daughter believed about that terrible day. Before we begin this mystery, leave a comment. What's harder, knowing the painful truth or living with unanswered questions? Mallory Jensen was 34 years old when she disappeared. She had dark hair, kind eyes, and a smile that put nervous passengers at ease. For 8 years, she'd worked for Continental Airways, flying routes across the western United States. Her co-workers described her as reliable, warm, and professional. She never missed a shift. She never caused problems. Mallory was the kind of person you could count on. which made what happened next so hard to understand. On the morning of June 12, 1980, Mallory kissed her 7-year-old daughter Emma goodbye and left for work. She was scheduled to fly from Denver to San Francisco. It was supposed to be a routine day, but Mallory never boarded that plane, and she never came home. When Mallory didn't show up for her flight, the airline called her apartment. No answer. They tried again an hour later. Still nothing. By evening, her supervisor contacted the police. Mallory's car was still parked in her apartment complex. Her purse sat on the kitchen counter. Her uniform hung in the closet. Everything looked normal, except Mallory was gone. Her daughter Emma had been at school that day, then stayed with a neighbor as planned. The neighbor said Mallory had seemed fine that morning, maybe a little tired, but nothing unusual. Police searched the apartment and found no signs of struggle, no broken windows, no forced entry. It was as if Mallory had simply walked out the door and vanished into thin air. But people don't just disappear, do they? Detectives interviewed everyone who knew Mallory. Her ex-husband David said they'd divorced 2 years earlier, but remained on decent terms. He had remarried and moved to Phoenix. He had an alibi for that day. He was at work, and multiple people confirmed it. Mallory's co-workers said she'd seemed normal the week before she disappeared. Maybe a little quieter than usual, one flight attendant recalled, but nothing alarming. Her neighbors hadn't heard anything strange that morning. One elderly woman remembered seeing Mallory leave around 7:30, carrying her usual work bag. She'd waved, and Mallory had waved back. That was the last confirmed sighting. Police checked bus stations, airports, and hospitals. They searched nearby parks and wooded areas. Nothing. It was like Mallory had stepped off the edge of the world. The investigation hit dead ends everywhere detectives turned. Mallory's bank account showed no unusual activity. She hadn't withdrawn large amounts of cash. Her credit cards hadn't been used since the day before she vanished. Phone records showed nothing suspicious, just a few calls to her mother in Idaho and routine conversations with friends. There were no threatening letters, no angry ex-boyfriends, no debts or enemies anyone knew about. Mallory lived a quiet, stable life. She worked hard, raised her daughter, and kept to herself mostly. So why would someone hurt her? Or had she left on her own? That question haunted everyone, especially her mother, Ruth. Ruth insisted Mallory would never abandon Emma, never. But without evidence, police had few leads to follow. The case went cold within months. Emma Jensen grew up with a hole in her heart. She was 7 when her mother disappeared, old enough to remember Mallory's laugh, her bedtime stories, the way she smelled like lavender, but not old enough to understand why she never came back. Ruth, Mallory's mother, raised Emma in Idaho. She tried to give the girl a normal childhood, but the question always lingered, what happened to Mallory? Emma asked about her mother constantly at first. Then, as years passed, she learned to live with the not knowing. It hurt less if she didn't think about it too much. But deep down, Emma never stopped wondering. She never stopped hoping that someday, somehow, she'd learn the truth. That hope felt foolish sometimes, especially as birthdays and holidays passed without answers. Still, she couldn't let it go. In 1985, 5 years after Mallory vanished, there was a possible break in the case. A hiker in the mountains outside Denver found a woman's shoe near a rocky ravine. The shoe matched the description of what Mallory might have been wearing, a simple brown leather flat, size 7. Police searched the area for days. They brought in search dogs and volunteer teams. They combed through brush and climbed down steep slopes. But they found nothing else. No clothes, no body, no other belongings. Just that single shoe, weathered and worn. Was it Mallory's? No one could say for certain. Without more evidence, the discovery led nowhere. It gave Emma a flicker of hope, then crushed it again. That's how it always went. Small leads that fizzled out, leaving more questions than answers. The pain of not knowing was worse than knowing the worst. By 1990, 10 years had passed since Mallory disappeared. Emma was 17, preparing for college. She'd learned to live without her mother, though the ache never fully went away. Ruth had kept all of Mallory's belongings in storage: photo albums, clothes, letters, anything that might matter someday. Emma sometimes went through those boxes, searching for clues everyone else had missed. She'd read her mother's journals, looking for hints of trouble or fear. But Mallory's writing was ordinary. Notes about work schedules, grocery lists, plans for Emma's birthday. Nothing unusual. Nothing that explained what happened. Emma wondered if she'd spend her whole life searching for answers that didn't exist. The not knowing had shaped her entire childhood. It made her cautious, afraid to trust that good things would last. What if closure never came? The year 2000 arrived, marking 20 years since Mallory Jensen vanished. Emma was 27 now, married with a baby daughter of her own. She'd named her Grace, after Mallory's middle name. Ruth was 73, still living in Idaho, still keeping Mallory's memory alive. Neither woman expected anything to change. The case was decades old, buried under thousands of other unsolved mysteries. Then, in March of that year, a phone call came that would change everything. A park ranger in southern Colorado had found something in a remote canyon, something that had been hidden for a very long time. When the ranger described what he'd discovered, Emma felt her heart stop. After 20 years of silence, Mallory was about to speak again. But what she had to say would be harder to bear than the silence ever was. The ranger's name was Thomas Kellerman. He'd been surveying a rugged area near Mesa Verde when he spotted something unusual wedged between two large rocks. At first, he thought it was just trash left by careless hikers. But as he got closer, he realized it was a suitcase, old, rusted, and beaten by 2 decades of weather. The leather was cracked and faded, the metal hinges corroded. A faint airline logo was still visible on one corner, though barely. Thomas carefully pulled the suitcase free and carried it back to his station. When he opened it, his hands were shaking. Inside were clothes, a few personal items, and something that made his blood run cold, a driver's license with Mallory Jensen's face on it. Thomas immediately called the police. After 20 years, they'd finally found something real, something that proved Mallory had been in that canyon. Detectives rushed to the scene. They examined the area where the suitcase had been found, searching for any other evidence. The canyon was remote, miles from the nearest road. It wasn't a place people stumbled upon by accident. You had to know it was there. The terrain was rocky and dangerous, with steep drops and loose gravel. Getting down into the canyon required careful climbing. Police wondered how the suitcase had ended up there. Had Mallory been there herself? Or had someone else brought it? They searched the surrounding area for weeks, using trained dogs and experienced search teams. They found nothing else. No remains, no other belongings, no signs of what had happened. Just that single suitcase sitting in the rocks like a time capsule. It had survived rain, snow, heat, and wind. And somehow, it had waited 20 years to be found. Inside the suitcase, investigators found several items that painted a strange picture. There were clothes, a pair of jeans, 2 blouses, underwear, socks. All women's clothing in Mallory's size. There was a small toiletry bag with a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a hairbrush. A paperback novel, its pages yellowed and brittle. And tucked into a side pocket, they found a small notebook. The notebook was water-damaged, many pages stuck together or illegible. But some parts could still be read. Mallory had written entries dated just days before she disappeared. The writing was hurried, sometimes hard to decipher. One entry mentioned feeling watched, but not knowing why. Another talked about needing to get away for a while. A third mentioned a name, someone called James, but gave no other details. Who was James? Why hadn't anyone mentioned him before? Detectives reopened Mallory's case with this new evidence. They went back through old interviews looking for any mention of someone named James. They found nothing. No James in her phone records, no James among her co-workers or friends. Ruth, Mallory's mother, didn't recognize the name. Emma had never heard her mother mention anyone by that name. It was as if this person had been completely outside Mallory's known life. Or perhaps he was someone she'd kept secret. The notebook entries suggested Mallory had been planning something, maybe a trip, maybe an escape. But from what? The entry about feeling watched was particularly troubling. Had someone been following her? Threatening her? Police considered the possibility that Mallory had been trying to run from danger. Maybe she'd packed that suitcase intending to leave town. But if so, why hadn't she taken Emma with her? The discovery of the suitcase raised more questions than it answered. If Mallory had been in that canyon, what was she doing there? It was hours away from Denver, in a remote area most people never visited. Had she gone there voluntarily, or had someone taken her? The location suggested this wasn't random. Someone had known about that canyon, had chosen it deliberately. Police theorized several scenarios. Perhaps Mallory had planned to meet someone there, maybe this mysterious James. Perhaps she'd been running from danger and thought the remote location would be safe. Or perhaps someone had brought her there against her will, and the suitcase had been left behind by accident. Each theory had problems. If Mallory had gone willingly, why leave her daughter? If she'd been taken, why was there no evidence of a struggle at her apartment? Nothing made complete sense. Forensic teams examined every inch of that suitcase, hoping for clues. They found fingerprints, but most were too degraded to identify after 20 years of exposure. They tested the clothes for DNA, but found nothing conclusive. The samples were too contaminated by time and weather. The notebook proved more valuable. Handwriting analysis confirmed it was Mallory's writing. The dates showed she'd made entries right up until June 10th, just 2 days before she disappeared. That last entry was the most haunting. It simply said, "If something happens, remember, I tried to do the right thing." What did that mean? What right thing? Investigators shared this evidence with Ruth and Emma. Both women broke down reading those words. After 20 years, they finally had proof that Mallory had been afraid of something. She'd known she was in danger, but she hadn't told anyone. Why had she faced it alone? Emma spent weeks trying to make sense of her mother's words. If something happens, remember, I tried to do the right thing. What situation had Mallory been facing? What decision had she made? Emma went through old family photos, letters, anything that might offer a clue. She talked to people who'd known her mother, asking if anyone remembered Mallory acting strangely in those final weeks. One former co-worker recalled something odd. About a month before Mallory disappeared, she'd seemed nervous at work. She'd made several phone calls during breaks, always stepping away so others couldn't hear. When asked about it, Mallory had said it was just personal stuff, nothing important. Another friend remembered Mallory asking about getting a new Social Security number. She'd said she was just curious, but the question had seemed strange at the time. These small details suggested Mallory had been considering disappearing. But why? Police began investigating the theory that Mallory had witnessed something criminal. Perhaps she'd seen something on one of her flights, drug smuggling, human trafficking, something that put her in danger. Continental Airways had flown routes that could have been used for illegal activities. In 1980, airport security was far less strict than today. It would have been easier to smuggle contraband onto planes. Detectives looked into Mallory's flight schedules from the months before her disappearance. They checked for any unusual incidents, passenger complaints, or security issues. They found a few interesting notes. In April 1980, 2 months before she vanished, Mallory had filed a report about a passenger who'd made her uncomfortable. The man had been aggressive, demanding, and had frightened several flight attendants. Security had escorted him off the plane. Could that incident be connected? Police tried to track down the passenger, but found no records of his real identity. He'd used a fake name. The mysterious James from Mallory's notebook became the focus of intense investigation. Police created a profile of who this person might be. Based on the context of the notebook entries, James seemed to be someone Mallory trusted, at least initially. One entry read, "James says he can help, but I don't know if I should trust him." Another said, "Met with James again. He knows more than he's telling me." These entries suggested James had information about whatever danger Mallory faced. Was he trying to help her? Or was he part of the threat? Detectives ran database searches for any James connected to Continental Airways, the Denver area, or Mallory's known associates. They found dozens of possibilities but no clear connections. Without a last name or better description, finding James seemed impossible, yet he remained the best lead they had. Who was he, and what had he known about Mallory's fate? Emma became obsessed with finding James. She created flyers with her mother's photo and a plea for information about anyone named James who'd known Mallory in 1980. She posted them online in Denver newspapers, anywhere she could think of. She gave interviews to local news stations, hoping someone would remember something. The story gained attention. People who'd known Mallory back then started coming forward with small memories. One woman recalled seeing Mallory at a coffee shop in early June 1980, talking intensely with a man in a dark jacket. She couldn't remember his face, but he'd seemed agitated. Another person remembered Mallory mentioning a friend who worked in some kind of security or investigation field. Could that have been James? Each new piece of information felt important, but none led to concrete answers. Emma felt like she was assembling a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Still, she couldn't stop trying. Ruth, now in her 70s, struggled with the new information about her daughter. For 20 years, she'd held on to hope that Mallory might still be alive somewhere. The suitcase shattered that hope. If Mallory had been planning to disappear voluntarily, she would have done it properly. She would have taken that suitcase with her. The fact that it had been left in that remote canyon suggested something terrible had happened. Ruth couldn't shake the image of her daughter, alone and afraid in those last days. The notebook entries showed Mallory had been trying to protect herself, trying to do the right thing. But what had that cost her? Ruth told detectives she wished Mallory had confided in her. Maybe together they could have found another way. But Mallory had always been independent, determined to handle her own problems. That strength had been her greatest quality, and perhaps her fatal flaw. As the investigation continued into 2001, police received an anonymous tip. Someone called the detective's office claiming to have information about Mallory Jensen. The caller wouldn't give a name but said they'd known Mallory in 1980 and felt guilty for staying silent all these years. According to the caller, Mallory had been involved in something she hadn't fully understood. She'd accidentally witnessed a drug transaction at the Denver airport and had reported it to security. But instead of being protected, she'd been marked as a problem. The people involved in the drug operation were connected to organized crime, and they'd started watching her. The caller said Mallory had realized she was in danger and had tried to gather evidence to protect herself. That's why she'd been meeting with James. He was some kind of private investigator she'd hired for help. But something went wrong. The call ended abruptly. Police tried to trace it, but failed. The anonymous tip changed everything. If it was true, Mallory hadn't disappeared voluntarily, and she hadn't been randomly targeted. She'd become a threat to dangerous people simply by being observant and doing what she thought was right. Detectives began investigating drug trafficking operations in Denver in 1980. They found records of several major busts in the early 80s, including operations that had used commercial airlines to move product. Continental Airways had been mentioned in one investigation, though no employees had been charged. Could Mallory have stumbled into one of these operations? If so, the people involved would have had strong motives to silence her. They would have had the resources to make her disappear without a trace. The remote canyon where her suitcase was found suddenly made more sense. It was the kind of place criminals might use to dispose of evidence, or worse. Detectives tried to identify the private investigator Mallory might have hired. They searched business records from 1980 for investigators named James, working in the Denver area. They found 3 possibilities. 2 had died in the years since. The third, James Holloway, had moved to Oregon and retired. When police contacted him, Holloway initially denied knowing Mallory Jensen, but when pressed, his story changed. He admitted he'd done some work for her in the spring of 1980. Mallory had hired him because she believed someone was following her. She'd shown him photos she'd secretly taken at the airport, images of men she'd seen repeatedly, men who'd seemed to be watching her. Holloway had investigated and confirmed her fears. The men were connected to a drug smuggling ring. He'd advised Mallory to go to federal authorities. She'd been considering it. That was the last time he spoke with her. James Holloway's testimony provided crucial context, but also deepened the mystery. If Mallory had been planning to go to federal authorities, why hadn't she? What had stopped her? Holloway said Mallory had been worried about her daughter's safety. She'd feared that if she came forward, Emma might be targeted to keep her quiet. That terror had paralyzed her. She'd been trying to figure out a way to protect both herself and her daughter while still doing the right thing. Holloway had suggested witness protection, but Mallory had worried about uprooting Emma's entire life. She'd been trapped between impossible choices: stay silent and live in fear, or speak up and risk everything. According to Holloway, the last time they spoke, Mallory had said she was considering leaving town temporarily just until she could figure things out. She'd talked about going somewhere remote, somewhere she could think clearly. Had that somewhere been the canyon? The pieces were starting to fit together, but the picture they formed was heartbreaking. Based on the evidence, investigators believed Mallory had decided to disappear temporarily for Emma's safety. She'd packed that suitcase planning to hide out in a remote location until the danger passed. She'd possibly arranged to meet Holloway or someone else who was helping her. But something had gone wrong. Either the people tracking her had discovered her plans, or someone had betrayed her. The suitcase suggested she'd made it to the canyon, but possibly hadn't stayed there long. Or perhaps she'd been intercepted on her way there. Without a body or more evidence, detectives couldn't say for certain what had happened in those final hours. They only knew that Mallory had tried to save herself and her daughter. And somehow, despite all her planning and caution, she'd lost that fight. The question that haunted everyone was simple: had she died quickly, or had she suffered? Emma struggled to process what the investigation had revealed. Her mother hadn't abandoned her. Mallory had been trying to protect her, making impossible decisions out of love. That knowledge brought both comfort and unbearable pain. Emma wished her mother had told someone, had asked for help from family or police. But she understood why Mallory had felt she couldn't. In 1980, witness protection programs weren't as established as they are now. Corruption in law enforcement was a real concern. Mallory had been a single mother with limited resources. Facing enemies with power and money, she'd done the best she could with an impossible situation. Emma found herself grieving all over again, but differently this time. Before, she'd grieved the mystery. Now she grieved the woman her mother had been, brave, scared, trying so hard to do the right thing. Emma wondered if Mallory had known, in those final moments, that Emma would eventually learn the truth. Ruth died in 2003. 3 years after the suitcase was found. She passed away never knowing exactly what had happened to her daughter, but with more peace than she'd had in decades. Before she died, she told Emma that finding the suitcase had been a gift. It had proven that Mallory had loved them both enough to sacrifice everything. That mattered more than knowing every detail of how she died. Emma took her grandmother's words to heart. She stopped searching for James Holloway's phantom drug dealers or the men in Mallory's airport photos. She accepted that some mysteries might never be fully solved. What mattered was understanding who Mallory had been, a woman who'd seen something wrong and couldn't ignore it, even when silence would have been safer. That courage had cost Mallory her life, but it had also taught Emma something about integrity and doing what's right even when it's terrifying. In 2005, there was one more development. A hiker found human remains in a ravine about 3 miles from where Mallory's suitcase had been discovered. The remains were badly degraded, only bones scattered by animals and weather over the years. Forensic anthropologists determined they belonged to a woman in her 30s, approximately Mallory's age and build. DNA testing was attempted, but the samples were too degraded for a definitive match using the technology available at the time. Dental records were incomplete. Mallory's dentist had closed his practice in the 1980s, and many records had been lost. Investigators believed the remains were likely Mallory's, based on the location and physical characteristics. But they couldn't say with absolute certainty. Emma was given the option to have the remains buried as her mother's. She chose to do so. Whether or not they were definitively Mallory's, Emma felt her mother deserved a resting place. The funeral was small and quiet. Emma, her husband, and a few of Mallory's old friends gathered to remember a woman who'd been gone for 25 years. They placed a simple headstone with Mallory's name, birth year, and the year she'd disappeared. Below that, Emma had added 4 words. She tried to do the right thing. Those words, taken from Mallory's final notebook entry, captured everything Emma wanted people to know about her mother. Mallory hadn't been perfect. She'd made mistakes, misjudged situations, perhaps trusted the wrong people. But when faced with something wrong, she'd tried to act with integrity. That choice had cost her everything, her life, her daughter's childhood, decades of moments they should have shared. Standing at that grave, Emma felt the weight of all those stolen years. She also felt gratitude that the mystery, if not fully solved, was at least understood. Her mother hadn't left her. She'd been taken from her. Emma began speaking publicly about her mother's story. She gave talks at community centers and schools about the cost of doing the right thing, about courage in the face of danger, and about the families left behind when someone disappears. She emphasized that cold cases weren't just files in dusty boxes. They were people's mothers, daughters, sisters, brothers. Each unsolved case represented a family still searching for answers, still living with that terrible not knowing. Emma advocated for better resources for families of missing persons and improved databases for tracking cold cases. She wanted Mallory's story to mean something beyond their family's private grief. If her mother's death could inspire better systems to help others, then perhaps some good could come from the tragedy. Emma also worked with organizations that supported children of missing parents, understanding intimately how that loss shaped a child's entire life. It was her way of honoring Mallory's memory. As years passed, technology improved. In 2015, Emma learned about advances in DNA testing that might allow analysts to extract usable samples from degraded remains. She contacted the lab that had stored samples from the bones found in 2005. Would they be willing to try again with newer techniques? The lab agreed. Several months later, Emma received a call. The new testing had produced results. The remains were definitively Mallory's. After 35 years, they finally had scientific confirmation. Emma felt a strange mix of emotions. Part of her had hoped irrationally that those bones belonged to someone else, that Mallory might still be alive somewhere. But the larger part felt relief. Now they knew. There was no more ambiguity, no more wondering. Mallory had died in that canyon, probably in June of 1980. She'd been there all along, just 3 miles from where her suitcase lay hidden between the rocks. The confirmed identification prompted police to reopen the investigation one more time. They used modern forensic techniques to examine the remains more thoroughly. What they found was difficult for Emma to hear. Mallory's bones showed signs of trauma consistent with a fall from a significant height. The canyon had steep cliffs in several places. Investigators theorized that Mallory might have fallen or been pushed from one of those cliffs. They found no evidence of gunshot wounds or other obvious violence. The fall itself had likely killed her. Whether she'd fallen accidentally while trying to hide or had been thrown by someone pursuing her, they couldn't determine. Both scenarios seemed possible. What the evidence did suggest was that death had probably come quickly. That small mercy meant something to Emma. Her mother hadn't suffered for days alone in the wilderness. Whatever had happened, it had ended relatively fast. That knowledge didn't ease the grief, but it removed one particular horror from Emma's imagination. Modern investigators also took another look at the drug trafficking angle. They reviewed federal cases from the early 1980s looking for any connections to Mallory's disappearance. What they found was frustrating. Several major players from that era's drug operations were dead or in prison, unable to provide information. Others had disappeared into witness protection themselves or had fled the country. The organized crime network that had operated through Denver in 1980 had been largely dismantled by the mid-1980s through various federal investigations. But detailed records of who had worked for them, who had done their dirty work, had been lost or sealed. Without someone to testify or detailed documentation, police couldn't definitively prove that Mallory had been murdered by drug traffickers. They strongly suspected it, but suspicion wasn't enough for charges. The case remained officially unsolved, though police believed they understood what had likely happened. That distinction mattered legally, but meant little to Emma. She knew her mother had been killed for trying to do the right thing. James Holloway, the private investigator, died in 2017. Before his death, he gave one final interview about Mallory Jensen. He expressed deep regret for not doing more to protect her. Holloway said he'd advised her to go to federal authorities, but he hadn't insisted strongly enough. He'd underestimated how dangerous the situation was. Looking back, he believed he should have gone to the FBI himself, even without Mallory's permission. Maybe that would have saved her life. But in 1980, he'd respected her wishes and her fears about Emma's safety. That decision had haunted him for nearly 40 years. Holloway also revealed one detail he'd never told police before. Mallory had called him on June 11, 1980, the day before she disappeared. She'd said she was going to meet someone who claimed to have information that would make her safe. She hadn't said who or where. Holloway had a bad feeling about it and had told her not to go alone, but Mallory had been desperate. She'd stopped listening to caution. That revelation, that Mallory had gone to meet someone, changed the investigative theory slightly. Perhaps she hadn't been planning to hide out in the canyon at all. Perhaps someone had lured her there with promises of help or information. The suitcase suggested she'd been planning to leave for a while, but maybe the meeting had been first. Maybe whoever she'd trusted to help her had betrayed her instead. This scenario made the most sense given the evidence. Mallory had packed her things, intending to leave town after this one final meeting. She'd gone to the canyon expecting to finally get information or help that would solve her problem. Instead, she'd found someone who either worked for the people threatening her or had decided she knew too much to live. The fall from the cliff might have been staged to look like an accident, or it might have been an easier method than other forms of murder. Either way, Mallory's trust had been her downfall. Emma is now in her 50s. Her daughter Grace is grown, with children of her own. Emma sometimes tells her grandchildren about their great-grandmother Mallory, the brave flight attendant who stood up for what was right. She shows them the photo of Mallory in her uniform, smiling, young, and full of hope. She tells them how Mallory loved flying, loved helping people, loved her daughter more than anything in the world. She doesn't tell the young children all the dark details, but she makes sure they know that Mallory was a hero. She faced something scary and tried to do the right thing, even though it cost her everything. Emma wants her grandchildren to understand that courage doesn't mean not being afraid. It means doing what's right anyway. Mallory had been terrified in those final weeks. The notebook made that clear. But she'd tried to act with integrity anyway. That's the legacy Emma wants to pass down. The canyon where Mallory's remains were found is still remote and rarely visited. Emma has been there twice. The first time was shortly after the remains were confirmed as Mallory's. She'd needed to see the place where her mother had spent her final moments. The canyon is beautiful in a harsh way. Red rocks, scrubby vegetation, vast blue sky. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small and alone. Emma understood why someone might choose it for a secret meeting or for hiding. It's isolated, far from roads and witnesses. Standing there, Emma tried to imagine what her mother had been thinking and feeling. Had Mallory known she was walking into a trap? Or had she still believed she might be saved? Emma said a private goodbye in that canyon, telling her mother she understood why she'd done what she'd done. She forgave her for any mistakes, for not confiding in family, for trying to handle everything alone. She just wished her mother had known she didn't have to face it all by herself. The second time Emma visited the canyon was with her daughter Grace, who wanted to understand her grandmother's story better. Together, they hiked to the approximate location where the suitcase and remains had been found. Grace asked her mother if she was angry at Mallory for not running away completely, for not taking Emma and disappearing somewhere safe. Emma thought carefully about the question. She explained that Mallory had been caught between impossible choices. Running away would have meant giving up her job, her life, maybe even her identity. It would have meant raising Emma in constant fear, always looking over their shoulder. Mallory had tried to find a solution that would let them keep their normal life while still doing what was right. That gamble had failed, but Emma understood why her mother had tried. Grace nodded, processing this. Then she asked the question that had haunted Emma for decades. What would Emma have wanted her mother to do differently? Emma answered honestly. She would have wanted her mother to tell someone, family, police, anyone who could help. She would have wanted Mallory to understand that Emma would rather live in fear with her mother than grow up without her. Security and safety matter, but so does having your mother there to tuck you in at night, to help with homework, to teach you about life. Emma had grown up without all of that. She'd managed, but she'd always felt the absence. Looking back, Emma believes Mallory made the wrong choice by facing the danger alone. But she also recognizes that Mallory was doing what she thought was best for her daughter. That's what parents do. They try to protect their children, even when that protection costs them everything. Mallory had believed that staying silent would keep Emma safe. She'd been wrong, but her intentions had been pure. Emma has made peace with that. She wishes things had been different. But she understands her mother's heart. More than 40 years have passed since Mallory Jensen walked out of her apartment and never came home. The case is officially closed now, though technically unsolved. No one was ever charged with her death. The people who likely killed her are probably dead themselves by now, or old and beyond justice. Emma knows she'll never have the satisfaction of seeing someone held accountable for taking her mother away. That truth is hard to accept, but acceptance is part of healing. She focuses instead on what she does have, the knowledge of who her mother was, what she stood for, and why she made the choices she did. The rusted suitcase that was found in 2,000 sites in Emma's home now, returned by police after the investigation concluded. It's weathered and worn, a silent witness to tragedy. But to Emma, it represents something more. It represents her mother's courage and her desperate hope that somehow things would work out. That hope didn't save Mallory, but it gave Emma something to hold on to during all those years of not knowing. And sometimes, Emma thinks, hope is the only thing strong enough to carry us through the darkest times. She wishes her mother had been able to hold on long enough to see that truth. But perhaps in those final moments in the canyon, Mallory had known that Emma would be okay eventually. Perhaps she'd known that love survives even when everything else is lost. Today, when Emma looks at photos of her mother, young, smiling, full of life, she doesn't feel the overwhelming grief she once did. Instead, she feels a quiet sadness mixed with pride. Mallory Jensen tried to stand against something wrong, even when it would have been easier and safer to look away. She'd seen something criminal and couldn't pretend she hadn't. That moral clarity cost her everything, but it also defined who she was. Emma thinks about all the people who go missing each year, all the families left wondering what happened to someone they loved. She thinks about the questions that never get answered, the mysteries that remain forever unsolved. Her family was luckier than most. They eventually found pieces of the truth, enough to understand what had likely happened. But that partial truth came with its own pain. Sometimes Emma wonders if not knowing might have been easier. At least then, hope could survive. At least then, she could imagine her mother was alive somewhere, happy, thinking about the daughter she'd had to leave behind. But no, Emma pushes that thought away. Knowing is better. Even painful truth is better than comfortable lies. Her mother taught her that, even if the lesson came at a terrible price. Mallory had chosen truth and integrity over safety. She'd paid for that choice with her life, but she'd also left behind a legacy that Emma tries to live up to every day. When Emma faces difficult decisions, when staying silent would be easier than speaking up, she thinks about her mother. She thinks about a 34-year-old flight attendant who saw something wrong and couldn't look away, who tried to do the right thing even when she knew it might destroy her. That courage lives on in Emma, in Grace, in the grandchildren who carry Mallory's name. The rusted suitcase sits on a shelf in Emma's study, a reminder that some journeys never reach their intended destination. Inside it, she's placed copies of Mallory's notebook, the photos from the investigation, and letters she's written to her mother over the years. Things she wishes she could have said, questions she wishes she could have asked. Emma adds to those letters sometimes, usually on Mother's Day or Mallory's birthday. She writes about her life, about Grace and the grandchildren, about the world Mallory never got to see. It's a one-sided conversation, but it brings Emma comfort. It makes her feel connected to the mother she barely had time to know. The canyon in Colorado still stands, unchanged by the tragedy that occurred there decades ago. Wind still whistles through the rocks. Ravens still circle overhead. The earth doesn't remember or mourn. Only people do that. Only the ones left behind carry the weight of what was lost. Emma knows that somewhere in those rocks and ravines, her mother spent her final moments. She knows Mallory was probably scared, probably realized too late that she'd been betrayed. Emma hopes it was quick. She hopes her mother's last thoughts were of Emma, of the life they'd built together, of the love that had always been there, even when everything else fell apart. There's a question Emma has never been able to answer, one that keeps her awake some nights, even now. If Mallory could go back, knowing how it would end, would she make the same choice? Would she still report what she'd seen, still try to do the right thing, even knowing it would cost her life and her daughter's childhood? Emma wants to believe her mother would say no, that she'd choose survival and Emma over abstract principles of right and wrong, but deep down, Emma knows the truth. Mallory would make the same choice again. That's who she was, someone who couldn't see injustice and do nothing. Someone whose conscience wouldn't let her look away, even when looking away would have saved her. That moral certainty is both Mallory's greatest strength and her fatal flaw. It's the thing Emma admires most about her mother, and the thing she resents most. Because that certainty took Mallory away from her. It left Emma to grow up with a grandmother instead of a mother, with questions instead of answers, with absence instead of presence. No principle, no matter how important, can fill the hole left by a missing parent. Emma learned that lesson early and completely. She's tried to teach her own daughter a different truth, that sometimes survival matters more than righteousness, that taking care of yourself and your family isn't cowardice. It's wisdom. Grace listens, but Emma can see traces of Mallory in her daughter's eyes. That same stubborn integrity, that same unwillingness to compromise when something seems truly wrong. The legacy continues for better or worse. The real tragedy of Mallory Jensen's story isn't just that she died. It's that she died alone, without her family knowing where she was or what had happened to her. It's that Emma spent 20 years wondering if her mother had abandoned her. It's that Ruth died never knowing the full truth. It's that the people responsible were never held accountable, never faced consequences for taking a mother away from her child. That injustice is what haunts Emma most. Not the fact of her mother's death, everyone dies eventually, but the senselessness of it, the cruelty of it, the way evil people destroyed a good person's life and faced no punishment. That's the part Emma can't make peace with, no matter how many years pass or how much she tries to forgive and move forward. But Emma has learned to live with that unresolved anger. She's learned that closure is a myth we tell ourselves, that some wounds never fully heal, they just become part of who we are. The girl who grew up without a mother became a woman who understands loss, who empathizes with others in pain, who knows that life doesn't always make sense or provide the endings we need. That understanding has made Emma kinder, more patient, more aware of how fragile happiness really is. She doesn't take good days for granted. She tells her daughter she loves her, often and openly. She makes sure Grace knows she'll always be there, no matter what. Because Emma knows what it's like when someone isn't there, when the person who's supposed to protect you disappears and never comes back. On quiet evenings, when the house is empty and Emma is alone with her thoughts, she sometimes talks to her mother. Not prayers exactly. Emma isn't sure what she believes about what comes after death. Just words spoken into the silence, a daughter reaching across 40 years to connect with a mother she barely remembers. She tells Mallory about her life, about the joys and sorrows of the decades Mallory missed. She tells her that Emma turned out okay, that Ruth loved her fiercely, that she's built a good life despite the absence at its center. She tells Mallory that she forgives her, even though there's nothing to forgive. Mallory didn't choose to leave. She was taken, and she fought. The evidence showed that. She'd tried to protect herself and Emma. She'd just been up against forces stronger than one frightened flight attendant could overcome. Emma also tells her mother about the world's changes, about how different things are now from 1980, about how there are better systems now for protecting witnesses, better resources for people in danger, better technology for solving cold cases. She wants Mallory to know that her death, while it didn't lead directly to justice in her case, contributed to a larger conversation about protecting people who report crimes. Emma's advocacy work has helped change policies, has helped other families find closure. So in some small way, Mallory's tragedy has helped others. That has to mean something. It has to count for something, even if it can't bring Mallory back or give Emma the childhood she deserved. The photograph that started this story, the image of Mallory in her flight attendant uniform, smiling at the camera, sits in Emma's living room now. Next to it is the rusted suitcase, visible proof of the journey that ended too soon. Visitors sometimes ask about them, and Emma tells a shortened version of the story. She talks about her brave mother who did the right thing, about the mystery that took 20 years to partially solve, about the suitcase that finally provided answers. She doesn't mention all the pain, all the sleepless nights wondering, all the grief that still surfaces at unexpected moments. Some parts of the story are too private, too raw to share with strangers. Those parts belong to Emma alone, her inheritance from a mother who died trying to protect her. And so the story of Mallory Jensen remains incomplete. We know she disappeared in June 1980. We know she'd witnessed something criminal and was afraid for her safety. We know she tried to do the right thing, even when it put her in danger. We know she loved her daughter more than anything. We know she packed a suitcase planning to temporarily disappear until the danger passed. We know she went to a remote canyon in Colorado, possibly to meet someone who had promised help. We know she died there, likely from a fall, though whether accidental or deliberate, we'll never be certain. We know the people responsible were never caught, never punished. We know her daughter grew up without her, And we know that 45 years later, Emma still misses her mother every single day. What we don't know is what Mallory was thinking in those final moments. We don't know if she realized she'd been betrayed or if death came too quickly for that understanding. We don't know if her last thoughts were of Emma, of regret, of fear, or of something else entirely. We don't know exactly who killed her or why they chose that particular canyon, that particular method. We don't know if justice will ever be served, even posthumously. Those unknowns will remain forever, gaps in the story that can never be filled. And maybe that's appropriate. Maybe some mysteries are meant to stay mysteries, reminding us that we don't control everything, that some questions never get answered, that life rarely provides the neat conclusions we crave. Emma has made peace with that uncertainty, or at least learned to live alongside it. She's built a full life despite the absence at its center. She's found happiness, love, purpose. But on certain days, Mother's Day, Mallory's birthday, the anniversary of that June day in 1980, Emma feels the loss as sharply as ever. Time doesn't heal all wounds. It just teaches you how to carry them more gracefully. Emma carries her mother's memory with quiet dignity, honoring Mallory not through grief, but through living a life of integrity and courage. She tries to be the kind of person her mother was, someone who stands up for what's right, even when it's difficult. But she's also learned from her mother's mistakes. She doesn't face danger alone. She asks for help when she needs it. She protects herself and her family first, principles second. Because in the end, that's what Mallory would want. She didn't sacrifice herself so Emma could do the same. She sacrificed herself hoping Emma would survive and thrive, that her daughter would have the long, happy life Mallory didn't get to live. And Emma has done that. She's lived for both of them, for herself and for the mother who never got to see her graduate, get married, have children, grow old. Every joy in Emma's life is also Mallory's. Every accomplishment a tribute to the woman who gave her life. That's how Emma honors her mother's memory, not through constant mourning, but through living fully, loving deeply, and trying to leave the world slightly better than she found it. The rusted suitcase stands as a monument to one woman's courage and the price she paid for doing what she believed was right. It reminds us that heroism doesn't always come with recognition or reward. Sometimes it comes with only loss and heartbreak and families left behind to make sense of senseless tragedy. But it also reminds us that integrity matters, that some people will choose principle over safety, that moral courage exists even when no one's watching, and even when the cost is impossibly high. Mallory Jensen was one of those people. And though her story ended in a canyon in Colorado 45 years ago, her legacy continues in the daughter who survived her and the grandchildren who carry her name and her spirit forward into a future she never got to see. If you're listening to this story and you've experienced something similar, if you've lost someone to violence or crime or unexplained disappearance, know that you're not alone. Know that the pain you carry is real and valid, and that healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means learning to hold both the grief and the love simultaneously, honoring what was lost while still embracing what remains. Emma wishes she could tell every person who's lost someone that it gets easier, but that would be a lie. It doesn't get easier. You just get stronger. You learn to carry weight you never imagined you could bear. And somehow, impossibly, you keep going. Because that's what the people we lost would want for us. They'd want us to live, to find joy even in the shadow of tragedy, to build meaning from their memory. Mallory Jensen vanished on June 12, 1980. 20 years later, a rusted suitcase revealed part of her story. But the most important parts, her love for her daughter, her courage in facing danger, her desperate hope that somehow everything would work out, those weren't in the suitcase. Those live on in the people who remember her, in the daughter who became a mother and grandmother herself, in every person who hears this story and decides to honor Mallory by doing the right thing even when it's hard. That's the real legacy of a woman who disappeared 45 years ago. Not the tragedy of her death, but the enduring power of her example. Some people leave footprints that time never quite erases. Mallory Jensen is one of them. And Emma? She's still here, still carrying her mother's memory, still wishing she could have one more conversation, one more hug, one more chance to say I love you, and hear it said back. But she's also at peace, as much as anyone can be, when living with this kind of loss. She knows her mother loved her. She knows Mallory tried to protect her. She knows the story, incomplete as it is, and she's chosen to make meaning from it rather than letting it define her in darkness. That choice to live fully despite the shadow of tragedy might be Emma's greatest act of courage. And perhaps, wherever Mallory is now, she knows that her daughter turned out just fine. That the little 7-year-old girl she kissed goodbye in June 1980 grew into a strong, compassionate woman who honors her mother's memory by living with integrity and love. The mystery of what exactly happened in that canyon may never be fully solved. But the story of Mallory Jensen's life, her courage, and her enduring love for her daughter, that story is complete. And it's one worth remembering. This missing person case reminds us why cold case investigations matter and why unsolved mysteries continue to captivate us. Stories of people who vanished without a trace, like disappearance cases that remained unsolved for decades, reflect real struggles families face when someone goes missing. True crime documentaries and missing persons cold cases teach us about resilience, the search for answers, and the impact of mysterious disappearances on those left behind. Whether it's famous missing person cases or lesser-known vanishing stories, each disappearance investigation carries profound human weight. These suspenseful real stories about disappeared persons show us that some mysteries leave lasting impressions, and the search for truth never truly ends. A 22-year-old girl walked into the mountains one winter morning and simply vanished. No trace, no answers, just silence. For 60 days, that was the reality for one family in Colorado. But what searchers eventually discovered in that cave defied every explanation. Why was she just staring? What had she survived in complete darkness? And why couldn't she speak about those 2 months? What happened in that cave will leave you breathless. January 14th, 2023. The sun had barely crested the peaks of the San Juan Mountains when 22-year-old Brenda Joyce laced up her hiking boots in the small town of Silverton, Colorado. She told her roommate, Melissa Harmon, that she'd be back by sunset. It was supposed to be a simple day hike along the Ice Lakes Trail, a route she'd walked a dozen times before. Brenda was experienced, careful, and always carried extra supplies. She kissed her golden retriever goodbye, grabbed her backpack, and headed out the door. Melissa watched from the window as Brenda's truck disappeared down the gravel road. That was the last time anyone saw her alive and well. By 9 that night, when Brenda hadn't returned, Melissa's concern turned to panic. She called Brenda's phone. It went straight to voicemail. She called again and again. Nothing. At 10:15, Melissa dialed 911. The San Miguel County Sheriff's Office dispatched a search team at first light. Deputy Nathan Colwell led the initial sweep, a veteran of mountain rescues with over 15 years of experience. He knew these trails better than most, knew how quickly the weather could turn, how easy it was to lose your bearings in a whiteout. But when his team reached the trailhead where Brenda's truck sat alone in the parking lot, something felt wrong. Her vehicle was locked, untouched, covered in a thin layer of frost. Inside, they found her purse, her phone charger, and a half-eaten granola bar. Her phone was gone. Deputy Colwell radioed back to base. They needed more people. Within hours, over 40 volunteers joined the search, combing through dense forest and rocky terrain. They called her name until their voices went hoarse, but the mountain gave nothing back. Search and rescue operations in the Colorado Rockies are no small undertaking. The terrain is unforgiving, with jagged cliffs, hidden crevasses, and weather that can shift from clear skies to blizzard conditions in minutes. Brenda's family arrived from Denver that same evening. Her mother, Patricia Joyce, was a composed woman, the kind who held herself together even when the world was falling apart. But when she saw the search teams spreading out across the mountainside with flashlights and thermal imaging, her composure cracked. She begged them to find her daughter. She told them Brenda was strong, that she wouldn't give up, that she had to be out there somewhere waiting for help. Her father, Robert Joyce, stood beside her in silence, his jaw tight, his eyes scanning the darkening peaks. He didn't say much, but everyone could see the fear etched into his face. By the third day, the search had expanded to cover over 12 square miles. Helicopters flew overhead, scanning the snow-covered landscape with infrared cameras. Ground teams used trained search dogs, following scent trails that led nowhere. They found no footprints, no discarded items, no sign of struggle. It was as if Brenda had simply evaporated into the mountain air. Local news stations picked up the story. Her picture appeared on every channel, a bright-eyed young woman with long brown hair and a warm smile. Friends described her as adventurous but cautious, someone who respected the wilderness and never took unnecessary risks. She worked as a substitute teacher and spent her weekends hiking, climbing, and photographing the landscapes she loved. Everyone who knew her said the same thing: Brenda wouldn't just disappear. Something had happened. But what? The first week turned into 2, then 3. The initial urgency of the search began to fade, replaced by a grim reality that everyone feared but no one wanted to say aloud. The chances of finding Brenda alive were dropping with each passing day. Temperatures at night plunged below zero. Even with her experience and supplies, surviving in those conditions for weeks seemed impossible. Search coordinator Alina Martinez, a woman who had overseen hundreds of rescues, held a press conference on day 20. She stood before a crowd of reporters and families, her voice steady but somber. She explained that they were transitioning from rescue mode to recovery mode. The words hit Patricia like a sledgehammer. Recovery. That meant they were looking for a body now, not a survivor. She refused to accept it. She organized her own search parties, recruited volunteers online, printed flyers, and plastered them across every town within 100 miles. But as the weeks stretched on, even the most dedicated volunteers began to lose hope. The snow kept falling, covering any trace that might have existed. The mountain, vast and indifferent, kept its secrets. Then, on day 43, something strange happened. A local man named Gregory Sutton, who lived in a cabin about 8 miles from the trailhead, reported hearing sounds at night. He described them as faint, almost like someone crying or moaning in the distance. He'd gone outside with a flashlight, but saw nothing. He assumed it was wildlife, maybe a mountain lion or an injured elk. But the sounds continued, night after night, always around the same time. He mentioned it to a friend, who mentioned it to a deputy, who decided it was worth checking out. Deputy Caldwell and 2 others hiked out to Gregory's property on day 45. They listened, and sure enough, as dusk settled over the valley, they heard it too. It was faint, distant, and mournful, carried on the wind like a ghost. The deputies looked at each other. It didn't sound like an animal. They began walking in the direction of the sound, their flashlights cutting through the growing darkness. The terrain grew rougher, the path less defined. They climbed over fallen logs and navigated around icy boulders. The sound grew louder, more distinct. It was human. Someone was out there. Deputy Caldwell's heart raced. He shouted Brenda's name. The sound stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then it started again, weaker this time, almost like a whisper. They moved faster, adrenaline overriding caution. After another 20 minutes of difficult hiking, they reached a rocky outcrop, and there, partially hidden by overgrown brush and a snowdrift, was the entrance to a cave. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Deputy Caldwell knelt down and shined his light inside. What he saw would haunt him for the rest of his life. Sitting against the back wall of the cave, wrapped in a tattered emergency blanket, was Brenda Joyce. Her eyes were open, staring straight ahead, unblinking. She didn't react to the light, didn't turn toward the sound of his voice. She just sat there, motionless, like a statue carved from stone. Deputy Caldwell called out to her. No response. He carefully crawled into the cave, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. He reached out and touched her shoulder. She was cold, but she was breathing. Her pulse was weak but steady. She was alive, but when he looked into her eyes, he saw nothing. No recognition, no fear, no relief, just emptiness. He radioed for emergency medical services. Within minutes, the other deputies were helping to carefully extract her from the cave. She didn't resist. She didn't help. She simply allowed herself to be moved, limp and silent. The paramedics arrived within the hour, navigating the rough terrain with a stretcher and medical equipment. When they reached Brenda, they immediately began assessing her condition. She was severely dehydrated, malnourished, and hypothermic. Her body temperature was dangerously low. Her lips were cracked and bleeding, her skin pale and waxy. But what disturbed them most was her complete lack of response. She didn't speak, didn't blink, didn't acknowledge their presence. One paramedic, a woman named Rachel Ortiz, had seen plenty of trauma cases in her career, but this was different. Brenda's eyes were open, but it was like no one was home. Rachel tried talking to her, asking simple questions. Nothing. They loaded her onto the stretcher and began the slow, careful descent back to the vehicles. Patricia and Robert Joyce were waiting at the trailhead when the team emerged from the forest. Patricia let out a cry and ran toward the stretcher. But when she saw her daughter's face, she stopped. Brenda was alive, breathing, real. But she wasn't there. Patricia grabbed her hand, squeezed it, begged her to say something, anything. Brenda stared past her, through her, as if she were looking at something no one else could see. Robert stood frozen, unable to process what he was witnessing. The paramedics gently explained that Brenda needed immediate medical attention. They transported her to Mercy Regional Medical Center in Durango, where a team of doctors was already preparing for her arrival. News of her discovery spread like wildfire. Within hours, every major news outlet in the country was covering the story. A young woman, missing for 60 days in the brutal Colorado winter, found alive in a cave. It should have been a miracle. But something about it felt deeply, unsettlingly wrong, and the questions everyone was asking had no answers. At the hospital, doctors worked quickly to stabilize Brenda. They administered intravenous fluids, warmed her body gradually to prevent shock, and ran a battery of tests. Physically, aside from the dehydration and malnutrition, she was in surprisingly good condition. No broken bones, no frostbite, no signs of major injury. It didn't make sense. How had she survived for 2 months in sub-zero temperatures with minimal supplies? Her backpack, found in the cave, contained only a few energy bars, an empty water bottle, and a flashlight with dead batteries. There was no fire pit, no evidence of shelter construction, no indication of how she'd managed to stay alive. Dr. Michael Brennan, the attending physician, was baffled. He'd treated countless cases of hypothermia and exposure. Victims who spent even a few days in those conditions usually suffered severe tissue damage. But Brenda's body showed almost none of that. It was as if time had stopped for her inside that cave. But the physical mystery paled in comparison to the psychological one. Brenda remained completely unresponsive. A neurologist, Dr. Vanessa Cheng, was brought in to assess her. She performed cognitive tests, checked for brain injury, ran scans. Everything came back normal. There was no physical reason for Brenda's silence. Dr. Cheng sat beside Brenda's bed, speaking softly, trying to establish any form of connection. She asked her to squeeze her hand, to blink, to nod. Nothing. Brenda's eyes stayed fixed on some distant point, her expression blank. It was as if she'd retreated somewhere deep inside herself, somewhere no one could reach. Dr. Cheng had seen catatonic states before, usually triggered by severe trauma. But this felt different. There was something deliberate about Brenda's stillness, as if she were choosing not to come back. The question haunting everyone was simple but terrifying. What had she seen in that cave? Patricia and Robert stayed at the hospital day and night. They took turns sitting beside Brenda's bed, talking to her, playing her favorite music, showing her photos on their phones. Anything to spark a reaction. Patricia read aloud from books Brenda loved as a child. She told stories about family vacations, inside jokes, moments they'd shared. Her voice would crack, tears streaming down her face, but she kept going. She refused to believe her daughter was truly gone. Robert was quieter. He held Brenda's hand and watched her face, searching for any flicker of recognition. Sometimes he'd lean close and whisper, "We're here, sweetheart. You're safe now. You can come back." But Brenda never moved. On the 4th day in the hospital, something changed. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. Patricia was reading a passage from a novel when Brenda's fingers twitched. Patricia stopped mid-sentence, her breath catching. She stared at Brenda's hand. Did it move? She called for Robert, who'd stepped out to get coffee. He rushed back into the room. They both watched, holding their breath. Brenda's hand moved again, just slightly, curling inward. Patricia gasped. She pressed the call button for the nurse. Within seconds, Dr. Cheng was in the room. She leaned over Brenda, checking her vitals, her pupils. "Brenda," she said firmly, "can you hear me?" For the first time in days, Brenda blinked. It was slow, deliberate. Then her eyes shifted, just a fraction, toward the sound of Dr. Cheng's voice. The room erupted in quiet relief. It wasn't much, but it was something. Over the next few hours, Brenda began to show more signs of awareness. Her eyes tracked movement. She responded to touch. But she still didn't speak. Dr. Cheng explained that this was progress, that Brenda's mind was slowly coming back online. But recovery from this kind of trauma was unpredictable. On day 6, Brenda finally spoke. It was just one word, barely a whisper, but it shattered the silence that had surrounded her. Patricia was alone with her, brushing her hair gently, humming a lullaby she used to sing when Brenda was small. And then, so quietly Patricia almost missed it, Brenda said, "Cold." Patricia froze. She leaned closer. "What did you say, honey?" Brenda's lips moved again, so cold. Tears poured down Patricia's face. She grabbed Brenda's hand and squeezed it tight. "You're safe now. You're warm. You're here with us." Brenda's eyes finally focused on her mother's face. And for the first time since she'd been found, there was something there. Recognition, fear, and something else. Something darker. Patricia hit the call button, and within moments the room was filled with doctors and nurses. Brenda had spoken. She was coming back. But as Dr. Cheng would later note in her file, the look in Brenda's eyes suggested that wherever she'd been, she hadn't come back alone. Over the following days, Brenda began to speak more, though her words were fragmented and often didn't make sense. She talked about the cold, about darkness, about being unable to move. She mentioned hearing voices, though she couldn't explain whose voices or what they said. When asked what happened the day she went missing, she became agitated, her breathing rapid, her eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape. Dr. Cheng advised the family to be patient, to let Brenda recover at her own pace. Pushing her too hard could cause her to retreat again. But the authorities needed answers. Deputy Caldwell came to the hospital on day 8, hoping to get a statement. He sat down beside Brenda's bed, his notepad in hand, his voice gentle. He explained that he just wanted to understand what happened, to help piece together the mystery. Brenda stared at him for a long moment. Then she whispered, "I walk." And then I was there. Deputy Caldwell leaned forward. "Where?" "Brenda, where did you walk to?" She closed her eyes, her brow furrowing as if trying to remember. "The trees, the snow. I kept walking. I was lost. Do you remember how you ended up in the cave?" She nodded slowly. "I was tired. So tired. I needed to rest. I saw the opening. I went inside." "And then what?" Her eyes opened, and the look in them made Deputy Caldwell's skin crawl. "I couldn't leave." "Why not?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Because it wouldn't let me." The room fell silent. Deputy Caldwell glanced at Dr. Cheng, who stood near the door, her expression unreadable. He turned back to Brenda. "What wouldn't let you?" Brenda didn't answer. She turned her face away, staring at the wall. Deputy Caldwell tried asking more questions, but she'd shut down again. It was clear she wasn't ready to talk about whatever had happened inside that cave. And honestly, Deputy Caldwell wasn't sure he was ready to hear it. The news of Brenda's partial recovery brought a wave of relief and curiosity. People wanted to know how she'd survived. Experts weighed in on television, offering theories. Some suggested she'd found a water source in the cave, perhaps melting snow or accessing an underground spring. Others speculated that she'd entered a state of torpor, a kind of human hibernation that slowed her metabolism and allowed her to conserve energy. But none of those theories explained the physical evidence. The cave had been thoroughly examined by investigators. There was no water source, no food remnants, no sign of fire or warmth. The temperature inside the cave had been measured at just above freezing, cold enough to kill someone within days, not sustain them for 2 months. And then there was Brenda's condition. Despite the lack of food, her body hadn't entered the severe stages of starvation. Her muscle mass was depleted, yes, but not to the degree expected. It was as if something had been sustaining her. Melissa Harmon, Brenda's roommate, visited her in the hospital on day 10. She brought flowers and a card signed by dozens of people from their small town. She sat beside the bed and held Brenda's hand, tears streaming down her face. "I'm so glad you're okay," she whispered. Brenda looked at her, really looked at her, and for a moment Melissa saw the friend she'd known. But then Brenda said something that made Melissa's blood run cold. "I heard you calling for me." Melissa's eyes widened. "What?" "That first night. I heard you. You were calling my name." Melissa shook her head. "Brenda, I wasn't there. I was here, in town. I called your phone, but I wasn't in the mountains." Brenda's expression didn't change. "I heard you," she repeated, her voice flat and certain. Melissa didn't know what to say. She glanced at Patricia, who sat in the corner of the room, her face pale. It was clear Brenda's perception of reality had been severely distorted by whatever she'd endured. As the days passed, more details emerged, though they only deepened the mystery. Investigators interviewed Gregory Sutton, the man who'd first heard the sounds near his cabin. He recounted the nights he'd lain awake, listening to what he now believed was Brenda's voice carried on the wind. But here's what troubled the investigators. Gregory's cabin was over 8 miles from the cave, where Brenda was found. The terrain between them was rugged and heavily forested. For sound to travel that distance, especially through trees and over ridges, was nearly impossible. Yet Gregory insisted he'd heard it clearly, night after night. Deputy Colwell walked the route himself, from the cabin to the cave. It took him nearly 4 hours of difficult hiking. How had Brenda's voice reached Gregory? And more disturbing, why had it stopped the moment she was found? It was as if the mountain itself had been calling for help on her behalf. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Dr. Cheng brought in a trauma specialist, Dr. Leonard Hayes, to help with Brenda's psychological recovery. Dr. Hayes had decades of experience treating patients who'd survived extreme ordeals, from natural disasters to captivity. He sat down with Brenda on day 12, his approach calm and non-threatening. He asked her simple questions, gave her space to answer or not answer. Slowly, over several sessions, Brenda began to open up. She described the first day, how she'd been hiking the familiar trail when a sudden snowstorm rolled in. She'd become disoriented, unable to see more than a few feet ahead. She tried to retrace her steps, but got turned around. Panic set in. She wandered for hours, her hands numb, her legs weak. When she saw the cave, it felt like a gift. Shelter, safety. She crawled inside exhausted and fell asleep. When she woke up, everything had changed. Changed how? Hayes asked gently. Brenda stared at her hands, her fingers twisting together. It was darker, colder. "I tried to leave, but I couldn't find the entrance." "Couldn't find it, but you'd just come in through it." She shook her head. "I know, but it wasn't there. I felt along the walls, crawling on my hands and knees. There was no opening, just rock." "Doctor?" Hayes frowned. "You're saying the entrance disappeared?" "I don't know. Maybe I was confused. Maybe I was in shock. But I swear, I couldn't find it. I kept searching, kept calling for help. But no one came. And then I stopped trying." "Why did you stop?" Her voice became distant, hollow. "Because I realized it didn't matter. I wasn't getting out." "Doctor." Hayes made a note. It was possible that hypothermia and fear had caused hallucinations, spatial disorientation. But the way Brenda spoke, the certainty in her voice, suggested she truly believed what she was saying. And that raised a troubling question: what had really happened inside that cave? By day 15, Brenda was physically strong enough to be discharged. The doctors recommended continued psychiatric care and close monitoring, but there was no medical reason to keep her hospitalized. Patricia and Robert took her home to their house in Denver, hoping familiar surroundings would help her heal. But Brenda wasn't the same person who'd left for that hike. She was quiet, withdrawn, and spent most of her time staring out the window. She ate little and slept less. At night, Patricia could hear her daughter pacing the hallway, her footsteps soft but restless. One evening, Patricia found Brenda standing in the backyard, barefoot in the snow, staring up at the mountains in the distance. "Brenda, honey, come inside. You'll freeze." Brenda didn't move, "Do you hear it?" Patricia listened. All she heard was the wind. Hear what? Brenda's voice was barely audible. "It's calling." Patricia felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. She gently guided Brenda back inside, her heart heavy with worry. Meanwhile, back in Silverton, Deputy Caldwell couldn't let the case go. Something about it gnawed at him, kept him awake at night. He returned to the cave multiple times, examining every inch of it with a team of forensic specialists. They documented everything, took soil samples, measured dimensions, and photographed the interior. The cave was small, roughly 10 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The walls were solid limestone, ancient and unyielding. There was only one entrance, the same narrow opening through which they'd found Brenda. There was no other way in or out. No hidden passages, no collapsed sections. Just one entrance. Which meant Brenda's claim about not being able to find it made no sense. Unless she'd been so disoriented that she'd simply missed it in the dark. Deputy Caldwell tried to convince himself that was the answer. But it didn't explain everything else. It didn't explain how she'd survived. It didn't explain the sounds Gregory had heard. And it didn't explain the look in her eyes when they'd first found her. On day 20, a local news reporter named Amanda Reeves requested an interview with Brenda. Patricia initially refused, wanting to protect her daughter from the media frenzy. But Brenda surprised everyone by agreeing. She said she wanted to tell her story, that maybe it would help her make sense of it. The interview was conducted in the Joyce family living room, with Patricia and Robert present. Amanda kept her questions gentle, letting Brenda speak at her own pace. Brenda described the hike, the storm, the cave. She talked about the cold and the fear, but then she said something that made Amanda pause. "I wasn't alone in there." Amanda leaned forward. "What do you mean?" Brenda's eyes were distant, unfocused. There was something else. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it, watching me, waiting. Waiting for what? Brenda's voice dropped to a whisper. For me to give up. The room fell silent. Patricia reached for her daughter's hand, but Brenda pulled away. She stood abruptly and walked out of the room, leaving everyone stunned. The interview aired 2 days later, and the response was immediate. Some viewers expressed sympathy, believing Brenda had experienced trauma-induced hallucinations. Others were more skeptical, suggesting she'd fabricated parts of her story for attention. But a small group of people, mostly locals who knew the mountains well, took her claims seriously. They reached out with their own stories. Stories of strange occurrences in the San Juan Range. Hikers who'd felt watched. Campers who'd heard voices in the night. A man named Trevor Walsh called the sheriff's office, insisting he'd had a similar experience 5 years earlier. He'd gotten lost on a trail and taken shelter in a cave. He'd felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if something invisible were pressing down on him. He'd forced himself to leave, barely making it out before collapsing from exhaustion. Deputy Caldwell listened to Trevor's account, his skepticism warring with something deeper. What if there was more to this than simple survival? What if the mountain itself held secrets no one wanted to acknowledge? Dr. Hayes continued working with Brenda, conducting weekly sessions at the Joyce home. He employed techniques designed to help her process trauma, including guided visualization and cognitive behavioral therapy. Brenda cooperated, but progress was slow. She struggled to articulate what she'd experienced, often retreating into silence when the memories became too vivid. During one session, Dr. Hayes asked her to describe the moment she realized she might not survive. Brenda closed her eyes, her breathing shallow. I stopped counting the days. Time didn't feel real anymore. I was just there, existing. I thought about my family, about Melissa, about everything I'd never get to do. And I felt so angry, not at the mountain or the storm, at myself, for giving up. "Did you give up?" Dr. Hayes asked gently. She opened her eyes, and they were filled with tears. "I think I did. I think I died in there." And then something brought me back. That statement haunted Dr. Hayes. He'd treated hundreds of patients, heard countless descriptions of near-death experiences. But this felt different. Brenda wasn't talking about seeing a light or feeling peace. She was talking about something else, something she couldn't name. He consulted with colleagues, reviewed literature on extreme survival and psychological trauma. Nothing quite matched what Brenda was describing. Meanwhile, Brenda's behavior at home grew more erratic. She started refusing to sleep in her bedroom, instead curling up on the couch in the living room with all the lights on. Patricia would find her in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling, her eyes wide and unblinking. When asked what was wrong, Brenda would only say, "It's too quiet." Patricia didn't understand. Too quiet. The house was silent, peaceful. But for Brenda, the silence was unbearable. It reminded her of the cave, of the darkness, of the things she'd felt but never seen. 3 weeks after her rescue, Brenda received an unexpected visitor, a woman named Claire Donovan, a professor of anthropology from Colorado State University, reached out to the family. She'd seen the news coverage and wanted to speak with Brenda about her experience. Claire had spent years studying indigenous folklore and oral histories of the San Juan Mountains. She believed there was more to the land than geology and wildlife. Patricia was hesitant, but Brenda agreed to the meeting. Claire arrived with a notebook filled with handwritten notes and old photographs. She sat across from Brenda and spoke with quiet intensity. "The Ute people, who lived in these mountains for thousands of years, have stories about places like the one you found," Claire began. "They called them spirit traps, caves or valleys where the boundary between our world and something else is thin." Brenda listened, her expression unreadable. "What kind of something else?" Claire hesitated. "They believed certain places hold energy, consciousness. Not good or evil, necessarily, just other." Claire explained that according to Ute tradition, these places could sustain a person in ways that defied logic, but at a cost. Those who entered spirit traps often emerged changed, marked by the experience. Some never spoke again. Others spoke only in riddles. A few claimed they'd been given visions, glimpses of things beyond human understanding. Brenda leaned forward. "Did anyone ever survive like I did?" Claire nodded slowly. "There are stories, but they're rare. And the people who survived were never quite the same." Patricia interrupted, her voice sharp. "Are you saying my daughter was in some kind of supernatural place? That's ridiculous." Claire didn't flinch. "I'm saying that people have experienced things in these mountains that science can't explain. Whether you call it supernatural or something else is up to you. But Brenda's survival, the way she was found, the condition she was in, it matches the old stories." Brenda's voice was quiet but firm. "I believe her." Patricia stared at her daughter, a chill running down her spine. After Claire left, Patricia confronted Brenda. "You can't seriously believe what she said. Spirit traps. That's folklore, honey, not reality." Brenda looked at her mother, and for the first time since coming home, there was clarity in her eyes. "Then how do you explain it, Mom? How did I survive? Why couldn't I find the way out? Why did it feel like something was keeping me there?" Patricia had no answers. She wanted to believe there was a rational explanation, something grounded in science. But deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that her daughter had experienced something beyond ordinary comprehension. That night, Robert sat down with Brenda in the living room. He'd been quiet throughout everything, processing in his own way. "Do you want to go back?" he asked. Brenda blinked. "What?" "To the cave. To see it again. Maybe it would help you make sense of things." Brenda shook her head vehemently. "No, I can't. I won't." Robert nodded. He didn't push, but he saw the fear in her eyes, raw and real. Whatever had happened in that cave, it had left scars deeper than anyone could see. As winter gave way to early spring, Brenda slowly began to reclaim pieces of her life. She started attending a support group for trauma survivors, where she met others who'd faced their own ordeals. Hearing their stories, their struggles and triumphs, helped her feel less alone. She also began journaling, writing down fragments of memories that surfaced in dreams or quiet moments. Dr. Hayes encouraged this, believing it would help her process the experience. But one entry, dated March 7th, stood out. In it, Brenda wrote, "I remember now. The voice I heard wasn't calling for help. It was calling me. It knew my name. It said, 'Stay. You belong here.'" And for a moment, I almost believed it. Dr. Hayes read the entry during their next session, his expression troubled. "Do you still feel that pull, like something is calling you?" Brenda hesitated. Then she nodded. "Every night, I dream about the cave, and in the dream, I walk back inside, and I don't come out." Deputy Caldwell, meanwhile, had quietly continued his investigation. He'd interviewed everyone connected to the case, reviewed every piece of evidence, and even consulted with experts in survival psychology and environmental science. But nothing added up. On a hunch, he reached out to the National Park Service to see if there were any other reports of unusual incidents in the San Juan Range. What he discovered sent a chill down his spine. Over the past 30 years, there had been 11 cases of hikers going missing in the area surrounding the cave where Brenda was found. Of those 11, only 3 had been recovered. 2 were found deceased, victims of exposure. The third was a man named Owen Harris, who'd gone missing for 26 days in 1998. He'd been found alive, sitting in a cave, staring at the wall, just like Brenda. Deputy Caldwell tracked down Owen's family. His sister, Linda Harris, agreed to speak with him over the phone. Linda explained that Owen had been an experienced outdoorsman, a guide who knew the mountains intimately. His disappearance had shocked everyone. When he was found, he was severely malnourished, but otherwise unharmed. He never spoke about what happened. In fact, he barely spoke at all after that. He withdrew from his family, quit his job, and eventually moved to a remote cabin in Montana. Linda had tried to reach out over the years, but Owen never responded. He was different, Linda said, her voice heavy with sadness. It was like part of him never left that cave. Deputy Caldwell asked if Owen had ever mentioned anything unusual about the experience. Linda paused. Once. He said he'd made a choice. He wouldn't explain what he meant, but he said he'd chosen to come back, and he regretted it. Deputy Caldwell thanked her and ended the call, his mind racing. A choice. What kind of choice? And what did it mean that Brenda had survived when so many others hadn't? Armed with this new information, Deputy Caldwell reached out to Claire Donovan, the anthropologist who'd visited Brenda. They met at a coffee shop in Durango, where Claire shared more of her research. She showed him maps marked with locations of reported disappearances, all clustered within a 15-mile radius. She explained that indigenous oral histories described this area as sacred but dangerous, a place where the spirit world and the physical world overlapped, They believe that certain places demand something from those who enter, Claire said. A test or a sacrifice. Not everyone passes. Deputy Caldwell leaned back, running a hand through his hair. So what are you saying? That the mountain is conscious, that it chooses who lives and who dies. Claire shook her head. I'm saying that there are forces in this world we don't understand. Call it energy, call it consciousness, call it something else entirely. But ignoring it doesn't make it less real. Deputy Caldwell wanted to dismiss it. Everything in his training told him to look for logical explanations. But the pattern was undeniable. The cave, the survivors, the way they all emerged changed. Something was happening in those mountains, something beyond his ability to explain or control. In late March, Brenda made a decision that surprised everyone. She announced that she wanted to return to Silverton, to face the place where it all happened, not to go back into the cave, but to see the mountains again, to stand at the trailhead where her truck had been parked. Patricia was against it, fearing it would trigger a relapse. But Dr. Hayes thought it might be therapeutic, a way for Brenda to reclaim her sense of agency. Robert offered to drive her. They made the trip on a clear Saturday morning, the roads winding through valleys still dusted with snow. Brenda was quiet during the drive, her eyes fixed on the passing landscape. When they reached the trailhead, she got out of the car and stood in the parking lot, breathing in the cold mountain air. The peaks rose around her, ancient and imposing. She felt their weight, their presence. But she didn't feel fear. She felt something else. Acceptance. Robert stayed by the car, giving her space. Brenda walked to the edge of the lot, where the trail began. She didn't go far, just stood there, looking up at the path that had led to so much pain and mystery. She thought about the woman she'd been before, the one who'd walked this trail without fear, who'd loved the wilderness and trusted it. That woman was gone. In her place was someone who understood that the world held shadows, places where logic ended and something older began. She closed her eyes and whispered, "Thank you." She didn't know if she was thanking the mountain for letting her go or apologizing for taking something she shouldn't have, maybe both. When she opened her eyes, she felt lighter, as if a weight she'd carried since the cave had finally lifted. She turned and walked back to her father. "I'm ready to go home." Robert nodded, relief washing over him. They drove back to Denver in comfortable silence. Over the following weeks, Brenda's nightmares began to fade. She still thought about the cave, still felt the pull of something she couldn't name, but it no longer consumed her. She started reconnecting with friends, slowly rebuilding the life she'd lost. Melissa visited often, and they spent hours talking, laughing, remembering who they'd been before everything changed. Brenda even returned to substitute teaching, though she chose elementary schools, finding comfort in the innocence and energy of young children. They didn't know her story, didn't look at her with pity or curiosity. They just saw Miss Joyce, the teacher who read funny voices and always had stickers. It was exactly what she needed, but there were still moments when the past crept in. When she'd be driving and see mountains in the distance and feel her chest tighten. When she'd wake in the middle of the night, certain she'd heard something calling her name. In those moments, she'd remind herself that she'd survived, that she'd chosen to come back, and that choice mattered. In May, Deputy Caldwell received a call from the Park Service. They were considering closing public access to the area around the cave, citing safety concerns. Too many disappearances, too many unanswered questions. Deputy Caldwell supported the decision, though he knew it wouldn't stop everyone. There would always be people drawn to the mystery, to the danger. But maybe it would save a few lives. He thought about Brenda, about Owen Harris, about all the others who'd entered those mountains and never returned. He thought about the line between the known and the unknown, and how thin it really was. Before the closure took effect, Deputy Caldwell made one final trip to the cave. He stood at the entrance, shining his flashlight into the darkness. He didn't go inside. He just wanted to see it one more time, to understand what had drawn so many people into its depths. But standing there, he felt it too. The pull. The sense that something waited inside, patient and eternal. He backed away slowly, his heart pounding. Whatever was in that cave, it was still there, still waiting. He turned and hiked back to his vehicle, feeling eyes on his back the entire way. When he reached his truck, he looked back one more time. The cave entrance was barely visible, hidden by shadow and stone. He made a mental note to recommend additional signage, warnings to keep people away. But he knew, deep down, that warnings wouldn't be enough. Some people would still go looking. Some people would still be called. That night, Deputy Caldwell went home and wrote a detailed report, documenting everything he'd learned. He included eyewitness accounts, historical records, and his own observations. He submitted it to his superiors, knowing it would likely be filed away and forgotten. But he'd done his duty. He'd told the truth, even if no one wanted to hear it. And he hoped, more than anything, that Brenda Joyce would find peace, that she'd be able to move forward to build a life untouched by the darkness she'd endured. By summer, Brenda had made significant progress. She'd moved back into her own apartment, the one she'd shared with Melissa before the disappearance. It felt like reclaiming territory, taking back her independence. She decorated the space with photos and plants, filling it with life and color. She even adopted a rescue dog, a small terrier mix named Scout, who followed her everywhere. Scout seemed to sense when Brenda was struggling, curling up beside her during difficult moments. Dr. Hayes reduced their sessions to once a month, noting that Brenda had developed healthy coping mechanisms. She exercised regularly, maintained a journal, and stayed connected to her support network. She'd also started volunteering with a search and rescue organization, using her experience to help train others in wilderness safety. It was her way of giving back, of transforming her trauma into something meaningful. But there was one thing she couldn't shake: the dreams. They'd lessened in frequency but not intensity. In them, she always returned to the cave, and in the cave, she always heard the voice. One night in late July, Brenda woke from such a dream, her heart racing. Scout was whining at the foot of the bed, sensing her distress. She got up, poured herself water, and stood by the window. The city lights stretched before her, thousands of lives going about their business, unaware of the mysteries that lurked in wild places. She thought about Owen Harris, the man Deputy Caldwell had told her about, the one who'd survived but never truly came back. She wondered if he still heard the voice too, if he still felt the pull. She considered trying to find him, to talk to someone who might understand. But something stopped her. Maybe some experiences were meant to be carried alone. Maybe sharing them would only give them more power. She returned to bed, Scout curling against her side. She closed her eyes and whispered the same words she whispered every night. I chose to come back. I chose life. And slowly, the darkness receded, and she slept. In August, Amanda Reeves, the reporter who'd interviewed Brenda, reached out again. She'd been following the story, tracking the closure of the trail and the ongoing investigation. She wanted to do a follow-up piece, focusing on Brenda's recovery and resilience. Brenda agreed, but this time on her terms. They met at a park, sitting on a bench overlooking a lake. Amanda asked how she was doing, and Brenda answered honestly. She talked about the progress she'd made, the challenges she still faced. She talked about the importance of mental health support and the need for better wilderness safety education. But when Amanda asked if she'd ever go hiking again, Brenda hesitated. "I don't know," she admitted. "Part of me wants to. Part of me needs to prove that I'm not afraid. But another part knows that some places aren't meant for everyone. And that's okay." Amanda nodded, respecting her honesty. The resulting article was compassionate and thoughtful, focusing on Brenda's strength rather than the sensational aspects of her story. That fall, Brenda received a letter. It had no return address, just a postmark from Montana. Inside was a single handwritten page. "Dear Brenda, my name is Owen Harris. I read about you in the news. I know what you went through because I went through it too. I want you to know that it gets easier. The voice fades, the pull weakens, but it never completely goes away. You'll always be connected to that place, and it to you. That's the price of survival, but it's a price worth paying. You chose to come back. That means you're stronger than the darkness. Don't ever forget that. Stay in the light. Owen." Brenda read the letter 3 times, tears streaming down her face. She'd never felt so understood, so validated. She folded the letter carefully and placed it in a box with other meaningful items. She didn't try to write back. She didn't need to. The message had been enough. She wasn't alone, and she wasn't broken. She was a survivor. Winter returned to Colorado, blanketing the mountains in snow once again. Brenda watched from her apartment window as the first flakes fell, feeling a familiar tightness in her chest. But this time, it passed quickly. She bundled up, clipped Scout's leash, and went for a walk. The cold air filled her lungs, sharp and clean. She thought about the year that had passed, about everything she'd lost and everything she'd gained. She thought about the cave, dark and silent beneath the snow, and she thought about the choice she'd made, to come back, to live, to fight. As she walked through the quiet streets, Scout trotting happily beside her, she realized something important. The cave hadn't taken anything from her. It had revealed something: her strength, her will to survive, her refusal to be consumed by darkness. And that was a gift, however painful. She returned home, made tea, and sat by the window. The city glowed below, and the mountains rose in the distance, ancient and unknowable. By the time the anniversary of her disappearance arrived in January, Brenda had decided to do something she'd never thought possible. She agreed to speak at a wilderness survival conference, sharing her story with search and rescue professionals, park rangers, and outdoor enthusiasts. Patricia was nervous, worried it would be too much. But Brenda felt ready. She stood before a room of 100 people and told them what happened. She talked about the storm, the cave, the darkness. She talked about the disorientation, the fear, the moment she thought she'd never leave. But she also talked about the will to survive, the small decisions that kept her alive, the choice to rest when needed, to conserve energy, to hold on to hope, even when it seemed impossible. She didn't mention the voice or the feeling of being watched. Those details were hers to keep. When she finished, the room erupted in applause. People approached her afterward, thanking her, telling their own stories of survival and loss. She listened to each one, offering comfort and understanding. One woman, a retired park ranger named Susan Caldwell, pulled Brenda aside. "I worked in the San Juans for 20 years, Susan said quietly. "I know the area where you were found. I've heard the stories. And I believe you experienced something real, something that can't be explained away." Brenda felt a wave of relief. "Thank you," she whispered. Susan squeezed her hand. You're not crazy. You're not broken. You're just one of the few who've seen behind the curtain. And that's a heavy thing to carry. But you're carrying it well. Those words stayed with Brenda long after the conference ended. She realized that part of healing was accepting that she'd never have all the answers, that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, and that was okay. She didn't need to understand what happened in the cave to move forward. She just needed to accept that it happened, and that she'd survived. And that was enough. As spring approached once more, Brenda found herself at a crossroads. She'd been offered a full-time teaching position at an elementary school. It was stable, safe, predictable. Everything she thought she wanted. But another opportunity had also presented itself. A wilderness therapy organization that worked with at-risk youth was looking for guides who understood trauma and resilience. They wanted people who could lead kids into nature and teach them that they were stronger than they believed. The job would mean returning to the mountains, facing her fears head-on. It would mean risking the nightmares, the memories, the pull of that dark place. But it would also mean transforming her pain into purpose. Brenda sat with the decision for weeks, talking it through with Dr. Hayes, with her parents, with Melissa. In the end, the choice was clear. She accepted the wilderness therapy position because she'd learned something in that cave, something crucial. Fear would always exist, but it didn't have to control her. On her first day, leading a group of teenagers into the foothills, Brenda felt her hands shake as she checked their gear. She looked up at the mountains, rising before them, felt the familiar tightness in her chest. But then she looked at the kids, saw their nervous excitement, their need for someone to believe in them, and she knew she was exactly where she needed to be. They hiked for hours, Brenda pointing out landmarks, teaching them how to read the terrain, how to stay safe. When they set up camp that evening and gathered around the fire, one of the girls asked Miss Joyce, "Have you ever been scared out here?" Brenda smiled, the firelight dancing across her face. "Yes," she said honestly, "I've been terrified. But I learned that being scared doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. And what you do with that fear is what defines you." The kids listened intently as she shared pieces of her story, carefully edited but still true. When she finished, they asked questions, shared their own fears. And in that moment, sitting under the stars with these broken, beautiful young people, Brenda felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. Years would pass. Brenda would lead hundreds of kids into the wilderness, helping them discover their own strength. She'd eventually write a book about survival, not just physical, but emotional and spiritual. She'd fall in love with a fellow guide named Marcus, who understood her silences and never pushed her to explain. They'd build a life together, one grounded in nature and filled with purpose. But on quiet nights, when the wind howled through the mountains, Brenda would sometimes stand at her window and listen. And she'd hear it, faint, distant, the voice that had called her name in the darkness, the voice that had offered her a choice. She never told anyone about those moments. She didn't need to, because she'd made her choice. She'd chosen to come back, to live, to fight. And no matter how many times the darkness called, her answer would always be the same. Not today. Not ever. The cave still stands in the San Juan Mountains, hidden beneath snow and stone, closed to the public but never truly empty. Waiting, watching, calling. But Brenda Joyce walks in the light now, and she has no intention of going back. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be survived. And the question that lingers isn't what happened in that cave. It's what Brenda refused to become because of it. What drives someone to risk everything for a story the world needs to hear? In April 1993, investigative journalist Kelly Harlow disappeared while pursuing a lead in a remote mountain country. Her colleagues assumed she'd gone off-grid for the investigation. Her family hoped she'd surface with answers. But 18 years of silence ended when hikers discovered something extraordinary at a cave entrance. Her jeep, untouched, exactly where her final notes suggested she'd be. Before we begin, a quick like and subscribe is always appreciated. And please let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Kelly Harlow wasn't the kind of journalist who chased headlines for glory. She was the kind who spent months verifying sources, cross-checking documents, and building cases that could withstand legal scrutiny. At 34 years old, she'd already earned a reputation in Denver's journalism community as someone who didn't give up on stories others abandoned. Her editor at the Rocky Mountain Chronicle, Robert Dennison, once said she had an instinct for finding truth in places most people wouldn't think to look. Kelly grew up in Boulder, Colorado, where her father worked as a forest ranger and her mother taught elementary school. She learned early how to navigate rough terrain and trust her judgment in isolated places. Those skills would become crucial in April of 1993, when she decided to follow a lead that would take her into the back country of western Colorado. But what was she investigating? The story Kelly was chasing involved allegations of illegal dumping in protected wilderness areas. For nearly 6 months, she'd been gathering evidence that certain construction companies were disposing of hazardous materials in remote mountain locations to avoid proper disposal fees. She had documents, photographs, and interviews with former employees who were willing to go on record. But Kelly needed the final piece: physical proof of an active dumping site. Her notes from early April showed she'd received a tip from an anonymous source who claimed to know the exact location of one such site. The source had worked for West Ridge Construction, a mid-sized company based in Grand Junction. According to Kelly's notebook, this person provided coordinates to a location near the Uncompahgre Plateau, a rugged area known for its deep canyons and limestone caves. Kelly told her editor she'd be gone for 3 to 4 days. She packed camping gear, her camera equipment, and enough provisions for a week. On April 14, 1993, she drove out of Denver in her tan Jeep Wrangler. Kelly's last confirmed contact with anyone was on April 15th, when she called her sister, Margaret, from a payphone in the small town of Nucla. Margaret remembered the conversation clearly. Kelly sounded focused and determined, not worried or afraid. She said she was close to finding what she needed and expected to be back in Denver by April 18th. She mentioned the terrain was more challenging than she'd anticipated, but nothing she couldn't handle. Margaret asked if Kelly wanted her to alert anyone if she didn't hear from her by a certain date. Kelly laughed and said that wouldn't be necessary, but she'd check in when she got back to an area with better phone service. That was the last time anyone in Kelly's family heard her voice. When April 18th came and went with no word from Kelly, her editor began making calls. He contacted the Montrose County Sheriff's Office and filed a missing person report on April 20th. But what did authorities find when they started searching? The initial search efforts were limited by the vastness of the area Kelly had gone to investigate. The Uncompahgre Plateau covers hundreds of square miles of remote wilderness. Sheriffs, deputies, and volunteer search teams focused on known roads and trails, but there were countless side roads and unmapped paths that a four-wheel drive vehicle could access. Search crews found no trace of Kelly or her Jeep in the first week. Helicopters flew grid patterns over the plateau, looking for any sign of a vehicle or campsite. Ground teams checked with ranchers and residents in the surrounding communities. No one reported seeing Kelly or her distinctive tan Jeep after she left Nucla. By early May, the search was scaled back due to spring storms that made the high country dangerous to navigate. Kelly's family hired a private investigator, a former state trooper named Vincent Hall, who spent the summer of 1993 combing through Kelly's research and retracing her steps. Vincent interviewed the anonymous source who'd given Kelly the coordinates. The man, whose name was Thomas Ridgway, seemed genuinely shaken by Kelly's disappearance. Thomas told Vincent that he'd provided Kelly with precise directions to a canyon where he'd personally witnessed illegal dumping 2 years earlier. He said the location was accessible by a narrow dirt road that branched off from a main Forest Service road. The road led to a box canyon with a cave system at its far end. Thomas had worked for Westridge Construction for 5 years and had grown increasingly uncomfortable with what he'd seen. He'd watched crews unload barrels marked with hazard symbols and roll them into cave openings where they'd disappear into underground chambers. When he finally decided to speak up, he chose Kelly because he'd read her previous work and trusted she'd handle the information responsibly. Thomas gave Vincent the same coordinates he'd given Kelly. Vincent drove to the location in July of 1993 and found the dirt road Thomas described. But when Vincent reached the box canyon, he found no evidence of recent vehicle traffic. What he did find troubled him deeply. The mouth of the cave Thomas mentioned was partially concealed by a rockfall. Vincent couldn't tell if the rockfall was natural or had been deliberately created. He photographed the area and noted that the road leading to the canyon showed signs of having been graded or smoothed, possibly to remove tire tracks. Vincent reported his findings to the Montrose County Sheriff's Office, but without Kelly's Jeep or any concrete evidence of foul play, there was little law enforcement could do. The case remained open, but inactive. Kelly's family held out hope that she'd somehow survived and would return with an explanation. Her mother, Dorothy, kept Kelly's apartment in Denver exactly as she'd left it, convinced her daughter would walk through the door someday. Years passed with no answers. Kelly's colleagues at the Rocky Mountain Chronicle continued pursuing the illegal dumping story, eventually publishing an investigation in 1995 that led to state hearings. But Kelly's name appeared in that report as a journalist who'd gone missing while investigating the story. The question that haunted everyone was simple yet profound. Where was Kelly Harlow? Her Jeep was a distinctive vehicle, a 1988 Wrangler in beige with a black soft top. Someone should have spotted it if it was anywhere accessible. The vehicle identification number was circulated nationally. Law enforcement in neighboring states were notified, but years went by with no sightings, no leads, no trace. Kelly's family eventually held a memorial service in 1997, though they never stopped hoping for answers. Margaret, Kelly's sister, became an advocate for missing persons, working with families who faced similar uncertainty. She often spoke about the unique pain of not knowing, the inability to grieve properly, because there was always a chance however small, that Kelly might still be alive. By the early 2000s, Kelly's disappearance had become a cold case, one of those mysteries that investigators thought about but had no new angles to pursue. Then, in May of 2011, nearly 18 years after Kelly vanished, two experienced hikers made a discovery that would finally provide answers. Brandon Mitchell and his wife, Corinne, were exploring a remote section of the Uncompahgre plateau that few people visited. They were both geologists with a passion for cave systems and had obtained permits to survey several known caverns in the area. On May 7, 2011, they were hiking along a ridge when Brandon noticed something unusual in a canyon below. Through his binoculars, he could see what looked like the roof of a vehicle, partially hidden by vegetation and rocks. The couple debated whether to investigate immediately or mark the coordinates and report it to authorities. They decided to climb down and take a closer look. The descent into the canyon was treacherous, requiring careful navigation of loose rock and steep slopes. When they finally reached the canyon floor and pushed through the overgrown brush, they found themselves standing in front of a 1980s-era Jeep Wrangler. The vehicle was rusty and faded, but still intact. What they saw next made them immediately call for help. The Jeep was positioned nose first toward a large cave opening, as if the driver had been about to investigate the cave when something interrupted them. The vehicle's doors were closed, and the windows, though dirty, were unbroken. Brandon and Corinne didn't touch anything, but walked carefully around the Jeep, taking photographs. They could see through the windows that the interior contained equipment: a camera bag, a backpack, what looked like notebooks or papers. There were no human remains visible inside the vehicle. The license plate was still attached and readable, though corroded. Brandon wrote down the number and called the Montrose County Sheriff's Office using a satellite phone. He explained what they'd found and provided GPS coordinates. The dispatcher asked them to wait at the location, if possible. Brandon and Corinne set up a temporary camp on a flat area near the Jeep and waited. Within 3 hours, a sheriff's helicopter arrived. Deputies rappelled down into the canyon, and, within minutes of checking the vehicle identification number, they knew whose Jeep they'd found. Sheriff Michael Torres, who'd been a deputy back in 1993, when Kelly first disappeared, was now in charge of the department. He remembered the case well and had often wondered what had happened to the dedicated young journalist. Now, 18 years later, they had her vehicle. But where was Kelly? A full forensics team was dispatched to the site. The remote location made it a challenging recovery operation. Equipment and personnel had to be brought in by helicopter. Crime scene investigators documented everything before the vehicle was touched. They photographed the Jeep's position, the surrounding terrain, the cave entrance, and every detail of the scene. When they finally opened the Jeep's doors, they found Kelly's belongings remarkably preserved by the dry climate. Her camera contained undeveloped film. Her notebooks were filled with detailed observations and sketches. Her camping gear was packed in the back as if she'd planned to use it. But Kelly herself was not in the vehicle. The search for answers was about to enter a new phase. Investigators established that the Jeep had been at this location for a very long time, likely since April of 1993. The vegetation growing around and through parts of the vehicle confirmed this timeline. Shrubs that typically took years to reach certain sizes had grown up through the wheel wells. The tires were flat and cracked from nearly 2 decades of sun exposure. Rust patterns indicated the vehicle hadn't been moved since it was first parked. This discovery raised immediate questions. If Kelly had been at this location investigating the cave, where had she gone? Why hadn't she returned to her vehicle? Search and rescue teams began a comprehensive search of the immediate area. They explored the cave system, where Kelly's Jeep had been pointing. The cave entrance was large enough to walk through upright, and it extended deep into the mountainside. Teams with specialized cave rescue training entered the system with lights, ropes, and communication equipment. What they found inside would help piece together Kelly's final hours, but would also deepen the mystery. The cave system was extensive, with multiple chambers and passages branching off from the main corridor. About 200 feet into the cave, investigators found evidence of the illegal dumping Thomas Ridgway had described. There were dozens of corroded barrels, some leaking contents that had formed mineral deposits on the cave floor. The barrels were marked with hazard symbols and company markings that matched Westridge Construction. Kelly had found exactly what she'd been looking for: concrete proof of illegal disposal of hazardous materials in a protected area. Deeper in the cave, about 300 feet from the entrance, search teams made another discovery. They found Kelly's professional camera sitting on a rock ledge, carefully positioned as if she'd set it there intentionally. The camera was inside a waterproof bag, which had protected it from moisture. Near the camera, investigators found a small notebook that wasn't among Kelly's things in the Jeep. This notebook contained Kelly's observations from inside the cave, dated April 16, 1993. The entries were methodical and detailed. Kelly's cave notebook described her initial entry into the system. She documented the barrels, photographed them, and noted their locations. Her writing showed the careful attention to detail of an experienced investigative journalist. She recorded serial numbers from the barrels, sketched a rough map of the cave layout, and wrote observations about the environmental damage she could see. Her entries indicated she'd been in the cave for several hours on April 16th, working alone to document everything she'd found. The final entry in the notebook was timed at 4:30 in the afternoon. Kelly wrote that she'd heard unusual sounds deeper in the cave system, a rumbling or groaning that concerned her. She noted that the cave had multiple levels and some areas where the ceiling showed cracks. Her last sentence read, "Going to check stability of the main chamber ceiling before I leave. Want to make sure this evidence will still be here when authorities arrive." That was where her documented observations ended. But what happened next? Geological experts who examined the cave after Kelly's Jeep was found determined that the system had experienced at least one significant rockfall sometime in the past 2 decades. Evidence of this collapse was found in a section of the main chamber about 400 feet from the entrance. Large sections of ceiling had come down, blocking what had previously been a passage to deeper chambers. The rockfall had created a barrier of boulders and debris that filled the passage from floor to ceiling. Dating the exact time of the collapse was difficult, but geologists noted that the rocks showed weathering patterns consistent with having fallen many years earlier. The positioning of Kelly's camera and notebook suggested she'd been working in the section of cave before the collapse zone when something prompted her to set her equipment down. Search teams carefully excavated around the rockfall area, looking for any sign that Kelly might have been caught in the collapse. This work took several days and required specialized equipment to safely move large rocks. What investigators found behind the rockfall changed everything they thought they knew about Kelly's disappearance, when they'd cleared enough debris to see into the space beyond. They found a small chamber that had been completely sealed off by the collapse. Inside that chamber, they found evidence that Kelly had taken shelter there. There was a camping stove, a sleeping bag, water bottles, and food wrappers. Kelly had apparently been trapped behind the rockfall and had survived there for some time. The chamber had a small opening high in one wall that led to another passage, providing some air circulation. But that passage was too narrow for an adult to climb through. Investigators found Kelly's driver's license and press credentials in the chamber, along with more notebook pages. These pages told a story of survival, determination, and ultimately, a journalist's commitment to getting her story out, even when facing impossible odds. Reading Kelly's words from that sealed chamber was emotional for everyone involved in the recovery. Kelly's notes from the sealed chamber were dated starting April 16th, beginning around 7 in the evening. She described hearing the rumbling sound grow louder and making a decision to move to what she thought was a safer area of the cave. She'd just reached the small chamber when the ceiling collapsed, sealing the passage behind her. Kelly wrote that the collapse was terrifying. The sound, the dust, the shock of being suddenly cut off from the exit. But her training and temperament kept her focused. She took inventory of what she had with her. She'd been carrying her backpack, which contained her camping stove, some food, water, and a first aid kit. She had a flashlight with fresh batteries and a backup set. She had her notebooks and pens. Most importantly, she had the photographic evidence she'd gathered. Kelly's first priority, according to her notes, was to assess her situation rationally. She explored the small chamber and found the narrow passage that provided air. This discovery gave her hope that she might find another way out. Kelly spent what she estimated was 2 days trying to find an escape route. She documented her attempts to climb through the narrow passage, but it became increasingly tight until she could go no further. She tried to dig through the rockfall that blocked the main passage, but quickly realized the rocks were too large and too unstable to move without proper equipment. By her 3rd day in the chamber, Kelly's notes showed she was accepting that rescue was unlikely. She wrote, "The cave-in happened deep enough in the system that even if search teams come looking, they might not search this far. The entrance might be blocked or hidden. I need to think clearly about what I can do from here." What Kelly decided to do next demonstrated remarkable courage and presence of mind. Rather than despair, she chose to use her time to ensure her investigation wouldn't die with her. She began writing a comprehensive report of everything she'd discovered about the illegal dumping operation. Kelly's report, written over several days in the sealed chamber, detailed everything she'd learned during her 6-month investigation. She listed names of the sources who'd spoken to her, including Thomas Ridgway. She described the documents she'd obtained, showing Westridge Construction's contracts and waste disposal manifests that didn't match the amounts of waste actually being properly disposed of. She explained how she'd traced the discrepancies and built a case that hazardous materials were being dumped illegally. She documented the location of the barrels in the cave, their markings, and her photographic evidence. She wrote out everything she would have included in her published article. Kelly noted in her journal that she was writing this report, so that even if she didn't make it out, someone finding her notes could complete the story. She wrote, "This isn't about me getting the byline anymore. It's about making sure these companies can't poison our wilderness without consequences. Someone needs to know what's here." Her dedication to the story over her own survival was extraordinary. As days passed in the sealed chamber, Kelly's notes showed her managing her resources carefully. She rationed her food and water, knowing that her supplies were limited. She used her camping stove sparingly to heat water and prepare small meals. She kept careful track of time by monitoring her watch and noting when she slept. By her account, she survived in that chamber for approximately 11 days. Her final dated entry was from April 27, 1993. She wrote about thinking of her family and hoping they would know she hadn't given up. She mentioned her sister Margaret by name and wrote messages for her parents. She expressed no regret about pursuing the story, only sadness that she wouldn't be there to see it published. Kelly's final written words were, "I found the truth. That has to count for something. To whoever finds this, please make sure the story gets told. The evidence is here. People need to know." After that entry, there were no more dated pages. The search team that found Kelly's chamber also found her remains. Kelly had died in that sealed chamber, most likely from dehydration after her water supply ran out. The medical examiner who reviewed the case determined she'd survived for at least 10 to 12 days after being trapped. There was no evidence of injury from the rockfall itself. Kelly had successfully taken shelter before the collapse. She'd simply been unable to escape and had no way to signal for help from that deep in the cave system. The location where she'd been trapped was far enough from the entrance that even the search teams in 1993 wouldn't have heard her if she'd called out. The discovery brought closure to Kelly's family after 18 years of uncertainty, but it was a painful closure. Margaret Harlow told investigators that knowing Kelly had survived for days, hoping for rescue that never came, was almost harder to bear than not knowing. Yet she also said there was something profoundly like Kelly in the way she'd spent her final days working to complete her investigation. The news of Kelly Harlow's discovery made national headlines in 2011. The story captured public attention not just because of the mystery's resolution, but because of Kelly's extraordinary dedication to her work. News outlets across the country ran stories about the journalist who'd spent her final days documenting corporate wrongdoing, even while trapped in a cave. Kelly's comprehensive report, written in that sealed chamber, became a crucial piece of evidence in legal proceedings that followed. The Colorado Attorney General's office opened an investigation into Westridge Construction based on Kelly's findings. The photographs Kelly had taken, once the film was carefully developed by forensic specialists, showed clear evidence of illegal dumping. The barrels in the cave were tested and found to contain industrial solvents and heavy metals that posed serious environmental hazards. Westridge Construction faced criminal charges for environmental crimes. Several executives were indicted. The case went to trial in 2012, and Kelly's notes and photographs were admitted as evidence. The trial of Westridge Construction executives brought Kelly's work into public view in a way that honored her sacrifice. Prosecutors built their case around the evidence Kelly had gathered, both before her disappearance and during her final days in the cave. Thomas Ridgway, the whistleblower who'd originally contacted Kelly, testified about the dumping operations he'd witnessed. Other former employees came forward during the trial, emboldened by the concrete proof Kelly had provided. The jury heard testimony from environmental scientists about the damage the illegal dumping had caused to the cave system and surrounding watershed. They saw Kelly's photographs, which clearly showed hazard markings on barrels that had no business being in a protected wilderness area. In closing arguments, the prosecutor held up copies of Kelly's handwritten notes from the sealed chamber. He told the jury, Kelly Harlow knew she was dying. She knew she might never leave that cave, but she kept working because she believed in accountability and truth. She gave her life to bring you this evidence. Honor that sacrifice with a just verdict. The jury deliberated for 2 days before returning guilty verdicts on multiple counts of illegal disposal of hazardous waste and environmental crimes. 3 executives from Westridge Construction received prison sentences ranging from 4 to 7 years. The company itself was fined $3.2 million and required to fund the complete environmental remediation of the cave site and surrounding area. The cleanup operation, which began in 2013, took more than 3 years and removed over 200 barrels of hazardous materials from the cave system. Environmental engineers documented extensive contamination that had leached into the groundwater, requiring ongoing monitoring and treatment. The full environmental cost of the illegal dumping was estimated at over $12 million. None of this would have been possible without Kelly's investigation. Her work had provided the roadmap that prosecutors needed to build their case. Legal experts noted that without Kelly's photographs and detailed documentation, proving the company's guilt would have been extremely difficult. Kelly's family established the Kelly Harlow Memorial Fund for Investigative Journalism in 2012. The fund provides grants to journalists pursuing environmental and corporate accountability stories that require significant time and resources. Margaret Harlow, Kelly's sister, became the fund's director. She spoke at journalism schools and press clubs about Kelly's commitment to truth and the importance of supporting investigative work. Margaret often said that Kelly would have been embarrassed by the attention, but proud that her work had made a difference. The fund has supported dozens of investigative projects in the years since its creation. Several have led to significant reforms and criminal prosecutions. In 2014, the Colorado legislature passed the Kelly Harlow Truth in Environmental Reporting Act, which strengthened protections for environmental whistleblowers and increased penalties for companies that retaliate against employees who report violations. The law also required more transparent reporting of industrial waste disposal and created stronger oversight mechanisms. Kelly's impact extended far beyond the single story she'd been investigating. The Rocky Mountain Chronicle, where Kelly had worked, published a special edition in 2011 that included Kelly's investigation, exactly as she would have written it. The editors used her notes, both from before her disappearance and from the sealed chamber, to reconstruct her article. They added context about what had happened to Kelly and the subsequent legal proceedings. But the core of the piece was Kelly's own reporting. The article won the Pulitzer Prize for Investigative Reporting in 2012, awarded posthumously to Kelly Harlow. Her parents, Dorothy and Frank, accepted the award on her behalf. Frank Harlow, Kelly's father, spoke briefly at the ceremony. He said, Kelly loved the mountains. She loved the truth. She believed journalism was about service, not glory. She proved that when it mattered most. We're heartbroken that she's gone, but we're honored by how she's remembered. The Pulitzer Committee noted in their citation that Kelly's work exemplified the highest standards of investigative journalism and had led to meaningful change in environmental protection. The cave where Kelly died was permanently sealed after the environmental cleanup was completed in 2016. The Colorado Division of Wildlife determined that reopening the cave to public access would pose ongoing safety risks due to the structural instability that had caused the original rockfall. Before sealing the entrance, officials installed a bronze plaque at the site. The plaque reads, Kelly Harlow, journalist, 1958 to 1993. She came to this place seeking truth and evidence of environmental crimes. Her courage and dedication led to justice and reform. Her work reminds us that some stories are worth any sacrifice. The site is accessible only by hiking several miles on rough terrain, but people do make the journey. Margaret Harlow visits every year on the anniversary of the day Kelly's Jeep was found. She's often joined by other journalists, former colleagues of Kelly's, and people who were inspired by Kelly's story. The remote location seems fitting for someone who was never afraid to go where the story led. Investigators later determined exactly why Kelly hadn't been found during the original search in 1993. The dirt road leading to the Box Canyon, where she'd parked, had been deliberately obscured shortly after Kelly's disappearance. Someone, likely connected to Westridge construction, had used heavy equipment to make the road harder to see and follow. They'd also pushed rocks and debris to partially cover the cave entrance, making it less obvious from a distance. This explained why early search teams had missed the location and why Vincent Hall, the private investigator, had found the area looking different from Thomas Ridgway's description. During the Westridge trial, evidence suggested that the company had become aware of Kelly's investigation in mid-April of 1993. An internal email, subpoenaed during discovery, referenced the reporter problem and mentioned securing the site. While prosecutors couldn't prove anyone had intended to trap Kelly in the cave, they did establish that the company had deliberately concealed evidence after learning she was investigating them. This obstruction had indirectly prevented rescuers from finding Kelly in time. The case raised questions about how companies respond when their illegal activities are exposed. Security experts who analyzed the Westridge situation noted that the company's attempts at concealment had actually made their legal problems worse. If they'd simply allowed Kelly's investigation to proceed and cooperated with authorities, they might have faced fines and oversight but avoided criminal prosecution. Instead, their efforts to hide evidence and obscure the cave location contributed to Kelly's death and transformed what could have been a regulatory matter into a criminal case with prison sentences. Corporate ethics programs now sometimes use the Westridge case as an example of how cover-ups create greater liability than the original wrongdoing. Business schools teaching crisis management discuss how Westridge's response to Kelly's investigation led to outcomes far worse than transparency would have. The case became a study in the consequences of prioritizing short-term concealment over long-term accountability. For journalism schools, Kelly's story became something different, an example of the real risks reporters sometimes face when investigating powerful interests. Safety protocols for investigative journalists covering environmental stories were strengthened in many newsrooms after Kelly's death. The Rocky Mountain Chronicle and other papers implemented policies requiring reporters going into remote areas to file detailed location plans and maintain regular check-ins. Some news organizations began using GPS tracking devices and satellite communicators for reporters on isolated assignments. The Society of Professional Journalists issued guidelines emphasizing the balance between getting the story and maintaining reasonable safety precautions. These changes acknowledged that Kelly's death, while tragic, had resulted from an unpredictable accident rather than recklessness on her part. She had followed standard practices for her era and had notified people of her general location. The rockfall that trapped her was a geological event that could not have been foreseen. Yet the journalism community recognized that better safety protocols might help prevent similar tragedies in the future. The challenge was maintaining the investigative spirit that drove journalists like Kelly while implementing protections that could make a difference in emergencies. Kelly's camera equipment was donated to the museum before it closed, where it was displayed as part of an exhibit on journalists who died in the line of duty. The exhibit included her camera, one of her notebooks, and the bronze plaque that had been made as a template before the permanent one was installed at the cave site. Visitors to the exhibit could read excerpts from Kelly's final notes and see some of her photographs from the cave. The display emphasized that journalism casualties aren't limited to war correspondents. Reporters covering environmental issues, corruption, and corporate wrongdoing also face real dangers. The exhibit noted that Kelly was one of dozens of journalists worldwide who die each year while investigating stories that powerful interests would prefer to keep hidden. After the museum closed, Kelly's items were transferred to the Journalism Museum at the Museum Collection at the University of Maryland, where they remain part of the permanent collection. Her camera still has the film inside that couldn't be developed. The rolls she was planning to shoot for the published article, but never got to use. Thomas Ridgway, the whistleblower who had contacted Kelly, struggled with guilt for years after learning what had happened to her. He gave several interviews where he expressed his belief that he'd sent Kelly into danger by providing the cave location. Margaret Harlow reached out to Thomas after the trial and told him directly that Kelly's family didn't blame him. She explained that Kelly had made her own choice to pursue the story and that Thomas's decision to come forward had ultimately led to the accountability Kelly sought. Thomas became an advocate for stronger whistleblower protections, testifying before state and federal committees about the need for laws that protect people who report corporate wrongdoing. He pointed out that both he and Kelly had paid high prices for exposing the truth. He'd lost his career and faced threats, while Kelly had lost her life. Thomas argued that society needed to make it easier and safer for people to report environmental crimes and corporate misconduct. His advocacy contributed to the passage of enhanced whistleblower protection laws in Colorado and several other states. The environmental damage caused by the illegal dumping that Kelly documented took many years to remediate. The cleanup crews found that hazardous materials had leached into the groundwater system, feeding several streams in the area. Contamination was detected as far as 3 miles from the cave site. Wildlife in the area showed elevated levels of heavy metals, and fish populations in affected streams were severely diminished. The remediation project involved not just removing the barrels, but also treating contaminated soil and water, monitoring wildlife, and implementing long-term environmental recovery plans. Biologists working on the project said the damage would take decades to fully heal. Some areas might never completely recover. The project became one of the largest environmental cleanup operations in Colorado history. Scientists studying the site produced numerous research papers on the long-term effects of illegal dumping and the challenges of remediating cave ecosystems. Several noted in their papers that without Kelly in Harlow's investigation, this damage might have continued for years longer, spreading contamination over an even wider area. The box canyon where Kelly's Jeep was found became an unintended memorial site. Even after the cave was sealed, hikers who made the difficult trek to the location often left flowers, press badges, notebooks, or other tributes. The National Forest Service initially tried to discourage this, concerned about the impact on the remote location, but eventually recognized that the site had taken on cultural significance. They installed a small official trail marker indicating the direction to the Kelly Harlow Memorial Site and asked visitors to practice leave no trace principles, except for the memorial area near the plaque. Photographers have documented the changing tributes over the years. Some items left at the site reflect journalism. Notebooks with handwritten messages thanking Kelly for her sacrifice, press credentials from reporters who visited to pay respects. Others reflect the environmental impact of her work. Young trees planted near the site, seeds scattered in remediated areas, artwork depicting wilderness preservation. The site has become a place where people reflect on the cost of truth-telling and the importance of protecting wild places. Kelly's personal journals from her apartment in Denver, which her mother had preserved, were later donated to the University of Colorado's archives. Researchers studying the history of investigative journalism have used these journals to understand Kelly's methodology and thinking process. Her journals showed a reporter who was meticulous, patient, and deeply committed to accuracy. She wrote about the frustrations of sources who wouldn't go on record, the challenge of obtaining documents, and the satisfaction of finding proof that confirmed her suspicions. Reading her journals, it's clear Kelly understood the risks of her work, but believed they were justified by the importance of holding powerful institutions accountable. In one entry from March of 1993, just a month before her final assignment, Kelly wrote, "Sometimes I wonder if this work matters as much as I think it does. Then I see what happens when nobody's watching, when companies think they can cut corners and hide the damage they cause. That's when I remember why this job exists." Her words resonated with journalism students and practicing reporters who faced similar doubts. The geological instability that caused the rockfall trapping Kelly was studied extensively after her remains were found. Scientists from the Colorado School of Mines analyzed the cave structure and determined that the collapse had been caused by water infiltration over many years, weakening the limestone ceiling. The weight of the rock layers above, combined with the chemical composition of the limestone, had created a situation where collapse was eventually inevitable. However, the timing of the collapse, occurring while Kelly was in the cave, was purely coincidental. There was no evidence that any human activity had triggered it. Some initially speculated that vibrations from Kelly moving around might have caused the collapse, but geological analysis showed that the ceiling section would have required far more force to dislodge. The rockfall would have happened whether Kelly was there or not. It was simply terrible timing that she happened to be in the cave when geological processes that had been occurring for decades finally resulted in the ceiling giving way. This finding provided some comfort to Kelly's family. The legal precedent set by the Westridge construction case influenced environmental law in several states. Prosecutors in other jurisdictions cited the case when pursuing companies for illegal dumping. The conviction demonstrated that corporations could be held criminally liable, not just civilly liable, for environmental violations. This shifted the calculus for companies considering illegal disposal. The risks now included prison time for executives, not just fines that could be written off as the cost of doing business. Environmental attorneys noted that Kelly's photographic evidence had been crucial in establishing the criminal standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Her clear documentation of hazard labels, quantities, and locations had made it impossible for the defense to argue that the dumping was accidental or the result of rogue employees. Several states strengthened their environmental crime statutes following the Westridge conviction, increasing penalties and making it easier to prosecute corporate officers personally. Legal scholars writing about corporate criminal liability often mentioned the Westridge case as a turning point in how environmental crimes were prosecuted. Robert Dennison, Kelly's editor at the Rocky Mountain Chronicle, retired in 2015 but remained active in journalism education until his death in 2019. He frequently spoke about Kelly and the responsibility editors have to support and protect reporters pursuing difficult stories. Dennison acknowledged that he'd approved Kelly's trip into the backcountry and had sometimes wondered if he should have insisted she take someone with her. But he also noted that Kelly was an experienced outdoors person and that solo reporting was common for the type of investigation she was conducting. Dennison told journalism students, Kelly understood that some stories require going where others won't go. As editors, we have to balance safety with the reality that important work often involves risk. What we can do is make sure reporters are trained, equipped, and that someone always knows where they are. Kelly did everything right. What happened to her was a tragedy, not a failure of judgment. Dennison established a scholarship in Kelly's name at the University of Colorado's Journalism School. Recipients of the Harlow Scholarship are students who demonstrate commitment to investigative reporting, particularly environmental and accountability journalism. Many Harlow scholars have gone on to distinguished careers, and several have noted that Kelly's story inspired them to pursue journalism despite its challenges. The question of whether Kelly could have survived if she'd been found sooner haunted the search teams from 1993. Medical experts who reviewed the case estimated that Kelly had survived between 10 and 12 days after being trapped. The original search efforts had been most intensive during the first 2 weeks after she was reported missing, exactly when she would have still been alive. If search teams had located the cave and heard her calls for help, she almost certainly would have been rescued. The reason they didn't find her came down to the deliberate concealment of the access road and the vastness of the search area. Rescue coordinators emphasized that even with the benefit of hindsight, finding Kelly would have required either luck or specific information about her exact location. The Uncompahgre Plateau contained hundreds of similar canyons and dozens of cave systems. Without knowing which one Kelly had entered, searchers had faced impossible odds. This reality offered little comfort, but helped explain why dedicated search teams had failed to find her despite their best efforts. Brandon and Corinne Mitchell, the hikers who discovered Kelly's Jeep in 2011, later said finding the vehicle had changed their lives. They'd given investigators the closure they needed and Kelly's family the answers they'd sought for 18 years. But both struggled with the emotional weight of the discovery. Corinne told an interviewer, "We kept thinking, what if we'd explored that canyon 5 years earlier, 10 years earlier? Could we have found Kelly when she was still alive if we'd just been hiking a different route on a different day back in '93? Mental health professionals who work with people who discover human remains explained this response as a form of survivor's guilt, even though the Mitchells had no connection to Kelly's situation. The couple eventually met with Margaret Harlow, who thanked them for bringing Kelly home. That meeting helped the Mitchells process their feelings about the discovery. They continued their geological work and cave exploration, but always carried emergency beacons and satellite communicators, mindful of how quickly an adventure could become a survival situation. Kelly's photography equipment became a teaching tool for journalism programs emphasizing the importance of documentation. The camera she'd left on the rock ledge inside the cave showed deliberate placement. She'd protected it in a waterproof bag and positioned it where it wouldn't be damaged by falling rocks or water. Even facing a life-threatening situation, Kelly had been thinking about preserving evidence. Her film from before the rockfall, once developed, showed professional quality images that clearly documented the illegal dumping. Each photograph was carefully composed to show context, detail, and identifying information. Experts noted that Kelly's photographic technique demonstrated training and experience. She'd known exactly what details prosecutors would need and had captured them methodically. Photography professors used Kelly's work as an example of documentary photography, done under extreme conditions. The images showed not just technical skill, but journalistic judgment about what needed to be recorded. Students studying the photographs learned lessons about evidence gathering that went beyond camera operation to encompass strategic thinking about how images would be used. The sealed chamber, where Kelly spent her final days, became the subject of ethical debates among cave rescue experts. Some argued that the chamber should have been preserved as Kelly had left it, as a historical site documenting her survival efforts. Others contended that recovering Kelly's remains and removing evidence for legal proceedings was the appropriate and respectful action. The decision to seal the cave entirely after cleanup satisfied both perspectives by ensuring the site wouldn't become a tourist attraction while also preventing further access that might disturb what many considered hallowed ground. Cave conservation groups used Kelly's story to highlight the dangers of underground exploration and the importance of never entering cave systems alone. Her experience demonstrated how quickly a stable cave could become a death trap. The National Speleological Society incorporated lessons from Kelly's case into their training programs, emphasizing that even experienced outdoors people could encounter situations in caves that would be survivable above ground, but deadly underground. The particular danger of rockfalls in limestone formations became a specific focus of cave safety education. Kelly's survival for over 10 days in the sealed chamber with limited supplies demonstrated both her resourcefulness and the limits of human endurance. Survival experts who analyzed her situation noted that she'd done everything possible to extend her life. She'd rationed her food and water carefully, maintained her body temperature with her sleeping bag, and conserved the batteries in her flashlight by minimizing unnecessary use. Her background, growing up with a forest ranger father, had given her practical survival knowledge that served her well. The cause of death, determined by the medical examiner, was dehydration complicated by hypothermia. Even with careful rationing, her water supply had eventually run out. The cave temperature, while not freezing, was cool enough that maintaining body heat over many days had gradually depleted her energy reserves. Medical experts said that Kelly had likely remained conscious and coherent almost until the end, which explained why her final journal entries showed clear thinking and careful writing. Her death, while inevitable once trapped, had not been immediate or violent. She'd simply run out of the resources needed to sustain life. The question of what Kelly had thought about during those final days was partially answered by her journal entries, but much remained private. She'd written about her family, her work, and her hopes that someone would find her evidence. But there were also passages that were deeply personal, reflections on her life, memories of moments that had mattered to her, and thoughts about mortality that came from facing death directly. Margaret Harlow, who read all of Kelly's final writings, chose to keep some portions private, sharing them only with family. She felt that Kelly deserved to have some thoughts remain personal rather than becoming public property. What Margaret did share was Kelly's lack of bitterness or self-pity. Kelly had written about acceptance rather than anger, about gratitude for the life she'd lived rather than regret over what she'd miss. In one passage Margaret did share publicly, Kelly had written, "I'm not afraid of dying. I'm only sorry I won't see how this story ends. But I did my part. Someone else will finish it." That faith that her work would matter proved to be well-founded. The environmental monitoring required by Westridge Construction's settlement continued for 25 years after the cleanup. Scientists tracking the recovery of the affected area documented gradual improvement in water quality and wildlife health. Fish populations began recovering around 2016, though they remained below pre-contamination levels. Vegetation in areas where contaminated groundwater had affected plant health showed signs of recovery. The long-term nature of the monitoring project meant that multiple generations of researchers worked on the site, with senior scientists training younger colleagues on the project's history and methods. Many of these researchers said they felt connected to Kelly Harlow's legacy. They were completing the work she'd started, not just documenting environmental damage, but seeing it through to remediation and recovery. Scientific papers published about the site often included acknowledgments thanking Kelly for bringing the contamination to light. One paper's acknowledgment section read, "This research would not have been possible without the investigative work and ultimate sacrifice of journalist Kelly Harlow, whose commitment to environmental truth made this entire remediation project possible." Kelly's story reached beyond journalism and environmental circles to inspire people in various fields who faced ethical challenges in their work. Whistleblowers in other industries cited her example when deciding whether to come forward about wrongdoing they'd witnessed. Some said that knowing Kelly had died pursuing the truth gave them courage to take risks in exposing problems in their own organizations. Ethics professors used Kelly's case in discussions about personal integrity and professional responsibility. The question they posed to students was simple but profound: what principles are worth personal sacrifice? Not everyone needed to be prepared to die for their work, but understanding what one values enough to take risks for was crucial to ethical decision-making. Kelly had valued truth and accountability highly enough to pursue them despite danger. Her example prompted people to examine their own values and consider what they would be willing to risk for principles they believed in. This broader impact meant Kelly's influence extended far beyond the environmental crimes she'd documented or the journalism she'd practiced. The Westridge Construction Company filed for bankruptcy in 2014, unable to survive the financial penalties and reputation damage from the criminal convictions. The company's assets were liquidated, with proceeds going toward continued environmental monitoring and victim compensation funds. Former employees of Westridge had mixed feelings about the company's demise. Some who'd known about the illegal dumping felt the bankruptcy was justified. Others, who'd worked in divisions unrelated to the environmental crimes, lost their jobs and pensions. This collateral damage from corporate wrongdoing illustrated how illegal actions by executives could devastate entire communities of workers and families. Economic analysts studying the case noted that Westridge's leadership had destroyed a company that had employed over 300 people and had been in business for 40 years. The initial decision to dump illegally had probably saved the company several $100,000 in disposal fees. That decision ultimately cost the company everything, led to prison sentences for 3 executives, and resulted in over $15 million in environmental damage and legal costs. The arithmetic of corporate crime rarely favored the criminals. Margaret Harlow continued Kelly's work in a different form through her advocacy for missing persons and her management of the Kelly Harlow Memorial Fund. She became a voice for families dealing with the uncertainty of having a loved one disappear. Margaret spoke about the unique pain of not knowing, the inability to grieve properly, and the way time seems to stop when someone is missing. Her advocacy helped push for better coordination among law enforcement agencies in missing person cases and for more resources dedicated to long-term investigations of cold cases. Margaret also worked to ensure that Kelly's story remained focused on her journalism rather than just her death. She gave talks where she emphasized Kelly's methodology, her ethical standards, and her contribution to environmental protection. Margaret wanted people to remember Kelly as an accomplished journalist who had made a difference, not just as a victim of tragic circumstances. The balance between honoring Kelly's sacrifice and celebrating her achievements was important to the entire Harlow family. They succeeded in creating a legacy that emphasized both Kelly's courage in facing death and her skill in pursuing truth. The cave system where Kelly died was eventually named Harlow Caverns by the Colorado Board of Geographic Names, despite being sealed and inaccessible. The naming was proposed by the Colorado Grotto, of the National Speleological Society and approved in 2017. The designation ensured that maps and geological records would permanently associate Kelly's name with the location where she'd done her final work. Some felt the naming was appropriate recognition of Kelly's connection to the site. Others argued it was morbid to name a cave after someone who died there. The Board of Geographic Names ultimately decided that the naming honored Kelly's journalism and environmental work rather than sensationalizing her death. The sealed entrance bore a sign with the cave's name and a brief description of its significance. Few people ever saw the sign given the remote location, but its existence mattered symbolically. Geographic names carry history and meaning. Having Harlow Caverns on official maps meant Kelly's story would be preserved as long as those maps existed. Future generations studying Colorado geography would encounter her name and potentially learn about her work and sacrifice. On April 16, 2023, exactly 30 years after Kelly entered Harlow Caverns for the last time, a memorial service was held at the University of Colorado. Journalism students, environmental advocates, members of Kelly's family, and people whose lives had been touched by her story gathered to remember her contribution. Margaret Harlow, now in her 60s, spoke about how Kelly's values had shaped the family's path over the past 3 decades. She talked about the journalism students who'd received scholarships in Kelly's name, the environmental protections that existed because of Kelly's work, and the justice that had been served because Kelly hadn't given up, even when facing death. Margaret ended her remarks by saying, Kelly believed that truth matters, that holding the powerful accountable matters, that protecting our natural world matters. She proved those beliefs with her life. 30 years later, we're still feeling the ripples of her courage. That's a legacy anyone would be proud to leave. The service concluded with the planting of a bristlecone pine tree, a species native to Colorado mountains that can live for thousands of years. The tree would stand as a living memorial to a journalist who believed some truths were worth any price. Kelly Harlow had found the story she was looking for. She'd documented it, protected the evidence, and ensured it would outlive her. In the end, that was exactly what she'd set out to do. This gripping tale reminds us why cold cases and unsolved mysteries continue to haunt our collective memory. Stories of journalists who vanished while chasing the truth embody the suspense and dark secrets that make true crime investigations so compelling. When someone goes missing, families searching for closure never forget, and sometimes evidence emerges decades later, bringing breakthrough moments that detective work and forensics make possible. These haunting stories of disappearances, hidden truths, and the search for justice resonate deeply because they reflect real courage in investigative journalism. What mysteries remain buried in forgotten places, waiting to be discovered? Some enigmas demand we never stop searching for answers. In 1989, a respected police sergeant vanished without a trace. No struggle, no note, just silence that haunted her town for decades. For many who still believe in honor, duty, and truth, this case felt like another wound left open by a system that protects its own. But years later, her former partner broke that silence, and what he revealed changed everything. Why did he wait so long? What was he hiding? And what did they finally find? This is the story of Pamela Clare, a woman who wore the badge with pride and the dark secret that was buried alongside her disappearance. A secret hidden in plain sight, locked away in a place no one thought to look. Pamela Clare was 34 years old when she disappeared. She had been with the police force for 11 years. Her colleagues described her as dedicated, fair, and someone who didn't bend the rules for anyone. She wasn't the loudest person in the room, but when she spoke, people listened. Pamela grew up in a small town where everyone knew each other's business. She joined the police academy right after high school, driven by a simple belief that good people should stand up for what's right. By 1989, she had earned her sergeant's stripes through hard work and long hours. She wasn't married anymore. Her divorce had been finalized 2 years earlier. But those who knew her said she seemed to be doing fine, moving forward with her life. Or so it appeared on the surface. October 17th, 1989. That was the last day anyone saw Pamela Clare alive. She finished her shift at the police station around 6 in the evening. Her partner that day was a man named Detective Raymond Walsh. They had worked together for almost 3 years. Raymond later told investigators that Pamela seemed normal that day, nothing out of the ordinary, no signs of distress or worry. She clocked out, said goodnight to a few officers in the hallway, and walked to her car in the station parking lot. Several people saw her leave. She drove a blue sedan, nothing fancy, just reliable transportation. Pamela lived alone in a small house about 15 minutes from the station. She was supposed to meet a friend for breakfast the next morning. She never showed up. And that's when people started to worry. When Pamela didn't show up for breakfast, her friend called her house. No answer. She tried again an hour later. Still nothing. By noon, the friend drove to Pamela's house and knocked on the door. The house was locked. The curtains were drawn. Everything looked quiet and normal from the outside. But Pamela's car wasn't in the driveway. The friend called the police station, asking if anyone had heard from her. They hadn't. This wasn't like Pamela. She was reliable, the kind of person who showed up when she said she would. Officers were sent to her house to check on her. They knocked. They called out her name. No response. They got permission to enter the house. What they found inside was puzzling. Everything was neat and in order. No signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture, no blood. But Pamela was gone. The officers walked through Pamela's house slowly, taking in every detail. The bed was made. Dishes were washed and put away. Her uniform was hanging in the closet. Her toothbrush was still in the bathroom. Her purse was sitting on the kitchen counter, with her wallet inside. Cash and credit cards were untouched. This didn't look like a robbery. It didn't look like someone had broken in. Everything seemed normal, except for one thing. Pamela wasn't there. Her car was missing, but everything else she would need for daily life was still in the house. No suitcase was gone. No clothes seemed to be missing from her closet. It was as if she had simply stepped out for a moment and never came back. But where had she gone? And why hadn't she taken anything with her? Pamela's blue sedan became the focus of the early investigation. If they could find the car, maybe they could find Pamela. An alert went out to all surrounding areas. Officers checked parking lots, side streets, and highways. Days passed with no sign of the vehicle. Then, nearly a week after Pamela disappeared, a patrol officer found it. The car was parked at a rest stop about 40 miles outside of town. It was locked. There was no damage to the vehicle. Inside, everything looked normal. Her registration was in the glove box. A coffee cup sat in the cup holder. A jacket was folded on the back seat. But there was no sign of Pamela. No note. No clue about where she might have gone. The keys were missing. Investigators dusted the car for fingerprints. They found Pamela's prints, of course, but also smudged prints that couldn't be identified. The discovery of the car raised more questions than it answered. With Pamela's car found, but Pamela still missing, investigators began forming theories. Some thought she might have run away, started a new life somewhere else. After all, she was divorced, living alone. Maybe she wanted a fresh start. But the people who knew her rejected that idea immediately. Pamela loved her job. She had family nearby. She had friends. She wasn't the type to just vanish without telling anyone. Others wondered if she had been abducted. Maybe someone followed her from the station, forced her into another vehicle, and drove her car to the rest stop to throw off investigators. That theory made more sense, but there was no evidence of a struggle at her home or in her car. Then, there was another possibility that people whispered about but didn't say out loud. What if someone from the police force was involved? What if this wasn't a random crime? The local police department launched a full investigation into Pamela's disappearance. They interviewed her friends, her family, her ex-husband, and her colleagues. Everyone was asked the same questions. When did you last see her? Did she seem upset or worried? Did she mention any problems she was having? Most people gave the same answers. Pamela seemed fine. She was focused on her work. She didn't talk about any troubles in her personal life, but a few people mentioned something that caught the attention of investigators. Pamela had been working on a sensitive case in the weeks before she disappeared. It involved accusations of misconduct within the department. She hadn't talked about the details with many people, but those who knew said she took it seriously. Could that case have something to do with her disappearance? Investigators made a note of it, but they didn't push too hard. Not yet. Raymond Walsh was Pamela's partner. He was 42 years old, a veteran detective with nearly 20 years on the force. Raymond had a reputation for being thorough and dependable. He and Pamela worked well together. They trusted each other. When Pamela disappeared, Raymond was one of the first people interviewed. He told investigators that he and Pamela had finished their shift together that evening. They talked briefly in the parking lot before going their separate ways. He said she seemed normal, maybe a little tired, but nothing that stood out. Raymond seemed genuinely concerned about Pamela's disappearance. He volunteered to help with the search efforts. He spoke to the media, asking anyone with information to come forward. On the surface, Raymond appeared to be a worried colleague doing everything he could to find his missing partner. But looking back now, some people wonder if they missed something. The police department publicly expressed concern for Pamela's safety. They held press conferences. They asked the community for help. Flyers with Pamela's photo were posted around town. Her face appeared on local news broadcasts. Tips started coming in, but most led nowhere. Someone thought they saw her at a gas station 2 towns over. It wasn't her. Another person claimed she had gotten on a bus heading out of state. That lead went cold. As weeks turned into months, the search efforts began to slow down. Resources were limited. Other cases demanded attention. Pamela's disappearance remained open, but it wasn't the priority it once was. Her family grew frustrated. They felt like the department wasn't doing enough. They hired a private investigator, but even he struggled to find any solid leads. Pamela Clare had simply vanished, and no one seemed able to explain how or why. A year went by with no answers. Pamela's family held a small memorial service, though they didn't have a body to bury. They refused to believe she was dead, but they needed some way to acknowledge the hole her absence had left in their lives. Her mother spoke to reporters, begging anyone with information to come forward. Her father stood silently beside her, his face lined with grief and exhaustion. Friends left flowers at the police station where Pamela had worked. Her locker remained untouched, still holding her spare uniform and a few personal items. Raymond Walsh attended the memorial. He stood in the back, his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. Afterward, he told Pamela's mother that he would never stop looking for answers. She thanked him, believing he meant it. For years, that's what everyone believed, that Raymond Walsh was just a concerned colleague, haunted by the loss of his partner. As time passed, the town slowly moved on. People stopped talking about Pamela as much. New officers joined the police force who had never met her. Her case file was stored away with other unsolved cases, gathering dust in a filing cabinet. But for Pamela's family, time didn't move on. Every birthday, every holiday, every ordinary day was a reminder that she was gone. Her mother kept Pamela's bedroom exactly as it had been. Her father drove past the police station sometimes, just to feel closer to her. They never gave up hope that someday, somehow, they would learn what happened to their daughter, and deep down, they suspected that someone out there knew the truth, someone who had stayed silent all these years, someone who carried the weight of a terrible secret. They just didn't know who. Not yet. Raymond Walsh continued working as a detective for many years after Pamela disappeared. He solved cases, earned commendations, and was respected by his peers. To everyone around him, he seemed like a dedicated officer who took his job seriously. He married a woman named Linda a few years after Pamela vanished. They had a quiet life together. Linda worked as a nurse at the local hospital. She knew about Pamela's disappearance, of course. Everyone in town did, but Raymond rarely talked about it at home. When she asked, he would say it was too painful to discuss, that losing a partner was something you never really got over. Linda understood, or at least she thought she did. She never suspected that her husband might be carrying a secret that was slowly eating away at him from the inside. A secret that, decades later, would finally come to light. By the mid-1990s, Pamela Clare's case was officially considered cold. There were no new leads, no new evidence, no new witnesses. The case file was moved to a storage room where other unsolved cases sat, waiting for someone to reopen them. Occasionally, a new detective would pull the file, read through it, and try to find something that previous investigators had missed. But they always came up empty. The truth is, cold cases are hard to solve. Memories fade. Evidence gets lost. People move away or pass on. Without fresh leads, there's only so much investigators can do. Pamela's family never stopped hoping, but even they began to accept that they might never know what happened. The pain didn't go away. It just became a part of their daily lives. A constant ache that never quite healed. And through it all, Raymond Walsh kept quiet. For years, a small metal locker sat in the basement of the police station. It was one of many storage lockers used by officers to keep personal items, old case files, and equipment they didn't need every day. Most of the lockers were unlabeled or marked with numbers that corresponded to officers who had long since retired or moved on. After Pamela disappeared, her personal locker was cleared out and her belongings were given to her family. But there was another locker, tucked away in a corner, that had belonged to Raymond Walsh. No one thought to check it. Why would they? Raymond was a respected detective, a colleague who had worked alongside Pamela. He was considered a witness, maybe even a victim of the emotional trauma that comes with losing a partner. It never occurred to anyone that Raymond might have something to hide, and so the locker remained locked, its contents untouched, for decades. In 2010, Raymond Walsh retired from the police force. He was 63 years old and had served for over 40 years. The department threw him a small retirement party. Colleagues shook his hand and thanked him for his years of service. Raymond gave a short speech, thanking everyone for their support over the years. He mentioned Pamela briefly, saying her disappearance was one of the great regrets of his career. People nodded sympathetically. They understood that some cases stay with you forever. After the party, Raymond cleaned out his locker. He packed up his personal belongings, turned in his badge, and walked out of the station for the last time. But there was one locker he didn't empty, the one in the basement, the one no one else knew was his. He left it locked, hoping it would stay that way forever. But secrets have a way of coming out, no matter how deeply they're buried. After Raymond retired, Linda noticed changes in her husband. He became more withdrawn, spending hours sitting alone in their garage or staring out the window. At first, She thought it was normal retirement adjustment. After all, he had spent his entire adult life as a police officer. But as months passed, his mood grew darker. He had trouble sleeping. She would wake up in the middle of the night to find him sitting at the kitchen table, lost in thought. When she asked what was wrong, he would brush her off, saying he was fine. But Linda knew he wasn't fine. She suggested he see a therapist, maybe talk to someone about whatever was bothering him. Raymond refused. He said he didn't need help, that he just needed time to adjust. Linda didn't push, but she worried. She had no idea that her husband was being haunted by something he had done decades earlier, something he had kept hidden for 21 years. Guilt is a heavy thing to carry. It doesn't go away with time. If anything, it gets heavier. Raymond Walsh had been living with the weight of what he had done since 1989. For years, he had convinced himself that he could manage it, that he could compartmentalize the truth and go on with his life. But retirement changed things. Without the distraction of work, without the daily routine that kept his mind occupied, the guilt began to consume him. He started drinking more. He became irritable and distant. Linda grew more concerned, but she didn't know how to help him. Raymond knew he couldn't keep living like this. The secret was killing him slowly. He thought about coming forward, but fear held him back. What would people think? What would happen to him? Would anyone even believe him after all these years? The questions tormented him day after day, night after night. In early 2011, Raymond suffered a heart attack. It wasn't massive, but it was serious enough to land him in the hospital for several days. As he lay in that hospital bed, connected to monitors and IVs, something shifted inside him. He realized he might not have much time left. He thought about Pamela's family, still living without answers after all these years. He thought about his wife, who had stood by him without knowing the truth. And he thought about himself, carrying a burden he could no longer bear. When Raymond was released from the hospital, he made a decision. He was going to tell someone what happened to Pamela Clare. Not because he wanted forgiveness. He knew he didn't deserve that, but because it was the right thing to do. Because Pamela's family deserved to know, and because he couldn't die with this secret still locked inside him. Raymond called the police station and asked to speak with someone from the detective division. He said he had information about an old case. The detective who took the call didn't think much of it at first. Retired officers sometimes called with tips or theories about unsolved cases. But when Raymond said the name Pamela Clare, the detective's attention sharpened. Raymond was told to come down to the station the next day. When he arrived, he was led into an interview room. 2 detectives sat across from him. They asked him what he wanted to talk about. Raymond took a deep breath and said, "I know what happened to Pamela. I've known all along." The room went silent. The detectives looked at each other, then back at Raymond. One of them leaned forward and said, "Tell us everything." And so Raymond began to talk, and what he said shocked everyone who heard it. Raymond told the detectives that on the night Pamela disappeared, they didn't just part ways in the parking lot, like he had claimed. They had argued. Pamela had discovered something Raymond had been hiding for months. She had found evidence that Raymond was involved in misconduct. He had been taking money from a criminal informant, money that should have been logged as evidence, but instead went into his pocket. It wasn't a large amount, but it was enough to cost him his job, his reputation, everything he had worked for. Pamela confronted him that evening after their shift. She told him she couldn't cover for him, that she had a duty to report what she knew. Raymond panicked. He begged her to reconsider, to give him a chance to make things right, but Pamela was firm. She was going to report him the next day. Raymond couldn't let that happen. Raymond told the detectives that he followed Pamela as she drove home that night. He called her on her car phone and asked her to meet him at a rest stop outside of town. He told her he wanted to talk, to explain himself one more time. Pamela, perhaps sensing his desperation or hoping to reason with him, agreed. She drove to the rest stop and parked her car. Raymond was already there, waiting. They talked for a few minutes, standing beside her car in the dim light of the parking lot. Raymond pleaded with her. He told her about his family, his career, everything he would lose if she reported him. But Pamela didn't waver. She told him she was sorry, but she had to do the right thing. And that's when something inside Raymond snapped. He didn't plan what happened next. He didn't go there intending to hurt her. But in that moment, fear and desperation took over. Raymond told the detectives that he grabbed Pamela. They struggled. She fought back, but Raymond was stronger. In a moment of panic and rage, he hurt her. He didn't go into explicit detail during his confession, but the detectives understood what he was saying. Pamela Clare died that night at the rest stop, at the hands of her partner, the man she had trusted. Raymond said he stood there afterward, staring at what he had done, unable to believe it was real. But it was real, and he had to do something. He couldn't leave her there. He couldn't go to the police and confess. So he made a choice that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He took her body and hid it. He locked her car and left it at the rest stop, hoping it would look like she had walked away or been abducted. Then he drove away and tried to forget what he had done. The detectives asked Raymond the question that mattered most. Where was Pamela's body? Raymond hesitated. Even now, after all these years, this was the hardest part to say out loud. He told them he had taken her to a remote area outside of town, a place where people rarely went. He buried her there in a shallow grave beneath some trees. He didn't mark the spot. He didn't say any words. He just wanted it to be over. After he finished, he went home, washed his hands, and tried to act normal. The next day, when people started asking about Pamela, Raymond played the part of the concerned partner. He lied to investigators, to her family, to everyone. He told himself he had no choice, that he was protecting himself and his family. But deep down, he knew the truth. He was a coward. And Pamela Clare paid the price for his cowardice. The two detectives listening to Raymond's confession sat in stunned silence for a moment after he finished. They had worked on unsolved cases before, but this was different. This was a confession from someone within their own ranks, a former colleague, someone they had trusted. One of the detectives asked Raymond why he had waited so long to come forward. Raymond said he didn't have a good answer. Fear, guilt, shame, all of it had kept him silent. But now, after his heart attack, he realized he couldn't take the secret to his grave. Pamela's family deserved to know the truth. The detectives asked if he would be willing to show them where he had buried her. Raymond nodded. He said he would take them there. The confession was recorded. Raymond was read his rights. And just like that, a case that had been cold for over 2 decades was finally cracked open. A few days after Raymond's confession, a team of investigators traveled to the location he had described. It was a wooded area about 30 miles from town, far from any main roads. The trees were thick, the ground uneven, and covered in years of fallen leaves and underbrush. Raymond led them to a spot near a cluster of old oak trees. He pointed and said, "She's here." The team brought in ground, penetrating radar and cadaver dogs. It didn't take long to confirm what Raymond had said. There was something buried beneath the surface. Carefully, respectfully, investigators began to dig. Hours later, they uncovered human remains. The bones were old, but they were intact enough to be examined. Dental records later confirmed what everyone already knew. They had found Pamela Clare. After 22 years, she was finally coming home. Telling Pamela's family was one of the hardest things the investigators had to do. Her mother was in her 80s now, frail but still sharp. Her father had passed away a few years earlier, never knowing what happened to his daughter. The detectives sat down with Pamela's mother and told her gently that they had found Pamela. They told her that a former colleague had confessed to her murder. The old woman didn't cry. She just sat there, staring at her hands, and nodded slowly. She had waited over 2 decades for this moment, and now that it was here, she didn't know how to feel. Relief, maybe, or sadness, or anger, probably all of it at once. She asked who had done it. When the detective said Raymond Walsh's name, she closed her eyes. She remembered him from the memorial service all those years ago, standing in the back, offering his condolences. She had trusted him. They all had. Raymond Walsh was arrested and charged with murder. The news spread quickly through the town and the police department. People couldn't believe it. Raymond had been one of them, a respected detective who had served for decades. How could he have done this? How could he have lied for so long? Some of his former colleagues felt betrayed. Others felt angry. A few even felt sorry for him, though they would never say it out loud. Raymond was held without bail. His wife, Linda, was devastated. She had known something was wrong, but she never imagined this. She filed for divorce shortly after his arrest. She couldn't stay with a man who had killed someone, who had lied to her for their entire marriage. Raymond didn't fight the divorce. He knew he deserved it. He deserved everything that was coming to him. Raymond's trial began several months later. The prosecution laid out the case. Raymond had killed Pamela to cover up his own crimes. He had hidden her body and lied for over 2 decades. The evidence was damning. Raymond's confession was played in court. Investigators testified about finding Pamela's remains. Forensic experts confirmed the cause of death. Raymond's defense attorney tried to argue that it hadn't been premeditated, that it was a crime of passion, a moment of panic that spiraled out of control. But the jury didn't buy it. Raymond had hidden her body. He had lied to investigators. He had attended her memorial and pretended to care. Those weren't the actions of someone who had made a terrible mistake in a moment of panic. Those were the actions of someone who had chosen to cover up a murder. The trial lasted 3 weeks. The jury deliberated for less than a day. Raymond Walsh was found guilty of second-degree murder. When the verdict was read, he showed no emotion. He just sat there, staring straight ahead. Pamela's mother was in the courtroom that day. She watched as Raymond was led away in handcuffs. She didn't feel victorious. She just felt tired. Tired of waiting, tired of wondering, tired of living with the pain of not knowing. Now she knew. And somehow that didn't make it any easier. The sentencing hearing was held a few weeks later. The judge sentenced Raymond to 25 years to life in prison. He would be eligible for parole when he was in his late 80s, though most people doubted he would live that long. Raymond's attorney asked if he wanted to say anything before being taken away. Raymond nodded. He turned toward Pamela's family and said, "I'm sorry." It was the first time he had apologized. It was also far too late. After Raymond's conviction, the police department conducted a thorough review of all of his old cases and belongings. That's when someone remembered the locker in the basement, the one that had been sitting there, untouched, for years. A supervisor checked the department's records and found that the locker had been assigned to Raymond decades ago. They cut the lock and opened it. Inside, they found a collection of items that made their stomachs turn. There were old case files, some of which had been marked as lost or misplaced over the years. There were envelopes containing cash that should have been logged as evidence. And then there were personal items, photos, a notebook, and a small stack of letters. The photos showed Pamela and Raymond together during their time as partners. The notebook contained handwritten entries, a kind of journal that Raymond had kept, and the letters were addressed to Pamela, never sent. The journal entries were disturbing. Raymond had written about his growing paranoia in the months before Pamela disappeared. He wrote about how she was asking too many questions, how she was getting too close to discovering his illegal dealings. He wrote about his fear of being caught, of losing everything, and in one entry, dated just 2 days before Pamela vanished, he wrote, "I don't know what I'll do if she reports me. I can't let that happen." Reading those words, it became clear that Raymond's claim of acting in a moment of panic wasn't entirely true. He had been thinking about the problem of Pamela for weeks. Maybe he hadn't planned to kill her, but he had certainly thought about how to stop her. The journal was turned over to prosecutors, though by that point Raymond was already in prison. It served as further confirmation of what everyone now knew. Raymond Walsh had betrayed his partner in the worst possible way. The photos found in the locker were haunting in their ordinariness. They showed Pamela and Raymond at department events, standing together in their uniforms, smiling for the camera. In one photo, they were at a training seminar, both holding certificates of completion. In another, they were sitting in a patrol car, Raymond behind the wheel, Pamela in the passenger seat. They looked like partners who trusted each other, who had each other's backs. Looking at those photos now, knowing what Raymond had done, made people feel sick. Pamela had trusted him. She had worked beside him every day, and when she discovered his crimes, she had tried to do the right thing. Her reward for that integrity was death. The photos were eventually given to Pamela's family. Her mother looked at them once, and then put them away. She said she didn't want to remember her daughter that way, standing next to the man who would kill her. The letters found in Raymond's locker were perhaps the most disturbing discovery of all. They were addressed to Pamela, but they had never been sent. They had been written after her death, at various points over the years. In them, Raymond wrote about his guilt, his regret, his struggle to live with what he had done. He apologized over and over. He said he thought about her every day. He said he wished he could take it back. But he never sent the letters. He never came forward. He just wrote his confessions on paper and locked them away, as if that somehow absolved him of responsibility. Reading those letters, investigators realized something chilling. Raymond had known all along that what he did was wrong. He had lived with that knowledge for decades, and yet he had chosen, day after day, to keep silent, to let Pamela's family suffer, to let her memory fade, all to protect himself. With Pamela's remains finally recovered, her family was able to hold a proper funeral. It took place on a warm afternoon in late summer. The service was held at a small church where Pamela had attended as a child. Her mother sat in the front row, surrounded by relatives and friends. Officers from the police department attended, many of whom had never met Pamela, but wanted to pay their respects. The chaplain spoke about justice, about truth, and about the importance of doing what's right even when it's difficult. He said Pamela had lived by those principles, and in the end, they had cost her everything. After the service, Pamela was buried in the town cemetery, not far from where her father was laid to rest. Her mother stood beside the grave for a long time after everyone else had left, saying goodbye to the daughter she had lost so many years ago. Pamela's case had a profound impact on the police department. It forced them to confront uncomfortable truths about their own failures. How had Raymond's misconduct gone unnoticed for so long? Why hadn't anyone questioned his story more thoroughly when Pamela disappeared? Why had it taken over 2 decades for the truth to come out? The department launched an internal review. They implemented new policies for handling misconduct allegations. They established better oversight for evidence handling. They trained officers on recognizing warning signs of corruption within their ranks. But no policy or training could undo what had happened. Pamela Clare was gone, and the department had to live with the fact that one of their own had killed her and gotten away with it for 22 years. It was a stain that would never fully wash away. Linda Walsh struggled to rebuild her life after her husband's conviction. She had been married to Raymond for over 15 years And during that entire time, he had been carrying the secret of what he had done. She wondered if there had been signs she missed, moments when she should have asked more questions. But the truth was, Raymond had been good at hiding his guilt. He had compartmentalized it, locked it away, and gone on with his life as if nothing had happened. Linda moved out of the house they had shared and rented a small apartment across town. She changed her last name back to her maiden name. She avoided places where she might run into people who knew Raymond. Some of her friends stood by her, understanding that she was a victim in her own way. Others distanced themselves, unable to separate her from what her husband had done. Linda didn't blame them. She just tried to move forward, one day at a time. Pamela's mother lived for 3 more years after her daughter's funeral. In that time, she found a kind of peace she hadn't known since 1989. She finally had answers. She knew where Pamela was. She knew what had happened. It didn't bring her daughter back, but it closed a chapter that had been left open for far too long. She visited Pamela's grave every week, bringing flowers and sitting quietly beside the headstone. She would talk to her daughter, telling her about small things, the weather, the neighbors, the garden. Near the end of her life, she told her remaining family members that she was ready to go. She had done what she needed to do. She had seen justice for Pamela. When she passed away in her sleep one autumn night, her family took comfort in knowing she and Pamela were together again. Raymond Walsh spent his remaining years in prison. He kept to himself mostly, avoiding other inmates and spending his days in the library or his cell. He didn't receive many visitors. His ex-wife never came. His few remaining friends from the police force stayed away. He was alone with his guilt, just as he had been for most of his life. Some inmates knew who he was, a former cop who had killed his partner. That didn't make him popular. He was threatened a few times, roughed up once, but mostly he was ignored. Guards who had worked in law enforcement before understood the betrayal Raymond represented, and they treated him with cold professionalism. Raymond developed health problems as he aged. His heart never fully recovered from the attack he had suffered. He spent time in the prison infirmary, and through it all, he thought about Pamela. He thought about the choice he had made that night, and how it had destroyed so many lives. Can someone like Raymond Walsh be forgiven? It's a question people still debate. Some say no. He took a life, hid the truth for decades, and caused immeasurable pain to Pamela's family. He doesn't deserve forgiveness. Others point to his confession, his willingness to finally tell the truth and face the consequences. They argue that while his actions were unforgivable, his decision to come forward showed some measure of remorse. But the truth is, forgiveness isn't something that can be decided by outside observers. It's personal. Pamela's family would be the only ones who could truly forgive Raymond, and they never did. Her mother said in an interview shortly before she died that she was glad Raymond confessed, but that didn't erase what he had done. She said Pamela deserved to live a full life, to retire from the force, to maybe find love again, to grow old. Raymond took all of that away. And for what? To protect himself from the consequences of his own crimes. No amount of sorry could give Pamela back the years she lost. And that, more than anything, made forgiveness impossible. Pamela's case exposed serious flaws in how investigations are handled, especially when they involve law enforcement officers. When someone within the department is suspected of wrongdoing, there's often a tendency to protect them, to give them the benefit of the doubt. That's what happened with Raymond. No one wanted to believe that a respected detective could be capable of murder, so they didn't look closely enough at his story. They didn't question the inconsistencies. They didn't push hard enough for answers. And because of that, Raymond was able to hide the truth for over 2 decades. The case served as a wake-up call. It reminded people that badges don't make someone immune to corruption or violence. It reminded departments that they need to investigate their own with the same rigor they would use on any other suspect. Trust is important, but accountability is more important. Pamela Clare is remembered now not just as a victim, but as someone who stood up for what was right, even when it cost her everything. She could have looked the other way when she discovered Raymond's crimes. She could have stayed silent, protected her partner, and gone on with her life. But that wasn't who Pamela was. She believed in integrity. She believed in justice. And she refused to compromise those values, even when doing the right thing put her in danger. In the years since her death, the police department established an award in her name. The Pamela Clare Award for Integrity is given each year to an officer who demonstrates exceptional ethical conduct. It's a small tribute, but it keeps her memory alive. It reminds officers of the importance of doing what's right, even when it's difficult, even when it's dangerous. Raymond Walsh died in prison in 2018, 7 years into his sentence. He was 71 years old. The cause of death was heart failure. There was no funeral, no memorial service. His ex-wife was notified, but chose not to claim the body. He was cremated, and his ashes were placed in an unmarked container at the prison. A few people who had known him in his earlier years heard about his death and felt a complicated mix of emotions. They remembered the Raymond who had been a good detective, a decent colleague, but they also knew what he had become. They knew about the lies, the betrayal, the murder. In the end, most people felt nothing when they heard he was gone. Raymond Walsh had become a cautionary tale, a reminder of what happens when fear and self-preservation take precedence over honor and truth. His death closed the final chapter of a story that should never have happened. Pamela Clare's story teaches us several important lessons. First, that silence protects the guilty. Raymond was able to hide his crime for so long because he stayed silent and because others didn't ask the hard questions. When we turn away from uncomfortable truths, when we protect institutions over individuals, we allow injustice to flourish. Second, that doing the right thing isn't always safe. Pamela paid the ultimate price for her integrity, but her choice to stand up for what was right, even knowing the risks, is what we should remember most about her. Third, that guilt doesn't go away with time. Raymond carried his secret for decades, and it slowly destroyed him from the inside. His confession came too late to save anyone, but it proved that the weight of wrongdoing eventually becomes unbearable. And finally, that justice matters. It may take years, even decades, but the truth has a way of coming out. And when it does, it brings a kind of closure that nothing else can. Today, Pamela Clare rests in a quiet cemetery, finally at peace after more than 2 decades of uncertainty. Her family has answers. Raymond Walsh is gone. The case is closed. But one question still lingers in the minds of those who followed this story. How many other cases like this are out there? How many other people vanished because they stood up to someone in power? How many other secrets are locked away in basements, hidden in journals, buried in places no one thinks to look? Pamela's case was solved because Raymond's guilt finally overwhelmed him. But what about the ones who never confess? What about the ones who take their secrets to the grave? We want to believe that justice always prevails, that the truth always comes out. But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes people disappear. And the ones who know what happened stay silent forever. And that's the most unsettling part of all. Not knowing how many other Pamelas are out there, waiting to be found. This disappearance mystery reveals how cold case investigations can finally bring closure to families waiting decades for answers. Missing person cases like this remind us that unsolved mysteries don't always stay unsolved. Sometimes the truth emerges when we least expect it. If you're fascinated by true crime stories, vanished without a trace cases, and real life suspense mysteries, This channel explores the most compelling crime documentaries and missing persons investigations. From cold case files to mysterious disappearances, we examine how detective work and persistence solve even the oldest unsolved cases. What drives someone to confess after years of silence? Subscribe for more suspenseful stories about criminal justice, vanishing persons, and the unexpected twists in missing person story investigations. Drop a comment below. Do you think more cases like this remain hidden? Thanks for watching this deep dive into one of the most haunting disappearance stories in recent memory. Imagine celebrating 40 years of marriage, only to vanish without a trace. In March 1982, Frank and Evelyn Donnelly set out to mark their ruby anniversary with a cross-country RV adventure, a journey they'd planned for months. But somewhere along the backroads of rural Louisiana, they simply disappeared. No distress calls, no witnesses, no clues. For 5 agonizing years, their family searched desperately for answers. Then, in 1987, a local fisherman made a chilling discovery deep in the bayou. Their Class C motorhome, submerged and barely recognizable. What investigators found inside would raise more questions than it answered. Before we begin, a quick like and subscribe is always appreciated. And please let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Frank Donnelly was a retired postal worker from Cincinnati, Ohio. At 60 years old, he was known throughout his neighborhood as a meticulous man who kept detailed records of everything. His garage was organized with labels on every shelf, and his toolbox could have been featured in a magazine. Evelyn, 58, had worked as an elementary school librarian for 33 years. She was beloved by students and teachers alike, always ready with a warm smile and a book recommendation. Together, they raised 3 children who had all grown and moved away by 1982. Their friends described them as devoted to each other, the kind of couple that still held hands at the grocery store. They were careful planners, not the type to take unnecessary risks. So when they announced their anniversary trip, everyone thought it was perfectly in character. The Donnellys had been talking about this trip for nearly 2 years. Frank purchased a used 1978 Class C motorhome in the summer of 1981. He spent months fixing it up, replacing worn parts, and ensuring everything worked perfectly. Evelyn created an itinerary that covered 17 states over 6 weeks. They planned to visit national parks, historical landmarks, and small towns they'd always wanted to see. Their daughter, Patricia, later told investigators that her mother had compiled a thick binder with maps, campground reservations, and lists of attractions. Frank installed a citizens band radio in the RV for emergencies and made sure they had spare parts for common repairs. They weren't novice travelers either. The couple had taken several shorter RV trips over the previous year to get comfortable with the vehicle. Everything suggested they were as prepared as any travelers could be. On March 7, 1982, the Donnellys left Cincinnati on a sunny Sunday morning. Their son, Michael, stopped by that morning to say goodbye. He later recalled that his parents seemed excited but calm, exactly as they approached most things in life. Frank went through a final checklist, testing the lights, checking tire pressure, and reviewing their route one more time. Evelyn packed a cooler with sandwiches and fruit for the first few days on the road. They planned to head south through Kentucky and Tennessee before turning west toward Texas. Their first scheduled stop was a campground outside Nashville, about 270 miles away. Patricia received a phone call from her mother that evening confirming they'd arrived safely. Evelyn sounded happy, mentioning the beautiful countryside and mild weather. That call would be the last confirmed contact anyone had with either of them. For the first 10 days, the family received sporadic updates. Frank sent a postcard from Memphis, Tennessee, dated March 10th. The message was brief but cheerful, mentioning they'd visited Graceland and were heading toward Little Rock, Arkansas. Another postcard arrived from Michael's address, postmarked March 15th from Texarkana, Texas. Nothing in the messages suggested any problems. According to their itinerary, they should have been making good progress toward their planned stops in Texas and New Mexico. The family wasn't concerned about not hearing from them every day. Long-distance phone calls were expensive, and the Donnellys had mentioned they might not call frequently to save money. When March turned into April without further word, their children assumed their parents were simply enjoying their journey and would call when they reached a major destination. But as April progressed with no contact, unease began to settle in. By mid-April, Patricia tried calling several campgrounds her parents had reservations at. None of them had any record of the Donnellys checking in. She contacted the last campground they'd confirmed staying at, near Texarkana, and learned they'd departed on March 17th as planned. After that, the trail went cold. Michael drove to Cincinnati to check his parents' house. Everything was exactly as they'd left it. The mail had piled up, plants needed watering, but nothing appeared disturbed. On April 22nd, Patricia filed a missing persons report with the Cincinnati Police Department. The officer taking the report was sympathetic but explained that adults have the right to travel without checking in. However, given the Donnellys' reliable nature, he agreed to enter their information into the national database. The family also contacted the Postal Service, asking them to flag if any mail was forwarded or picked up anywhere. Nothing turned up. Detective Raymond Walsh was assigned to the case. A 20-year veteran of the Cincinnati Police Department, he'd handled his share of missing persons cases. Most ended with people being found safe, having simply lost track of time or deciding to extend their travels. But something about the Donnelly case bothered him from the start. He interviewed the children extensively, building a timeline of the last known contacts. He obtained the couple's bank records and discovered that their last transaction was on March 19th at a gas station in Shreveport, Louisiana. Frank had used his credit card to purchase $32 in fuel. After that date, there were no withdrawals, no charges, no activity whatsoever. Walsh contacted Louisiana authorities and learned that Shreveport was roughly 100 miles north of their next planned destination. But they never made it. The detective began the painstaking work of contacting every police department along their possible routes. Walsh sent bulletins to law enforcement agencies across Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Mississippi. He included descriptions of both Frank and Evelyn, along with detailed information about their RV, a white 1978 Winnebago Chieftain with brown and orange stripes, Ohio license plates, and a distinctive crack in the passenger side windshield. He also reached out to hospitals, checking for any unidentified patients admitted around that time. The National Park Service was contacted since the Donnellys had planned to visit several parks in Texas and New Mexico. Rangers were asked to check registration records and be on the lookout for the vehicle. Patricia appeared on local Cincinnati news programs, holding up photos of her parents and their RV. The story ran in newspapers across the Midwest, but no useful leads emerged. Michael hired a private investigator who retraced the route his parents should have taken, stopping at gas stations and diners to show photos. Nobody remembered seeing them. As weeks turned into months, various theories emerged. Some suggested the Donnellys might have had an accident on a remote road, with the RV going off an embankment or into a body of water. Search teams checked accident reports and explored dangerous stretches of highway, but found nothing. Others wondered if they'd been victims of foul play, perhaps targeted by criminals who saw elderly travelers as easy marks. Detective Walsh investigated several reports of robberies and assaults along interstate highways in the region, but none matched the Donnellys' timeline or description. A more hopeful theory suggested they might have simply decided to start a new life somewhere, though this seemed completely out of character. Their bank accounts remained untouched, which would have been impossible if they were living somewhere under assumed names. Every lead that seemed promising ultimately led nowhere. By summer, the investigation had stalled completely, with no new information coming in. The Donnelly children struggled with the uncertainty. Patricia took a leave of absence from her teaching job, spending weeks traveling through Louisiana and Texas, putting up missing person flyers and talking to anyone who would listen. Michael coordinated with citizen volunteer search groups, organizing efforts to search remote areas where an accident might have gone unnoticed. Their youngest sibling, Thomas, managed the media appeals and maintained contact with law enforcement agencies. The emotional toll was immense. They couldn't grieve because they didn't know if their parents were dead. They couldn't move on because they didn't have answers. Holidays were especially difficult. Christmas 1982 came and went without any word. The house in Cincinnati sat empty, a shrine to a life interrupted. The children couldn't bring themselves to pack up their parents' belongings or make any permanent decisions. They existed in a painful limbo, hoping for a miracle while fearing the worst. By early 1983, the investigation had essentially stopped. Detective Walsh hadn't received any new information in months. He kept the file active and continued to check periodically for any updates, but without fresh leads, there was nothing more he could do. The Donnellys' case joined thousands of others in missing persons databases across the country. Occasionally, a body would be discovered somewhere, and Walsh would check to see if it might be Frank or Evelyn, but it never was. The family's private investigator exhausted his leads and had to admit he'd hit a wall. Patricia returned to work, though she struggled to focus. Michael visited his parents' house weekly, maintaining it as if they might return any day. The media lost interest as newer stories captured public attention. Friends and neighbors expressed sympathy, but didn't know what to say anymore. The Donnellys had simply vanished, as if they'd driven into another dimension. As years passed, the family tried to rebuild their lives while carrying the weight of not knowing. Patricia got married in 1984. She sent an invitation to her parents' address, a symbolic gesture that left her in tears. Michael's wife gave birth to their first child in 1985, a grandson Frank and Evelyn would never meet. Thomas moved to Atlanta for a new job opportunity. They stayed in close contact, calling each other on their parents' birthdays and anniversary to share memories and tears. Detective Walsh retired in 1986, but he couldn't stop thinking about the case. It was one of the few that had truly haunted him throughout his career. He kept a copy of the file at home, sometimes reviewing it on quiet evenings, hoping something he'd missed would suddenly become obvious. But the answers remained elusive, buried somewhere in the vast landscape of the American South. On June 14, 1987, everything changed. A local fisherman named Robert Hayes was working in a remote section of the Atchafalaya Basin, about 40 miles southwest of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Atchafalaya is one of the largest swamp systems in America, covering nearly 1 million acres of bayous, cypress swamps, and wetlands. Hayes knew these waters better than most, having fished there since childhood. He was checking his crawfish traps in an area that was rarely visited, accessible only by shallow draft boats. The water was low that summer due to a mild drought, exposing areas that were normally submerged. As Hayes navigated through a narrow channel lined with cypress trees, he noticed something unusual in the murky water ahead. At first, he thought it was an old boat that had sunk, but as he got closer, he realized it was a vehicle. The top portion was barely visible above the waterline, covered in algae and moss. Hayes immediately recognized this wasn't a typical abandoned vehicle. He marked the location on his navigation chart and headed back to the nearest boat launch, where he found a pay phone and called the local sheriff's office. Deputy Martin Cross responded to the call and met Hayes at the boat launch. Together, they returned to the site. Cross radioed for additional assistance, and within 2 hours, a recovery team had assembled. The Iberville Parish Sheriff's Department coordinated with state wildlife officers who had equipment suitable for swamp operations. A dive team arrived from Baton Rouge to assess the situation. The first diver who went down came up shaking his head. The vehicle was resting on a soft mud bottom in about 12 feet of water. It was indeed a recreational vehicle, and it had been there for a considerable time based on the growth covering it. The question everyone immediately asked was whether anyone was inside. The recovery operation was complex and delicate. The swamp floor was unstable, making it difficult to secure cables and chains. A barge with a crane was brought in, but it took nearly a full day to position it properly in the narrow channel. Divers worked carefully, clearing vegetation and securing straps around the RV's frame. There was significant concern about the vehicle's structural integrity. Years of submersion had likely weakened it considerably, and they feared it might break apart during the lifting process. On the morning of June 16th, the crane operator began the slow process of raising the vehicle. Water poured from every opening as it emerged. The sight was eerie. The once white RV was now stained dark with mud and algae, its windows opaque with accumulated grime. The orange and brown stripes were barely visible. As it cleared the water completely, everyone held their breath. The RV was clearly old and had been submerged for years. Once the RV was secured on the barge, investigators cautiously approached it. The door was closed but not locked. Detective Lawrence Bennett from the Iberville Parish Sheriff's Department carefully opened it, releasing a rush of foul swamp water and debris. The interior was completely flooded and filled with silt. Everything was covered in a thick layer of mud. Bennett and his team would need to carefully document and search the interior, but that would take time and proper facilities. The RV was transported to a secure facility where it could be properly examined. The license plates, though corroded and barely legible, appeared to be from Ohio. Bennett ran what numbers he could make out through the database. Within hours, he had a match. The vehicle was registered to Frank William Donnelly of Cincinnati, Ohio. Bennett immediately contacted the Cincinnati Police Department. The news reached the Donnelly family that same evening. Patricia received the call at 7:30 in the evening. A detective from Louisiana explained they'd found a vehicle matching her parents' RV submerged in a swamp. Her first question was whether anyone was inside. The detective couldn't answer yet. They were still processing the vehicle. Patricia immediately called Michael and Thomas. By the next morning, all three siblings were on a plane to Baton Rouge. Detective Bennett them at the airport and drove them to the facility where the RV was being examined. He warned them it would be difficult to see. Nothing could have prepared them for the sight of their parents' beloved motorhome, transformed into a shell covered in mud and decay. Patricia broke down crying. Michael stood silently, his jaw clenched. Thomas had to step outside for air. Bennett explained that investigators were carefully searching the interior, documenting everything before disturbing any potential evidence. The siblings were allowed to look through the windows, but the silt-covered interior revealed little. Forensic technicians spent 3 days methodically searching the RV's interior. They used water pumps to remove the standing water, then carefully sifted through the mud and debris. What they found painted a troubling picture. Personal belongings were scattered throughout, including clothing, toiletries, and books. Evelyn's purse was found wedged between the driver and passenger seats. Inside was her wallet with identification, $73 in cash, and credit cards. Frank's wallet was discovered in the glove compartment, containing his driver's license and $142. The presence of these items immediately ruled out robbery as a motive. Luggage was still packed in the overhead compartments, suggesting they hadn't been staying anywhere when whatever happened occurred. The kitchen area contained spoiled food and supplies consistent with an active trip. But 2 things were notably absent. There were no human remains in the vehicle, and there were no obvious signs of what had caused the RV to end up in the swamp. As technicians continued their examination, they made several significant discoveries. The RV's ignition was in the off position, and the keys were missing. They were never found despite thorough searching both inside the vehicle and in the surrounding swamp area. The steering wheel showed no signs of being in a turned position, suggesting the RV had gone straight into the water rather than swerving. The windshield on the driver's side had a large impact point, with cracks radiating outward, but this damage was consistent with something hitting it from outside rather than from within. The passenger side mirror was torn off, and there was scraping damage along that side of the vehicle. Most puzzling were the vehicle's doors. The main entry door was closed but unlocked. The emergency exit window in the back was open approximately 6 inches. Investigators debated what this meant. Had someone partially opened it trying to escape, or had water pressure forced it open over time? Detective Bennett worked with accident reconstruction specialists to understand how the RV ended up where it was found. The location was significant. It wasn't near any paved roads or established boat launches. The nearest road was a small parish road about half a mile away. Between that road and where the RV was found lay dense swamp forest, thick undergrowth, and unstable ground. There was no clear path a vehicle could have taken. The specialists examined aerial photographs and topographical maps from the early 1980s. They discovered that during that period there had been a logging operation in the area. Old logging roads, now completely overgrown and invisible, had existed throughout the swamp. These roads were rough, rarely maintained, and known only to loggers and a few locals. They weren't marked on any standard maps. It was theoretically possible that the Donnellys had taken one of these roads, either by mistake or intentionally, though why they would remain unclear. The Atchafalaya Basin has a dark reputation among locals. It's a place where people can disappear easily, where the dense vegetation and murky waters hide secrets. Over the years, numerous vehicles have been found in its waters, some with tragic stories attached. The area where the Donnellys' RV was discovered was particularly isolated. In 1982, it would have been even more remote. Local residents told investigators that the logging roads were dangerous, prone to flooding, and often washed out without warning. Several people had gotten lost in the swamp over the years, some never found. The roads weren't intended for recreational vehicles. They were meant for logging trucks with specialized equipment and experienced drivers. If the Donnellys had somehow ended up on one of these roads, perhaps messled by poor signage or outdated maps, they would have been in serious danger. The roads often ended abruptly at water's edge, with little warning. Based on the evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the Donnellys' final days. Their last confirmed gas station transaction was in Shreveport on March 19th. The Atchafalaya Basin was approximately 150 miles south of Shreveport, roughly a 3-hour drive under normal conditions. According to their itinerary, they should have been heading west toward Texas, not south into central Louisiana. Detective Bennett theorized they might have taken a wrong turn or decided to change their route. Perhaps they'd heard about the Atchafalaya from other travelers and wanted to see it. The swamp was, after all, a unique natural area that might appeal to curious tourists. Bennett contacted the Louisiana Department of Transportation to obtain road signs and maps from 1982. What he found was troubling. Several roads in the region had confusing or missing signage during that period. It was entirely plausible that the Donnellys had taken a wrong turn and ended up on an unmarked logging road. The partially open emergency exit window haunted investigators. Forensic experts carefully examined it, looking for any evidence that might explain its position. The window was designed to push outward in emergencies, and it appeared to have been opened from the inside. This suggested that someone, presumably Frank or Evelyn, had been trying to escape the vehicle. But if they'd managed to open the window and get out, where were they? The swamp around where the RV was found was extensively searched. Cadaver dogs were brought in, scanning the area for any sign of human remains. Divers searched the murky water in an expanding radius from the vehicle's location. Nothing was found. One theory suggested that if either Frank or Evelyn had escaped into the swamp, they might have become disoriented and succumbed to the elements. The Atchafalaya is unforgiving to those unfamiliar with it. Alligators, venomous snakes, and the risk of drowning made survival unlikely for someone lost in its depths. Detective Bennett cross-referenced the Donnellys' case with every unidentified body found in Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, and Arkansas since March 1982. He went through reports one by one, comparing descriptions, ages, and timing. Several possibilities emerged, but none matched perfectly. In May 1982, an unidentified woman's body was found in a bayou near Lafayette, Louisiana, about 30 miles from where the RV was discovered. However, the woman was significantly younger than Evelyn would have been. In August of that year, a man's body was found near the Texas border, but he died from a gunshot wound which didn't fit the scenario. Over the 5 years since the Donnellys disappeared, dozens of bodies had been discovered in the region, but none could be definitively connected to them. DNA testing was not yet widely available for identification purposes in 1987, which made definitive matching difficult. The Donnelly children provided dental records and medical information, but no matches were made. The discovery of the RV generated significant media coverage across Louisiana and neighboring states. Detective Bennett held a press conference, showing photos of Frank and Evelyn Donnelly and asking anyone with information to come forward. The story was featured on local news broadcasts and in newspapers throughout the Gulf South. Several people called with tips, but most led nowhere. One witness reported seeing an RV matching the description at a rest stop near Alexandria, Louisiana, in late March 1982. The witness remembered because the couple seemed confused about directions and were studying a map. However, the witness couldn't be certain of the exact date or even confirm it was definitely the Donnellys. Another caller claimed to have seen a similar RV on a remote road near the swamp around the same time period. But again, the details were vague and uncorroborated. The problem with witness accounts from 5 years earlier was the reliability of human memory. People often conflated different memories or filled in gaps with assumptions. Investigators tracked down the logging company that had operated in the Atchafalaya Basin during early 1982. The company's foreman, a man named Gerald Thompson, remembered the time period well. His crew had been working in that section of the swamp from February through early April. They used several makeshift roads to transport cut timber. Thompson explained that they'd put up temporary signs directing their trucks, but those signs weren't designed for public use and weren't standardized. He admitted that occasionally, civilians would wander onto the logging roads, usually hunters or fishermen familiar with the area. However, he couldn't recall ever seeing a recreational vehicle on those roads. Thompson pointed out that the roads weren't safe for regular vehicles. They were often muddy, could wash out unexpectedly, and had spots where the ground was barely stable enough to support heavy equipment. For an RV, they would have been treacherous. Several of the roads ended right at the water's edge, with no barriers or warnings. Meteorological records from March 1982 revealed an important detail. Between March 18th and 21st, severe thunderstorms had moved through central Louisiana. Rainfall was heavy, causing flash flooding in many areas. Water levels in the Atchafalaya Basin rose significantly, and several roads were temporarily impassable. Detective Bennett obtained specific weather data for March 19th and 20th. On the 19th, the day of the Donnellys' last known transaction, storms began developing in the late afternoon. By evening, conditions were severe with heavy rain, lightning, and poor visibility. If the Donnellys had been traveling on back roads during this weather, their situation would have been dangerous. A logging road that was marginally passable in good weather could become a muddy trap in the rain. Bennett theorized that they might have been trying to find shelter or a way back to the main highway when they encountered trouble. Based on all the evidence, investigators developed a working theory of what happened. Sometime on March 19th or 20th, the Donnellys made a wrong turn, possibly exacerbated by storm conditions and poor visibility. They ended up on an unmarked logging road leading into the Atchafalaya Basin. As they attempted to navigate the rough road, perhaps looking for a place to turn around. They encountered increasingly difficult conditions. The road may have been washed out or obscured by rising water. In the darkness and rain, they didn't realize they were approaching the end of the road until it was too late. The RV went into the water, possibly nose first based on how it was found. The impact with the water could have caused the windshield damage observed. Once in the water, the heavy vehicle would have sunk quickly. Frank and Evelyn would have had only moments to react. One or both of them may have attempted to escape through the emergency window, but the circumstances, darkness, disorientation, the shock of cold water, would have made survival extremely difficult. Not everyone accepted the accident theory. Some investigators, including Detective Walsh from Cincinnati, who'd followed the case closely, questioned certain aspects. If it was a simple wrong turn and accident, why had the Donnellys deviated so far from their planned route? Their last confirmed location in Shreveport was 150 miles from where the RV was found, and it was in the wrong direction from where they should have been heading. Walsh suggested that perhaps they'd been forced off their route by someone with ill intentions. The missing keys bothered him. Why weren't they in the ignition or somewhere in the vehicle? He proposed that someone might have attacked them, forced them to drive to the remote location, and then disposed of them. The open emergency window could indicate they'd been trapped in the vehicle by an assailant. However, this theory had significant problems. Nothing was stolen. Money and valuables were left in the RV. There was no forensic evidence of another person in the vehicle. As word spread through local communities about the discovered RV, some longtime residents shared a disturbing story that had circulated for years. In late March 1982, several people in the small town of Bayou Sorrel, about 15 miles from where the RV was found, reported seeing an unfamiliar recreational vehicle driving slowly through town. The vehicle had out-of-state plates and appeared to be driven by an elderly couple. What made the sighting memorable was that the couple allegedly stopped to ask for directions, but seemed confused about where they were trying to go. One resident, Martha Broussard, told investigators she'd been working at a small general store when an elderly couple came in looking distressed. The man explained they'd gotten lost trying to find a campground, and their map didn't show their current location. Martha had given them directions back to the main highway, but she wasn't certain they understood. She remembered thinking they looked exhausted and worried. When shown photos of the Donnellys, she believed it might have been them. Detective Bennett mapped out a possible timeline using Martha Broussard's account and other fragmentary information. If the Donnellys had been in Bayou Sorrel in late March, they were significantly off their planned route. The town was a small, isolated community that wouldn't be on any typical tourist path. Bennett theorized they might have been trying to find a route to Interstate 10, which ran east-west across Louisiana and would have taken them toward Texas. In the confusion of back roads, perhaps exacerbated by their growing concern about being lost, they may have taken increasingly poor roads in an attempt to find the highway. The logging road could have seemed like it might lead somewhere promising, or, perhaps in the rain and darkness, they simply didn't realize what kind of road they were on until too late. Local fishermen told Bennett that the area where the RV ended up was particularly deceptive. The road appeared to continue, but actually stopped abruptly at the water's edge, obscured by vegetation. Despite the passage of 5 years, investigators organized another comprehensive search of the swamp area. Volunteers from local parishes joined law enforcement in systematically combing through the difficult terrain. They searched for any sign of Frank or Evelyn, clothing, personal items, or human remains. The search lasted 2 weeks and covered several square miles around where the RV was found. The process was grueling. The swamp was hot, humid, filled with mosquitoes and treacherous underfoot. Searchers waded through chest-deep water, checked hollow logs, and explored countless small islands of solid ground. Cadaver dogs worked alongside human searchers, but the environment made their job difficult. Decomposition in swamp conditions, especially after 5 years, would leave little scent for dogs to detect. The search ultimately found nothing connected to the Donnellys. They did discover some old personal items, a shoe, some bottles, scattered trash, but none of it was related to the case. The vastness of the Atchafalaya became painfully apparent. If Frank and Evelyn were in that swamp, finding them might be impossible. In an attempt to match the Donnellys to any unidentified remains that had been found, investigators obtained their dental records from their Cincinnati dentist. These records were distributed to medical examiners throughout Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, and eastern Texas. Every unidentified body from the past 5 years that roughly matched their ages was re-examined. Several bodies that had been found in water or isolated areas received particular attention. The remains of a woman found in 1983 near the Arkansas-Louisiana border were carefully compared to Evelyn's dental profile, but ultimately ruled out. A man's body discovered in 1984 in northeast Texas was examined against Frank's records with the same negative result. The process was methodical but frustrating. Many bodies found in rural areas are never identified, and some remains had been found in conditions that made identification difficult or impossible. The Donnelly children lived in agonizing limbo, hoping that identification would bring closure, but dreading what that closure would mean. Among the items recovered from the RV, several were particularly poignant. Evelyn's carefully prepared binder with their trip itinerary was found, its pages now fused together by water and time. Investigators carefully separated what pages they could, revealing the couple's detailed plans. Maps with routes highlighted, lists of campgrounds with phone numbers, notes about attractions they wanted to visit. Frank's toolbox was recovered intact. His meticulous nature was evident in how carefully each tool was organized. Even after years underwater, a camera was found with film still inside. Though damaged by water, forensic technicians attempted to develop the film. A few images were partially recovered, showing the couple at various stops in Kentucky and Tennessee, smiling and enjoying their journey. The last partially visible photo showed them standing in front of their RV at an unidentified location. Both looked happy and healthy. These glimpses into their trip made their disappearance even more heartbreaking. The missing keys remained one of the most puzzling aspects of the case. Investigators searched the RV's interior exhaustively, then expanded their search to the surrounding swamp. Metal detectors were used, covering a wide area around where the vehicle was found. The keys were never located. Several theories were proposed. Perhaps they'd been in Frank's pocket when he attempted to escape the vehicle, and he'd lost them in the swamp. Maybe they'd been thrown from the RV during the crash into the water. Or possibly, as Detective Walsh continued to suggest, someone had taken them. The key ring also held keys to their Cincinnati home and Frank's personal car that had been left at their house. Without the keys, accessing their home would require breaking in, which might have deterred potential burglars who thought the house was occupied. The mystery of the keys became symbolic of all the unanswered questions in the case, a small but significant detail that didn't fit neatly into any explanation. For Patricia, Michael, and Thomas, the discovery of the RV brought a mixture of relief and renewed grief. After 5 years of not knowing, they finally had some answers, but not the ones they truly needed. They knew where their parents' vehicle had been, but not what had happened to Frank and Evelyn themselves. The lack of remains meant they couldn't have a funeral, couldn't achieve the closure that comes with laying loved ones to rest. Patricia struggled particularly hard. She'd been the last family member to speak with her mother. That brief phone call from Nashville. She replayed that conversation in her mind constantly, searching for any sign she'd missed, any indication her mother was worried or afraid. But there had been nothing, just excitement about the journey ahead. Michael dealt with his grief by becoming obsessed with understanding every detail of the investigation. He read every report, studied maps of the area, and even traveled to Louisiana multiple times to see the swamp for himself. The case attracted significant media attention, not just regionally, but nationally. Television news magazines featured the story, presenting it as a cautionary tale about the dangers of rural travel and the importance of staying on marked roads. Some coverage was sensationalized, suggesting sinister theories without evidence. Other reporting was more measured, focusing on the genuine mystery of what had happened. The Donnelly children participated in some interviews, hoping that publicity might generate new leads. Patricia appeared on a national morning show, making an emotional appeal for anyone with information to come forward. The exposure did generate tips, dozens of them, but none proved valuable. Psychics and amateur sleuths contacted the family, offering theories ranging from alien abduction to organized crime connections. Investigators had to sort through these claims, following up on anything remotely credible while filtering out obvious nonsense. The media attention gradually faded, though the case periodically resurfaced in true crime articles and documentaries. The Louisiana State Medical Examiner's Office became involved in determining what could be concluded about Frank and Evelyn's fate. Without bodies, they couldn't issue death certificates with a specific cause of death. However, based on the evidence, they could make certain assessments. The medical examiner, Dr. Helen Martinez, reviewed all the findings. She noted that if Frank and Evelyn had been in the RV when it entered the water and had been unable to escape, drowning would be the likely cause of death. The pressure and speed at which the vehicle filled with water would have made escape difficult, especially for people in their late 50s and early 60s who might not be strong swimmers. However, Dr. Martinez couldn't explain the absence of remains. Bodies don't simply disappear, even in swamp conditions. Decomposition is rapid in warm, wet environments, but skeletal remains should persist. Alligators and other scavengers might account for some dispersal of remains, but complete absence was unusual. She recommended the case be classified as complete absence was unusual. She recommended the case be classified as a presumed drowning with the victim's location unknown. This classification allowed the family to eventually obtain death certificates, which would be necessary for settling the estate, but it provided little emotional closure. Dr. Martinez also noted that the open emergency window suggested at least one person had survived the initial impact and attempted escape. This possibility haunted the family. The thought that their parents might have made it out of the RV only to perish in the swamp, alone and frightened in the darkness. Swamp ecology experts were consulted to understand what might happen to human remains in the Atchafalaya Basin environment. Professor Donald Richards from Louisiana State University explained that the swamp's ecosystem is incredibly efficient at breaking down organic matter. The warm water temperatures, high acidity from decaying vegetation, and abundance of scavengers create conditions where soft tissue decomposes rapidly. Alligators, which were plentiful in the area, are opportunistic feeders that would consume carrion. Large catfish, turtles, and various invertebrates also play roles in decomposition. Professor Richards explained that skeletal remains could be scattered over a wide area by water currents, animal activity, and seasonal flooding. In the 5 years since the Donnellys disappeared, the swamp had experienced several flood cycles that could have moved remains considerable distances. He acknowledged that while complete disappearance was uncommon, it wasn't impossible, especially if the bodies had entered areas with strong currents or deep soft mud that could bury remains. By late 1987, the Donnelly children faced difficult decisions. Their parents' house in Cincinnati had sat empty for over 5 years. Bills had accumulated, and the property needed attention, though it was painful. They needed to settle their parents' estate. The legal process was complicated by the lack of bodies. Ohio law required a certain period to pass before someone could be declared legally dead when remains weren't found. The discovery of the RV in Louisiana helped establish that Frank and Evelyn had died, even though their bodies weren't recovered. The probate court processed the death certificates based on the coroner's assessment. The children inherited their parents' modest estate: the house, some savings, personal possessions. Cleaning out the house was emotionally devastating. Every item held memories. Frank's workshop with his carefully organized tools. Evelyn's library, books organized by author and genre. Photo albums documenting their 40 years together. The children divided meaningful items among themselves and donated what they couldn't keep. The house was sold in early 1988. Despite the official conclusion, Detective Lawrence Bennett couldn't fully accept the accident theory. Several details bothered him beyond the missing keys. He obtained the Donnellys' detailed itinerary from Patricia and studied it carefully. The couple had been meticulous planners who researched their route thoroughly. How did such careful people end up so far off course? Bennett drove the route they should have taken multiple times, trying to understand how they could have made such a significant navigational error. He also investigated the gas station in Shreveport, where they'd made their last purchase. The station attendant from 1982 no longer worked there, but Bennett tracked him down. The man vaguely remembered tourists stopping frequently during that period, but couldn't specifically recall the Donnellys. Bennett requested the original credit card receipt from the station's archives. When he finally obtained it, he noticed it was signed by Frank with no indication of distress. The timestamp showed 3:47 in the afternoon, plenty of daylight remaining for safe travel. Bennett developed a theory that the Donnellys might have intentionally changed their route. Perhaps they'd heard about an attraction or scenic area that wasn't on their original itinerary. He researched what points of interest existed in central Louisiana in 1982 that might appeal to tourists. The Atchafalaya Basin itself was promoted as America's largest river swamp. and some tourist materials suggested scenic drives through the area. However, those recommended routes stayed on paved highways with proper signage. Bennett wondered if someone had given the Donnellys incorrect directions to a viewing area or campground. He interviewed longtime residents of towns throughout the region, asking if there had been any tourist attractions or campgrounds in the area that might have drawn visitors. One elderly man mentioned that in the early 1980s, there was an unofficial camping spot popular with fishermen near the swamp. It wasn't a proper campground, just a clearing where people sometimes parked RVs. Access required knowing about an unmarked turnoff from a parish road. Could the Donnellys have been trying to find this spot? Bennett returned to Martha Broussard, the store clerk who believed she'd given directions to the Donnellys. He asked her to recall exactly what the couple had asked and what directions she'd given. Martha closed her eyes, trying to remember details from 5 years earlier. She said the man had mentioned they were trying to reach Interstate 10 to head west toward Texas. She'd told them to go back the way they'd come for about 8 miles, then turn right at the fork. That would take them to Highway 318, which connected to Interstate 10. But Martha admitted the directions might have been confusing. The fork she'd mentioned wasn't clearly marked, and there was another turn that looked similar just a few miles before it. If they'd taken that earlier turn, they would have ended up heading deeper into swamp country. Martha felt terrible, wondering if her directions had inadvertently sent them to their deaths. Bennett assured her she wasn't responsible. The roads should have been better marked, but the possibility haunted her. In 1988, a forensic review team re-examined all physical evidence from the RV. New technologies and methodologies had emerged even in the short time since the discovery. The team focused particularly on the windshield damage, the scraped passenger side, and the open emergency window. Enhanced photography revealed details that hadn't been initially noticed. The scraping on the passenger side showed paint transfer, dark paint that didn't match the RV's white and orange exterior. Analysis suggested it was automotive paint, possibly from another vehicle. This finding revived questions about whether another vehicle had been involved. Had someone sideswiped them, perhaps forcing them off the road, or had they scraped against a tree or post while navigating the narrow logging road? The team also examined the emergency window mechanism closely. They found that considerable force would have been required to open it, suggesting someone had pushed hard, likely in a panic. Small fibers were found on the window's edge, consistent with clothing from the era. In 1990, the case was officially transferred to the Louisiana State Police Cold Case Unit. Detective Sarah Landry took over the investigation. She brought fresh eyes to the evidence and immediately focused on the paint Transfer Bennett's team had found. She had it analyzed using newer spectrographic methods. The results indicated the paint was from a vehicle manufactured in the late 1970s or early 1980s, dark blue or black in color. This could have been from another civilian vehicle or possibly a logging truck. Landry tracked down former employees of the logging company that had operated in the area. She interviewed 12 former workers, asking if any remembered seeing an RV or having any incidents involving civilian vehicles during March 1982. Most remembered nothing useful, but one man, Carl Jennings, recalled something that gave Landry pause. He said, there had been an incident where a logging truck had accidentally scraped a civilian vehicle on one of the logging roads. The truck driver had been disciplined, and the company had paid for damages. Carl Jennings' memory was vague on details. The incident had occurred sometime in the spring of 1982, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact date. He didn't remember what kind of civilian vehicle was involved, only that it was unusual to see non-logging vehicles on those roads. The truck driver involved, a man named Wayne Dupree, had left the company years ago. Detective Landry tracked Dupree down to a small town in Texas. Now in his 60s and retired, Dupree initially claimed not to remember any such incident. However, when Landry showed him photos of the Donnellys' RV as it had been found, his demeanor changed. He admitted he might have had a close call with a similar vehicle, but insisted there hadn't been any serious accident. He claimed he'd been backing his loaded logging truck around a tight curve when he saw a white RV coming toward him on the narrow road. Both vehicles had stopped, and after some careful maneuvering, they'd passed each other. He said he might have scraped the RV slightly, but nothing significant. Under further questioning, Wayne Dupree provided more details. He remembered the incident occurring late in the day, possibly around sunset, and it might have been raining or just finished raining. The road was slick with mud. He recalled that the RV seemed out of place, not the kind of vehicle that should have been on a logging road. He'd been surprised to see it there. The driver was an older man who appeared stressed or confused. Dupree said he'd briefly spoken to the driver, asking what he was doing on that road. The man had explained they were looking for Highway 318 and had taken a wrong turn. Dupree had given him directions to get back to the main parish road, though he admitted the directions might not have been clear. He'd pointed back the way the RV had come and said to turn left at a junction about a mile back. Dupree insisted he'd watched the RV carefully turn around and head back. He'd assumed they made it out without problems. Dupree's account created a new puzzle. If he'd directed the Donnellys back toward safety and had seen them heading in the right direction, how did they still end up where their RV was found? Detective Landry obtained maps of all the logging roads from that period. She traced the route Dupree described and compared it to where the RV was discovered. The location didn't match up. If the Donnellys had been where Dupree encountered them and had followed his directions, they should have reached the parish road safely. The RV was found in a different section of the swamp entirely. Either Dupree's memory was faulty, or something had happened after his encounter with them. Landry considered several possibilities. Perhaps they'd gotten lost again after leaving Dupree. Maybe they'd encountered another junction and taken a wrong turn. Or possibly Dupree's account wasn't entirely accurate, whether due to faulty memory or for other reasons. Without additional evidence, determining the truth was impossible. As the 1990s progressed, the Donnelly case remained open but largely inactive. Every few years, new investigators would review the file, hoping fresh perspectives might reveal something missed. But the fundamental questions remained unanswered. How did Frank and Evelyn end up so far from their planned route? What exactly happened when their RV went into the water? Did they both attempt to escape, or did only one survive the initial crash? Where are their remains? The case appeared periodically in true crime publications and television shows. Each retelling brought new speculation, but no concrete answers. The Donnelly children, now middle-aged, had learned to live with uncertainty. They'd held a memorial service without bodies, marking a headstone in Cincinnati with their parents' names and the dates of their disappearance. Patricia became involved with organizations supporting families of missing persons, channeling her grief into helping others navigate similar situations. Michael maintained contact with Louisiana law enforcement, calling periodically to check if any new evidence had emerged. Today, more than 40 years after Frank and Evelyn Donnelly set out on their anniversary trip, their disappearance remains one of Louisiana's most perplexing unsolved cases. The discovery of their RV in 1987 answered some questions, but raised countless others. Were they victims of a tragic accident, confused tourists who made a fatal wrong turn on an unmarked road during a storm? Or was there more to the story? A chance encounter with danger, a sequence of mishaps that cascaded into tragedy. The Atchafalaya Basin, vast and indifferent, keeps its secrets. Somewhere in its murky waters, or beneath its soft, mud floor, might lie the final answers. Or perhaps the swamp has already reclaimed Frank and Evelyn entirely, processing their remains through its efficient ecosystem until nothing recognizable remains. Their children have aged, had families of their own, but the absence of closure lingers. The case reminds us that even in our modern, connected world, people can vanish remarkably completely. Sometimes the wilderness still wins, leaving only questions in its wake. What really happened to Frank and Evelyn Donnelly on that rainy March evening in 1982? We may never truly know. This gripping tale of vanished lives reminds us why cold cases and unsolved mysteries continue to captivate us. The investigation into missing persons, like the Donnellys, reveals how families, searching for closure, navigate heartbreak and hope, never forgetting those who disappeared without a trace. These stories of last-seen moments, forensic evidence, and witness accounts echo the true crime documentaries and detective case files that haunt our collective memory. The eerie secrets hidden in forgotten places, the psychological drama of waiting for breakthrough moments. These elements make such mysteries unforgettable. What haunting enigma will we explore next? Subscribe to uncover more gripping tales where the search for truth never ends and memories refuse to fade into darkness. Imagine your daughter kissing you goodbye before her night shift, and that being the last time you ever see her face. In 1976, 24-year-old Brandy clocked out of Miller's Diner and vanished into the cold November darkness. Her family searched for answers that never came. But in 2001, a truck driver made a discovery at a rest stop that would break hearts all over again. What he found changed everything. Yet somehow, it explained nothing at all. Brandy wasn't just another waitress. She was somebody's everything. Her mother, Dorothy, would later tell police that Brandy called her every single night after work, every single night, without fail. That phone call never came on November 12, 1976. Dorothy waited by that avocado green rotary phone until sunrise, her coffee going cold, her hands shaking. When the sun came up and the phone stayed silent, she knew something terrible had happened. Mothers always know. They feel it in their bones, in their chest, in that place where love and fear live together. Dorothy grabbed her coat and drove straight to Miller's Diner. The parking lot was empty except for one car, Brandy's powder blue Chevy Nova, still sitting there under the flickering streetlight. The driver's side door was unlocked. Brandy's purse sat on the passenger seat, her wallet inside with $12 still tucked in the billfold. Her keys dangled from the ignition. The engine was cold. Everything looked normal, like she'd just run inside for a moment and would be right back. But Brandy wasn't coming back. Dorothy's legs nearly gave out when she saw that purse. Brandy never went anywhere without it. She kept everything in there, her lipstick, her photographs, her tips from the night before. Dorothy touched the vinyl seat, still feeling for warmth that wasn't there anymore. She ran inside the diner, her voice cracking as she called Brandy's name. The morning cook found her wandering between empty booths, calling for a daughter who wasn't there. Police arrived within the hour. Officer Gene Hartley took Dorothy's statement while his partner searched the vehicle. Nothing seemed disturbed, no signs of struggle, no broken glass, no blood. It looked like Brandy had simply parked her car and evaporated into thin air, but people don't just vanish. Something always happens. Someone always knows something. Officer Hartley asked Dorothy the hard questions that morning. Did Brandy have problems at home? Was there a boyfriend? Any enemies? Dorothy shook her head to every question, her tissues crumpling in her fist. Brandy was saving money for nursing school. She'd just gotten promoted to the evening shift because the tips were better. She was happy. She was planning her future. And now that future had been stolen in the space between a car door closing and dawn breaking. The investigation started fast but hit walls everywhere. Police interviewed everyone who worked at Miller's diner that night. The cook, Harold, said Brandy left around 11:30, same as always. She'd seemed fine. Tired, maybe, but fine. She'd counted her tips, stuffed them in her apron pocket, and waved goodbye. Another waitress, Linda, remembered Brandy mentioning she needed gas but was too tired to stop. She planned to fill up in the morning. That detail would haunt investigators for years. If Brandy made it to her car, turned the key, and then what? Why didn't she drive away? What made her get back out? Or did someone stop her before she could even start the engine? The questions multiplied like shadows, and nobody had answers. Days turned into weeks. Dorothy plastered missing person flyers on every telephone pole in 3 counties. Brandy's face smiled from storefront windows and gas station bulletin boards. The local newspaper ran her story on the front page. Tips poured in, but they all led nowhere. Someone thought they saw Brandy at a bus station in Ohio. Another caller swore they'd spotted her at a shopping mall 2 states over. Police chased every lead, but Brandy remained gone. Her father, Robert, drove the highways every weekend, searching rest stops and diners, showing her photograph to truckers and waitresses, asking if anyone had seen his little girl. He wore the same jacket every time, the one Brandy had bought him for his birthday. He couldn't let her go. None of them could. How do you bury someone when there's no body? How do you mourn when hope refuses to die? By Christmas of 1976, the case had grown cold. Police had no suspects, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Brandy's car had been processed and released back to the family. Dorothy couldn't bring herself to sell it. She parked it in the garage and covered it with a tarp, like maybe one day Brandy would come home and need it again. The holidays were unbearable. Brandy's stocking hung on the mantel. Her present sat wrapped under the tree. Dorothy set a place for her at Christmas dinner, an empty chair that screamed louder than any words. Neighbors whispered. Before we begin, tell us where you're watching from in the comments. These stories deserve to be heard everywhere. Some thought Dorothy had lost her mind, but those of us who've loved someone know the truth. Grief doesn't follow rules. It doesn't make sense. It just exists, heavy and constant, like breathing underwater. Years passed. The 70s became the 80s. Brandy's case file gathered dust in a storage room at the police station. Dorothy never stopped searching. She joined support groups for families of missing persons. She wrote letters to television shows that featured unsolved cases. She called the police department every few months, asking if there were any updates. There never were. Officer Hartley, who'd taken that first report, retired in 1989. Before he left, he stopped by Dorothy's house one afternoon. He told her he'd never forgotten about Brandy. He said he was sorry he couldn't bring her home. Dorothy thanked him and gave him a hug that lasted too long. They both knew what it meant. They were saying goodbye to hope. But Dorothy couldn't quit. Not yet. Not ever. In the spring of 1995, Robert passed away from a heart attack. The doctors called it cardiac arrest, but Dorothy knew better. He'd died of a broken heart. He'd spent 19 years searching for their daughter and the not knowing had killed him slowly from the inside. At his funeral, Dorothy placed a photograph of Brandy in his casket. Father and daughter, together again in the only way left. Dorothy stood at the grave long after everyone else had gone home. She talked to both of them, her husband and her daughter, asking why life had been so cruel, asking why she'd been left behind, asking when the pain would finally stop. The wind moved through the cemetery trees, and Dorothy swore she heard Brandy's voice telling her to keep going. So she did, because that's what mothers do. They carry the weight until their very last breath. Dorothy was 73 years old when her phone rang on a March afternoon in 2001. 25 years had passed since that November night. The voice on the other end identified himself as Detective Mike Torres from the state police. Dorothy's heart stopped. She'd gotten calls like this before: false alarms, mistaken identities, cruel hoaxes. But something in this detective's voice sounded different. He asked if she could come down to the station. He said they'd found something. Dorothy's hands shook so badly she could barely hang up the phone. Her neighbor drove her to the police station because Dorothy couldn't see through her tears. All those years of waiting, all those years of wondering, maybe now she'd finally know what happened to her baby girl. Maybe now she could finally say goodbye. Detective Torres met Dorothy in a small room with gray walls and fluorescent lights that buzzed too loud. He sat across from her, a manila folder in his hands. He explained that 3 days earlier, a truck driver named Earl Peterson had stopped at a rest area off Interstate 40. Earl was doing his walk-around inspection, checking his tires and fuel lines. That's when he noticed something wedged between two concrete parking barriers. At first, he thought it was trash. But when he bent down to look closer, he saw it was a locket, silver, tarnished, covered in years of dirt and oil. Earl almost left it there, but something made him pick it up. Maybe curiosity, maybe fate. He pried the locket open with his thumbnail, and inside was a photograph. A young woman's face, faded and water-stained, but still visible. A waitress in a light blue uniform. Earl took the locket to the police station in the nearest town. The officer on duty didn't recognize the face, but something about it felt familiar. They searched through old missing person files, and that's when they found her. Brandy. The photograph in the locket matched the one from her missing person report. The locket had been out there for years, decades maybe, waiting to be found. Detective Torres opened the folder and slid the evidence bag across the table. Dorothy's hands trembled as she reached for it. Through the clear plastic, she could see the tarnished silver. She could see her daughter's face. Dorothy had given Brandy that locket for her 16th birthday. Brandy wore it every single day. She'd called it her good luck charm. Dorothy pressed the bag against her chest and sobbed until she had nothing left. Her daughter had been at that truck stop. Brandy had been there. But here's what made everything worse. That truck stop where Earl found the locket, it didn't exist in 1976. The rest area had been built in 1983, 7 years after Brandy disappeared, which meant one of two terrible things. Either someone kept that locket for 7 years and then dropped it there later, or Brandy's body had been moved, transported, hidden somewhere else first, and then relocated after the rest area was built. The thought made Dorothy physically ill. The idea that her daughter's remains had been disturbed, moved around like garbage, like she didn't matter. Detective Torres assured Dorothy they were treating this as an active homicide investigation now. They brought in cadaver dogs. They searched every inch of that rest area and the woods surrounding it. They dug up sections of pavement. They drained a nearby retention pond. And they found absolutely nothing. No remains, no clothing, no evidence. Just that locket, sitting there like a ghost. The case made national news in 2001. Television crews descended on the small town where Brandy had lived. Reporters interviewed Dorothy, who looked so much older than 73, aged by grief and questions that had no answers. She begged whoever knew something to come forward. She said she just wanted to bring Brandy home. She said she was running out of time and needed to lay her daughter to rest before she died. The story aired on several true crime shows. Tips flooded in again. A psychic called claiming Brandy's spirit had contacted her. A woman in Arizona said she'd seen someone who looked like Brandy at a grocery store. A man confessed to the murder, but recanted the next day, admitting he just wanted attention. None of it was real. None of it helped. Dorothy went back home and waited, just like she'd been waiting for 25 years. Detective Torres worked the case harder than anything in his career. He re-interviewed everyone from the original investigation who was still alive. Harold, the cook, had passed away in 1994. Linda, the other waitress, didn't remember much anymore. Her memory had faded with time. Officer Hartley, now retired and in his 70s, came back to help however he could. He walked Torres through everything he remembered from that first day. The unlocked car, the purse on the seat, the keys in the ignition. Torres asked if anything had seemed off at the time. Hartley thought for a long moment and then said something that changed the direction of everything. He said there'd been a man sitting in the diner parking lot that morning. A man in a truck who'd driven away when police arrived. Hartley hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now, looking back, he wondered. They tried to track down that truck driver, but it was impossible. No one had written down the license plate. No one remembered what he looked like. It had been 25 years. People's faces blur together. Details disappear. Torres hit dead end after dead end. He looked into other missing person cases from the same time period, searching for patterns. 3 other young women had vanished from truck stops and diners along Interstate 40 between 1974 and 1978. All of them worked night shifts. All of them disappeared without a trace. None of them had ever been found. Torres suspected they were connected. He believed a serial predator had been working that stretch of highway, picking off vulnerable women who worked alone late at night. Women like Brandy. But suspecting something and proving it are two completely different things. Without evidence, without bodies, there was nothing he could do. The forensics team examined the locket under every possible method. They tested it for DNA, but 25 years of exposure to weather and vehicle fluids had destroyed any biological material. They checked for fingerprints, but found nothing usable. They analyzed the dirt and oil, hoping to match it to a specific location, but the results were inconclusive. The locket had been handled by too many people, contaminated by too many elements. It was simultaneously the biggest break in the case and completely useless. Torres kept it on his desk anyway, in that evidence bag, looking at Brandy's faded photograph. He made a promise to her picture. He swore he wouldn't stop until he found out what happened. He wouldn't let her be forgotten. But as weeks turned into months, he realized he might not be able to keep that promise. Some cases never get solved. Some families never get closure. That's the terrible truth about missing persons. Dorothy stopped doing interviews after a while. The media attention died down. People moved on to the next tragedy, the next mystery. But Dorothy couldn't move on. How could she? Every time the phone rang, she thought it might be news. Every time there was a knock at the door, she wondered if they'd finally found Brandy. She kept the house exactly as it had been in 1976. Brandy's bedroom remained untouched. Her clothes still hung in the closet. Her hairbrush still sat on the dresser. Dorothy would go in there sometimes and just sit on the bed, holding Brandy's favorite sweater, breathing in a scent that had long since faded. She talked to Brandy like she was still there. She told her about the garden, about the neighbors, about how much she missed her, about how sorry she was that she couldn't protect her. In 2004, Dorothy's health started failing. She'd developed heart problems, the same ones that had taken Robert. The doctors said it was stress and age, but Dorothy knew better. It was grief. 3 decades of carrying unbearable weight. 3 decades of questions without answers. Her friends from church took turns checking on her, bringing meals, helping with groceries. They urged her to move into an assisted living facility, but Dorothy refused. She couldn't leave this house. This was where Brandy would come home to. If she left, how would Brandy find her? The logic didn't make sense to anyone else, but it made perfect sense to Dorothy. Hope doesn't die just because time passes. It doesn't fade just because everyone else stops believing. Hope is the cruelest thing we carry. It keeps us going, and it destroys us. Detective Torres visited Dorothy every few months. He never had good news. He just wanted her to know someone still cared, someone was still trying. On one visit, Dorothy asked him a question that broke his heart. She asked if he thought Brandy had suffered, if whoever took her had hurt her badly, if she'd been scared. Torres didn't know how to answer that. He couldn't lie, but he couldn't tell her the truth either. The truth was that most abduction cases end violently. The truth was that Brandy had probably died that same night in 1976. The truth was brutal and unforgiving. So Torres took Dorothy's hand and said the only thing he could. He said that wherever Brandy was now, she wasn't hurting anymore. She was at peace. And she knew her mother never stopped loving her, never stopped searching, never gave up. Dorothy passed away in her sleep on a cold January morning in 2006. She was 78 years old. The neighbor found her when she didn't answer the door. Dorothy was in Brandy's bedroom, lying on Brandy's bed, holding that photograph of them together at the state fair. The one where Brandy was 10 years old, grinning with cotton candy stuck to her face. Dorothy had a slight smile on her face when they found her. The coroner said she'd gone peacefully. Her heart had just stopped. But those of us who knew her understood what really happened. Dorothy had finally let go. After 30 years of holding on, of waiting, of hoping, she'd released herself from the weight. She'd gone to find Brandy wherever daughters and mothers go when this world is done with them. The funeral was small. Detective Torres attended. He stood at her grave and apologized for failing her. After Dorothy's death, the case file went back into storage. Torres retired in 2008. Before he left, he made copies of everything related to Brandy's case. He kept them in his home office, in boxes that his wife complained about but never made him throw away. Torres couldn't let it go. Even in retirement, he'd pull out those files and read through them, searching for something he'd missed, some detail that would crack everything open. He reached out to other retired detectives, to cold case units in neighboring states, to anyone who might help. Most of them told him the same thing. Without remains, without witnesses, without physical evidence beyond a locket found in a place that didn't exist when she vanished, there was nothing to investigate. The trail had gone cold decades ago. It was time to accept that some mysteries stay mysteries, but Torres couldn't accept it. He wouldn't. In 2012, Torres got a call from a woman named Patricia. She'd seen one of the old news stories about Brandy online and needed to tell someone what she knew. Patricia had worked at a truck stop about 40 miles from Miller's Diner back in 1976. She remembered a regular customer, a long-haul trucker named Vernon, who always came through on Thursday nights. Vernon had stopped showing up after November of 1976. She hadn't thought about it in years, but something about Brandy's story brought the memory back. Torres felt his pulse quicken. He asked Patricia if she remembered Vernon's last name or what company he drove for. She didn't. It had been 36 years. But she remembered his truck was dark blue with some kind of bird painted on the door. Torres spent weeks tracking down trucking companies that operated in 1976, but most had gone out of business or been bought out by larger corporations. Their records were gone. Torres managed to locate a few retired truckers who'd worked that route in the 70s. He showed them photographs of Brandy and asked if they remembered seeing her or hearing about her disappearance. Most didn't. One man, however, said something that made Torres's blood run cold. He said there'd been rumors back then about a driver who had a thing for waitresses, someone who'd take souvenirs, someone dangerous. But it was just trucker gossip, the kind of ghost stories drivers told each other on long, lonely roads. No one knew his name. No one knew if he was even real. It might have just been talk. But maybe, just maybe, it was the truth. Maybe Vernon was the man they'd been looking for all along. Maybe he'd taken Brandy that night, and maybe he'd kept her locket as a trophy before losing it years later. But Torres couldn't prove any of it, not without more evidence. Torres reached out to the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, which tracks serial offenders across state lines. He asked them to cross-reference Brandy's case with unsolved murders and disappearances of young women working night shifts along major trucking routes in the 1970s. The FBI found 11 cases that matched the pattern. 11 young women, all between ages 22 and 28. All worked late shifts at diners or gas stations, all vanished without a trace. None of them ever found. The timeline stretched from 1973 to 1979. Then the cases stopped. Either the killer died, got arrested for something else, or simply moved to a different hunting ground. Torres felt sick. 11 families had gone through what Dorothy went through. 11 mothers had waited by phones that never rang. 11 daughters who never came home. And the person responsible had likely gotten away with it. Was probably still out there somewhere, old now, but alive. Free. Torres tried to get the FBI to open a formal investigation, but they said there wasn't enough evidence to justify the resources. The cases were too old. The witnesses were dead or unreliable. The physical evidence was non-existent. It would be a waste of time and money to pursue it. Torres argued. He pleaded. He sent detailed reports showing the connections, the patterns, the timeline, but bureaucracy doesn't care about justice. It cares about statistics and budgets. The FBI declined to move forward. Torres sat in his home office that night surrounded by those boxes of files and cried for the first time since he'd been a boy. He cried for Brandy, for Dorothy, for those 11 other women and their families. He cried because he'd failed all of them. Because the system had failed them. Because monsters sometimes win and there's nothing we can do about it. In 2015, Torres was diagnosed with lung cancer. The doctors gave him 2 years at best. He spent that time doing everything he could to bring attention back to Brandy's case. He created a website dedicated to her story. He posted on true crime forums. He did podcast interviews. He wanted people to remember her name, to know that she'd existed, that she'd mattered, that she wasn't just another statistic in an unsolved case file. Torres passed away in March of 2017, surrounded by his family. His last words to his daughter were about Brandy. He made her promise to keep the website running, to never let Brandy be forgotten. His daughter kept that promise. The website is still up today. You can see Brandy's photograph there, smiling in her light blue waitress uniform, frozen forever at 24 years old. Still missing, still waiting to be found. Brandy's case remains officially unsolved. The locket is still in an evidence locker at the state police headquarters, cataloged and stored, waiting for some future detective who might see something everyone else missed. Brandy's car is gone now, sold for scrap years ago. Dorothy and Robert's house was sold after Dorothy passed away. New families have lived there, completely unaware of the tragedy that soaked into those walls. Miller's Diner closed in 1998 and was demolished to make room for a chain restaurant. The parking lot where Brandy's car was found is now covered by a drive-through lane. All the physical places connected to her story have disappeared. But Brandy herself hasn't disappeared. Not completely. She exists in memory, in police files, in the hearts of people who've heard her story and refuse to forget. That's all any of us can hope for, really, to be remembered, to matter to someone, to not vanish completely. There are still people who search for answers. True crime enthusiasts who study the case online, amateur investigators who compare notes and theories. Some believe Brandy is buried somewhere along Interstate 40 in one of those stretches of lonely forest between rest stops. Others think her remains were disposed of in a way that makes recovery impossible. A few optimists hold on to hope that maybe somehow Brandy is still alive somewhere, living under a different name, suffering from amnesia, or trapped in circumstances she can't escape. That hope is probably misplaced. But who are we to take it away? Hope is sometimes all we have. It's the candle we light against the dark. It's the last thing we let go of. And for some people, letting go feels like giving up, feels like betrayal, feels like saying the person we loved never mattered in the first place. Brandy would be 73 years old today if she'd lived. She'd probably be a grandmother by now. Maybe she would have become that nurse she dreamed about. Maybe she would have traveled, fallen in love, experienced all the beautiful, ordinary moments that make up a life. But someone stole all of that from her. Someone decided that her dreams didn't matter, that her future was his to take. And that person has never been held accountable. They've never had to look Dorothy in the eye and explain why they destroyed her family. They've never had to feel the weight of what they did. That's the injustice that keeps this story alive. That's why we can't forget. Because somewhere out there, maybe someone knows something. Maybe someone saw something that November night in 1976. Maybe a father or grandfather made a confession on his deathbed that a family member has kept secret all of these years. Maybe the truth is still out there, waiting to surface. Or maybe it died with the person who took Brandy and we'll never know. Maybe that's the real nightmare. Not the violence itself, but the silence that follows. The questions that outlive us all. The daughters who never come home. Stories like this remind us why cold case files and unsolved mysteries continue to captivate us. This disappearance mystery represents thousands of missing person cases where families never get closure. True crime stories and crime documentaries help keep these vanished without a trace cases alive in our collective memory. If you're fascinated by unsolved disappearances, mysterious vanishings, and suspenseful real stories about disappeared persons, consider subscribing. We explore cold cases, missing persons investigations, and unexplained disappearances that deserve to be remembered. Sometimes people disappeared and never found become people vanished and found after years. Hope exists even in the darkest mysteries. Share this missing person story if you believe every vanished person deserves justice. What unsolved missing person cases haunt you most? Leave your thoughts below. In August 1998, 5 experienced bikers rode into North Carolina's Pisgah National Forest and simply disappeared. For 13 years, search teams found nothing, no trace, no answers, no closure for the families left behind. Then, in 2011, a routine geological survey stumbled upon something that changed everything. What investigators discovered raised more questions than it answered. Why were the bikes arranged that way? What explained the condition of the gear they found scattered across that remote ridge? And most disturbing of all, why did forensic analysis suggest the group had survived for days after vanishing? Before I continue, I would love to hear where you are from. Drop it in the comments below and subscribe to the channel to stay part of this community. They weren't weekend warriors playing at adventure. These 5 had logged hundreds of trail miles together across 3 states. Jason, at 34, worked as a mechanical engineer in Charlotte and had been riding mountain trails since his college days. Eric, 31, taught high school biology and spent every summer break exploring new routes. Chad, the youngest at 28, operated a small outdoor equipment shop in Asheville. Amanda, 32, was a physical therapist who'd competed in amateur cross-country races. Tiffany, 29, worked as a freelance photographer and documented their trips. They'd planned this particular expedition for 6 months, mapping routes through some of the most remote sections of Pisgah National Forest. What none of them knew was that this trip would be their last. The group had selected a challenging 70-mile route through the remote southern section of Pisgah National Forest, an area known for steep elevation changes and technical terrain. They planned to complete the circuit over 4 days, camping at designated sites along the way. Jason kept meticulous records of their route plan, which he filed with the local ranger station on August 14, 1998. The document listed their intended campsites, expected daily mileage, and estimated return date of August 18th. Each rider carried standard safety equipment, including first aid kits, emergency beacons, and enough food for 5 days. They had satellite phones, which were relatively new technology at the time. The weather forecast looked favorable, with clear skies and temperatures in the mid-70s. Every precaution seemed covered, but sometimes preparation means nothing against what waits in the wilderness. On the morning of August 14th, the group met at the Davidson River campground at 6:30. Park Ranger Michael Chen checked their permits and noted their departure in his log. He would later recall that the group seemed well prepared and in good spirits. Jason went over the route one final time with everyone gathered around a topographic map spread across a picnic table. They divided supplies among their packs, ensuring weight distribution remained balanced. By 7:15, they began pedaling up Forest Road 475, heading toward their first trail junction. 3 other campers saw them pass and waved. A couple from Georgia, Thomas and Linda Hayes, even took a photograph of the group as they rode by, bikes loaded with gear, helmets gleaming in the early morning sun. That photograph would become crucial evidence later, the last confirmed image of the 5 alive. The first day's route covered 18 miles through moderately difficult terrain, climbing from 2,000 feet elevation to just over 4,000 feet. According to their plan, they intended to camp near Butter Gap, a scenic overlook popular with experienced hikers. The trail followed old logging roads for several miles before narrowing into single-track paths through dense rhododendron thickets. Other trail users reported seeing the group at various points that first day. A solo hiker named Robert Patterson encountered them around noon near the Looking Glass Rock Trail intersection. He chatted briefly with Eric about water sources ahead. A group of 3-day hikers saw them again around 3 in the afternoon, ascending toward Butter Gap. Everything appeared normal. The bikers seemed tired but happy, exactly as you'd expect on the first day of a challenging route. No one reported anything unusual or concerning. Jason had arranged to call his wife, Karen, each evening around 8 o'clock using their satellite phone. These devices were expensive and somewhat unreliable in 1998, especially in areas with heavy tree cover, but they represented the best available technology for backcountry communication. Karen received Jason's call that first evening right on schedule. He reported that everyone felt good, the weather remained perfect, and they'd reached Butter Gap without incident. The conversation lasted about 5 minutes. Karen would later tell investigators that Jason sounded relaxed and mentioned they were setting up tents while Eric started a fire for dinner. He said they'd covered good distance and felt optimistic about staying on schedule. They exchanged brief personal news, and Jason ended the call saying he'd talk to her the next night. That was the last time Karen heard her husband's voice. The second day's route represented the most challenging section of their entire trip. They planned to cover only 12 miles, but those miles included several brutal climbs and technical descents through the Black Balsam area. This section of trail required riders to carry bikes over several rocky outcroppings too steep and loose to ride. Even experienced mountain bikers consider this terrain demanding. The group broke camp early according to plan, probably around 6:30, based on typical patterns. No other trail users reported seeing them that day, which wasn't surprising given how remote that particular section was. The trails through Black Balsam Sea, relatively light traffic even during peak season. Most recreational riders avoid the area because of its difficulty. But for experienced riders like Jason's group, this represented exactly the kind of challenge they sought. The isolation that made the area appealing would soon become a critical problem. When 8 o'clock came and went on August 15th without a call from Jason, Karen wasn't immediately worried. She knew satellite phones failed regularly in mountainous terrain, and the group was traveling through some of the most remote country in the eastern United States. She waited until 9:30, then tried calling Jason's satellite phone. The call wouldn't connect. She tried 3 more times before going to bed, telling herself that technical difficulties explained the silence. But by the next morning, when no call came and her attempts to reach Jason continued failing, real worry began setting in. She called Eric's girlfriend, Michelle Torres, who hadn't expected a call, but confirmed she couldn't reach Eric either. By noon on August 16th, both women agreed something felt wrong. Karen called the ranger station at Pisgah National Forest at 1:15 that afternoon. What she set in motion would become one of the largest search operations in North Carolina history. Ranger Michael Chen, the same ranger who'd checked their permits, received Karen's call. He pulled the route plan Jason had filed and studied it carefully. The group was now 2 days into a 4-day trip, traveling through extremely remote territory. Chen knew that missed satellite phone calls weren't necessarily cause for alarm, but his experience told him not to dismiss the concern. He consulted with District Ranger Patricia Wells, and they decided to initiate a preliminary search that afternoon. Chen and 2 other rangers hiked to Butter Gap, where the group had camped the first night. They found the campsite quickly. The fire ring showed recent use, and the ground around it bore clear evidence of 5 tents. But everything had been packed up and removed. The site looked exactly as it should: clean, properly managed, following leave no trace principles. The rangers found nothing concerning at all. If anything, the neat condition of the campsite suggested an experienced, careful group. By August 17th, when the group failed to arrive at their second planned campsite and still hadn't made contact, Ranger Wells escalated the search. She contacted the North Carolina Search and Rescue Council, and by late afternoon, 23 volunteers joined Park Service personnel in the effort. The search coordinator, Daniel Murphy, had 30 years of experience in mountain rescue operations. He divided teams to cover the group's planned route and several alternate paths they might have taken if conditions required changes. Search teams included experienced trackers, and several members brought search dogs. The operation focused on the section between Butter Gap and the Black Balsam area, roughly 15 square miles of heavily forested, mountainous terrain. Teams hiked every major trail and many minor paths. They called out constantly, blew whistles, and listened for any response. By nightfall, they'd covered the primary route without finding any sign of the missing bikers. Murphy expanded the search grid for the following day. Karen Whittaker arrived in the area on August 18th, driving through the night from Charlotte. Amanda's parents, Robert and Susan Keller, came from Virginia. Eric's girlfriend Michelle arrived with his brother, David Dawson. Chad's father, William Reynolds, flew in from Ohio. Tiffany's sister, Nicole Morales, drove from South Carolina. The families gathered at the ranger station, desperate for information and struggling with fear that grew with each passing hour. Ranger Wells briefed them on search efforts and showed them maps marking areas already covered. She emphasized that the terrain was vast and complex, with countless places where a group might be delayed or stuck without necessarily being in danger. The families clung to these reassurances, but the room felt heavy with unspoken dread. Karen kept staring at the map, trying to will some insight about where Jason might be. The satellite phone should work somewhere. Why hadn't they heard anything? By August 19th, the search operation involved 75 personnel, including park rangers, volunteer search and rescue teams, and local law enforcement. A helicopter from the North Carolina Highway Patrol joined the effort, flying grid patterns over the planned route and surrounding areas. The aerial search revealed just how dense and vast the forest was. From above, the tree canopy created an almost unbroken green blanket. Finding 5 people and their bikes in that landscape seemed nearly impossible. Ground teams pushed deeper into remote areas, following every trail junction and checking every possible campsite. They found plenty of evidence of other recent camping activity, but nothing they could definitively connect to Jason's group. The search dogs showed interest in several locations, but trails ended at rocky outcroppings where scent couldn't travel. Daniel Murphy told the families that weather conditions remained stable, and that gave him hope. If the group was injured or trapped somehow, at least they weren't dealing with exposure. As days passed with no discoveries, searchers and families began developing theories about what might have happened. The most optimistic scenario suggested the group had simply gotten lost or taken a wrong turn, ending up in a remote area outside the search grid. Mountain bikers can cover surprising distances, and if they'd misread the map, they might be many miles from their intended route. A darker possibility involved injury. If one or more riders had suffered serious trauma from a fall, the others might have stayed with them, unable to move and beyond cell or satellite coverage. Some searchers privately wondered about animal encounters. Black bears inhabit Pisgah National Forest, though attacks on humans are extremely rare. A few mentioned that the area has steep cliffs and hidden ravines, where a rider could fall and become invisible from even a few feet away. Karen refused to consider the worst possibilities. She focused on the practical question that haunted everyone. Why hadn't anyone found a single piece of equipment, a tire track, anything? Expert trackers brought in from Tennessee specifically examined the trail section beyond Butter Gap toward Black Balsam. Larry Foster had tracked missing persons for 23 years and had an exceptional success rate finding lost hikers. He studied the trail carefully, looking for any sign that bikes had passed through recently. In several locations, he found marks in the dirt that could have been tire tracks, but weather and other trail traffic made definitive identification impossible. At one rocky section called Devil's Elbow, where riders would need to carry bikes, Foster found scuff marks on stones that looked fresh. But again, he couldn't say with certainty they came from Jason's group. The trail forked in 3 places where riders might have made navigation errors. Search teams thoroughly explored each alternate path. They found campsites, but none showed recent use. The forest seemed to have swallowed 5 people and their bikes without leaving a trace. Foster told Daniel Murphy he'd never encountered anything quite like it. By August 21st, news outlets across North Carolina were covering the story. Television crews set up at the ranger station, interviewing family members and showing footage of search operations. The Asheville Citizen-Times ran daily front-page updates. The story spread to regional and then national news. 5 mountain bikers vanish in Pisgah Forest became a headline that captured public imagination. The families appreciated the attention, hoping it might generate leads. Ranger Wells organized a press conference where she displayed large maps showing the search area and explained the challenges involved. Reporters asked difficult questions. Had foul play been considered? Could the group have been kidnapped? Wells stated firmly that nothing suggested criminal activity, and the investigation remained a search and rescue operation. Still, law enforcement began examining other possibilities. Special Agent Frank Morrison from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation quietly joined the effort, reviewing the case from an investigative rather than purely search-oriented perspective. Agent Morrison and his team conducted thorough background investigations on all 5 missing persons. They looked for anything that might suggest reasons someone would want to disappear. Jason's financial records showed no unusual transactions or debts. His marriage appeared stable, and coworkers described him as reliable and content. Eric had recently received a teaching award and was planning to propose to Michelle at Christmas. Chad's business was struggling slightly, but nothing catastrophic, and he'd just signed a lease on a larger retail space. Amanda had a thriving physical therapy practice and was saving to buy a house. Tiffany had recently sold several photographs to a national magazine, and her career was gaining momentum. None of the 5 had criminal records beyond minor traffic violations. Their friends universally described them as responsible, safety-conscious people who loved outdoor adventure. Morrison found absolutely nothing suggesting any of them wanted to vanish or had enemies who might wish them harm. The investigation reinforced the most troubling conclusion. Something had happened to them in the wilderness. By mid-September, the intensive search phase scaled back. Hundreds of volunteer hours had been logged. Every mile of the planned route had been covered multiple times. Searchers had expanded far beyond the original grid, covering over 200 square miles of wilderness. They'd found nothing. The families remained in the area, many taking time off work to personally join search efforts. Karen hiked trails daily with volunteer groups, calling Jason's name until her voice went hoarse. The ranger station became a makeshift headquarters where family members gathered each morning to review search plans. Psychological toll mounted. The uncertainty felt worse than definitive bad news. At least closure would allow grief to begin processing. This indefinite state of not knowing created a special kind of agony. Robert and Susan Keller celebrated their daughter Amanda's 33rd birthday on September 19th by hiking to Butter Gap, the last place they knew she'd been confirmed. They sat at the campsite and wept. As October arrived, weather began limiting search operations. The first hard frost came early that year. Ranger Wells explained to families that winter conditions would make continued searching dangerous for volunteers and likely futile. Snow would soon cover any remaining evidence. The case remained open, and rangers would check the area during winter patrols, but organized search operations ceased. The decision devastated the families, though they understood the reality. Karen returned to Charlotte, but found normal life impossible. She took extended leave from her job as an accountant. The house she'd shared with Jason felt like a museum of grief. His mountain bike hung in the garage exactly where he'd left it. His coffee mug still sat on the kitchen counter. Michelle Torres struggled similarly. She'd planned to say yes when Eric proposed. Now she faced holidays alone, haunted by might-have-beens. The five families stayed in close contact, bound by shared tragedy and the terrible question that wouldn't leave them alone. What happened in those mountains? When August 1999 arrived, marking 1 year since the disappearance, the families organized a memorial service at Davidson River Campground. Over 200 people attended, including many volunteers who'd participated in search operations. 5 empty chairs sat at the front, each draped with clothing the missing person had been wearing. Jason's Charlotte Hornets cap, Eric's Duke University t-shirt, Chad's flannel shirt, Amanda's running jacket, Tiffany's camera strap. People shared memories and stories. Jason's coworkers talked about his infectious laugh and brilliant problem-solving skills. Eric's students described how he made biology come alive. Chad's customers remembered his encyclopedic knowledge of outdoor gear. Amanda's patients spoke of her gentle encouragement during difficult recovery periods. Tiffany's photography colleagues showed some of her best work. Karen Whitaker stood and addressed the gathering. She thanked everyone for support, acknowledged the pain of not knowing, but insisted they couldn't give up hope. Maybe someday, somehow, answers would come. Between 1999 and 2011, the case gradually faded from public attention. The families never stopped searching for answers, but organized efforts had ended. Karen Whitaker became an advocate for improved wilderness safety regulations. She worked with legislators to require more robust emergency communication systems in national forests. Eric's brother, David, periodically returned to Pisgah Forest, hiking sections of the route and posting updates on a website he maintained about the disappearance. The site attracted attention from amateur sleuths and armchair detectives who proposed various theories, most far-fetched, about what might have happened. Some suggested the group had deliberately vanished to start new lives. Others speculated about secret military operations in the area. A few claimed alien abduction. These wild theories hurt the families, trivializing real loss. Most years, local newspapers ran anniversary stories marking another year without answers. Ranger Patricia Wells, who'd coordinated the initial search, never forgot the case. It haunted her throughout her career. In June 2011, the United States Geological Survey contracted with a private firm to conduct mineral and geological assessments in several areas of Pisgah National Forest. The work involved creating detailed topographical maps using new laser scanning technology. Graduate student Tim Bradford was part of a 4-person team working in the Black Balsam region. On June 7th, the team was mapping a particularly remote section when their equipment readings showed unusual anomalies in a narrow ravine about a half-mile off any established trail. The ravine was steep-sided and heavily overgrown with mountain laurel and rhododendron. Tim's supervisor, Dr. Helen Chang, decided they should physically investigate the anomalies rather than just note them. The team bushwhacked through dense vegetation toward the ravine. As they got closer, Tim saw something orange partially visible through the undergrowth. He pushed branches aside and froze. He was looking at a rusted, deteriorated mountain bike lying against a rock. His heart started racing. This was clearly very old, but something about it felt significant. Dr. Chang and the team carefully approached the area where Tim had spotted the bike. As they moved vegetation aside, more objects became visible. Another bike, also heavily rusted and damaged, lay 10 feet away, then another, then 2 more. 5 mountain bikes in total, arranged in a rough semicircle in a small clearing at the bottom of the ravine. The clearing measured, maybe 20 feet across, surrounded on 3 sides by rock walls 30 to 40 feet high. Dense vegetation created a natural roof overhead. You could walk within 15 feet of this spot and never know it existed. The bikes were in terrible condition after 13 years of exposure to weather. Rust-covered metal components. Tires had rotted away, but the bikes were clearly high-quality mountain bikes, exactly the type serious riders would use. Scattered around the bikes, the team found other objects: deteriorated backpacks, pieces of camping equipment, a rusted camp stove, and something else that made Dr. Chang immediately pull out her satellite phone to call authorities. Clothing. Definitely human clothing. Chang reached the Transylvania County Sheriff's Department at 3:45 that afternoon. She reported finding what appeared to be an old campsite with multiple bicycles and personal effects in an extremely remote location. She emphasized that the scene felt unusual, possibly significant. Deputy Sheriff Marcus Williams took down the GPS coordinates and said officers would respond immediately. Dr. Chang ordered her team to leave the area without touching anything else. They retreated about 50 yards and waited. The location's remoteness meant it took responding officers nearly 3 hours to reach the site, even knowing exact coordinates. Sheriff Raymond Foster arrived with 3 deputies and a medical examiner just before 7 o'clock. The evening light was fading fast. Foster surveyed the scene and immediately recognized they were looking at something important. He'd been a deputy back in 1998 when 5 mountain bikers vanished. Everyone in local law enforcement remembered that case. The cold feeling in his stomach told him they'd just found those bikers' last campsite. But where were the bikers themselves? Sheriff Foster declared the site a potential crime scene and ordered it secured. Deputies strung yellow tape around a wide perimeter. They brought in portable lights as darkness fell. Foster called Ranger Patricia Wells, now the district's head ranger, and told her they'd found something significant in the Black Balsam area. He read coordinates. Wells pulled up the old case file and compared the location to the 1998 search grid. The ravine sat approximately 800 feet off the planned route, just beyond where searchers had looked. The terrain made sense for why it was missed. The ravine was invisible from above and from the surrounding trails. Wells said she'd arrive first thing in the morning. Foster ordered his deputies to guard the site overnight and called for a full investigative team at sunrise. He stood in the portable lights staring at those 5 bikes arranged in their semicircle and felt certain he was looking at something terrible. The arrangement looked intentional somehow, though he couldn't articulate why. Nothing about this scene suggested accident or misadventure. Before dawn on June 8th, Sheriff Foster made the hardest calls of his career. He reached Karen Whittaker first. He explained carefully that a geological team had discovered what appeared to be a campsite with 5 mountain bikes and equipment in Pisgah National Forest. He said the location matched the area where her husband's group had been traveling in 1998. Karen's first question was whether they'd found bodies. Foster said no, not yet, but he wanted to prepare her that the investigation was now active again. Karen thanked him, hung up, and collapsed on her kitchen floor, sobbing. For 13 years, she'd lived in terrible limbo. Now something had been found, and the not knowing was somehow becoming even worse. Foster called the other families with similar messages. By mid-morning, all of them were making arrangements to travel to North Carolina. They'd been through this agony before, in 1998. This time felt different. This time there was actual evidence. Something had been found. But what did it mean? Where were their loved ones? At first light on June 8th, a team of 12 investigators descended into the ravine. They included Sheriff Foster's deputies, FBI Special Agent Rebecca Torres, who specialized in missing persons cases, State Bureau of Investigation agents, and forensic specialists. They worked slowly, photographing everything before touching anything. The scene showed extensive weather damage after 13 years of exposure, but certain facts became clear quickly. The 5 bikes, while rusted and deteriorated, could still be identified by serial numbers on the frames. By late morning, they'd confirmed these were the exact bikes registered to Jason Whittaker, Eric Dawson, Chad Reynolds, Amanda Keller, and Tiffany Morales. The backpacks contained items consistent with what the missing group had been carrying: camping gear, clothing, water bottles. One particularly significant find was a rusted but still somewhat intact satellite phone. It was registered to Jason Whittaker. The discovery that would haunt investigators was the arrangement. Everything looked deliberately placed, organized almost ceremonially. This was no accident scene. Forensic teams worked the site for 3 days, documenting and collecting every item. They found no human remains, which struck everyone as profoundly strange. If the bikers had died at this location, where were they? The clothing found at the scene included 5 helmets, 5 pairs of riding gloves, and 5 sets of cycling shoes, plus various other garments. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Sarah Martinez examined every piece carefully. Some clothing showed tears and damage beyond simple weather degradation. One jacket had what appeared to be claw marks, deep gouges through the tough fabric. A pair of pants showed similar damage. Dr. Martinez was cautious about interpretation, but the marks suggested animal activity. However, the pattern seemed wrong for scavenging after death. These marks looked like defensive wounds, made while someone wore the clothing. More disturbing, several items showed dark staining that field testing suggested might be human blood. Samples went to the lab for confirmation and DNA analysis. The results would take weeks. Investigators found something unexpected among the deteriorated equipment: 2 rusted metal waterproof containers designed for protecting documents and electronics. One container held a thoroughly degraded digital camera that forensic teams hoped might yield some data. The other contained water-damaged notebooks. Tiffany Morales had been known for keeping detailed journals of their trips, and Amanda Keller also journaled regularly. The notebooks were in terrible condition, pages fused together by 13 years of moisture. Forensic document experts at the FBI laboratory in Quantico carefully separated pages using specialized techniques. Many pages were completely illegible, ink dissolved into muddy smears. But some portions remained readable, offering fragments of what happened after the group reached this ravine. The process of reconstructing these journals would take months. But early indications suggested the group had survived in the ravine for some time after arriving. The question was, how long? And what had happened during that time? Special Agent Rebecca Torres led the effort to reconstruct a timeline. Jason Whittaker's last confirmed phone call to his wife occurred at 8:10 on the evening of August 14, 1998. He reported the group was at Butter Gap, on schedule, everyone fine. No contact occurred after that. Search teams found the campsite at Butter Gap, showing the group had indeed camped there the first night. The route plan showed they should have traveled toward Black Balsam on August 15th. The ravine where evidence was found sat roughly at the midpoint of that day's planned route. This suggested the group reached the ravine on August 15th. But here the timeline became deeply puzzling. Some items found at the scene, specifically a calendar torn from a notebook and certain journal entries that were partially readable, suggested the group remained at the ravine for an extended period. Forensic analysis of plant growth patterns around the bikes and equipment supported this theory. The question haunting Torres was simple but terrible. If they survived in that ravine for days or weeks, why didn't they leave? To understand what happened, investigators needed to comprehend the ravine itself. They brought in a climbing team to thoroughly survey the site. The ravine measured approximately 200 feet long, 20 to 30 feet wide at the bottom, with walls ranging from 30 to 50 feet high on three sides. The fourth side, where the geological team had entered, was heavily overgrown but theoretically passable. A small spring fed a trickle of water through the bottom, which explained why the site had water. The rock walls were steep, but not technical climbing obstacles. Someone with basic outdoor skills could climb them, especially with equipment. Jason's group had climbing rope among their gear, so why hadn't they climbed out? The vegetation overhead created a natural canopy that made the ravine nearly invisible from above. Even the 1998 helicopter searches had missed it. But being invisible from above didn't explain why the group hadn't simply walked out the way the geological team had entered, unless something prevented them from leaving. In late July 2011, FBI document specialists completed initial analysis of the recovered journals. Agent Torres received the report and immediately called Sheriff Foster. They'd recovered enough text to piece together parts of what happened. The earliest legible entry, written in Tiffany's handwriting, was dated August 15, 1998. It read found shelter in ravine after Eric's accident. His leg definitely broken, bone visible. We can't move him safely. Jason trying satellite phone, but no signal in here. Walls too high, trees too dense. Chad and I tried climbing out the west wall, but rock too loose, dangerous. Need to wait for rescue. Set up camp, making Eric comfortable. Amanda thinks we can get him stable. We have food for several days. Search teams will find us soon. The matter-of-fact tone suggested the group initially viewed the situation as inconvenient, but manageable. They expected rescue. That made what came next even more heartbreaking. Because rescue never came, investigators pieced together what likely happened on August 15th. The group was navigating the challenging terrain between Butter Gap and Black Balsam when Eric Dawson suffered a serious accident. Based on journal entries and physical evidence, he apparently struck a rock at high speed while riding down a steep section, went over his handlebars, and landed badly. The compound fracture in his lower leg left bone exposed. In 1998, wilderness medical protocol for this type of injury was clear. Don't move the patient without proper stabilization equipment. The group made a judgment call to find shelter immediately rather than risk moving Eric over rough terrain. They spotted the ravine and carried him down. It seemed like a reasonable decision at the time. Shelter from weather, water source, flat ground. They expected to call for help using Jason's satellite phone, but the ravine's geography blocked the signal. They expected to send someone out for help, but moving Eric seemed too risky, and splitting up in the wilderness violated basic safety protocol. They expected search teams to find them. That expectation would prove tragically wrong. Another partially legible journal entry, dated August 16th, showed the group's optimism fading. Amanda's handwriting noted Eric's condition stable but painful. Gave him most of our pain medication. His fever concerns me, but that's expected with compound fracture. Jason climbed the south wall today. Got high enough to see out. Tried satellite phone from there, but still no signal. Thinks the trees are still too dense, even at that elevation. We discussed sending someone out to get help, but decided against it. The terrain, where we came in, is extremely difficult. One person alone could get injured easily. Eric doesn't want anyone taking that risk. Says we should wait one more day. Search teams must be looking for us by now. We're only about half a mile off route. They'll find us soon. The faith that rescue was imminent appears in every early entry. They had no way of knowing that searchers were looking in slightly different areas. The ravine's invisibility doomed them from the start. This answers the first open-loop question. Why were the bikes arranged that way? Further journal entries, dated approximately August 23rd, revealed something that made investigators' blood run cold. Chad had written, "We arranged the bikes in a circle this morning, trying to create something visible from above. If helicopters search the area, maybe they'll see the pattern. Reflected sun off the metal might catch someone's eye. We used all our brightest clothing too, spread it out on rocks. We keep hearing helicopters in the distance, but they never come close enough. Jason keeps saying they're probably following our planned route, which we left when Eric got hurt. We made a terrible mistake coming down here. Eric's condition is worse. Amanda does what she can, but we have no antibiotics. We're rationing food now. Been here 9 days. Where are the search teams?" The bikes weren't found arranged in a circle. They'd been moved over 13 years by weather and landslides. But the intent was clear, a desperate signal to searchers who never came close enough. By the end of August 1998, based on recovered entries, the group faced a dire situation. They'd brought food for 4 days with small emergency reserves. After 2 weeks in the ravine, they were running out. Journal entries described attempts to supplement supplies. Chad wrote about finding wild berries growing on the ravine walls. Tiffany documented trying to catch fish from the small stream, though it was too shallow and slow for significant fish populations. They boiled water carefully, worried about giardia and other waterborne parasites. Eric's condition dominated concerns. His fever spiked despite Amanda's efforts. The wound showed signs of infection. Without antibiotics, they could only clean it repeatedly and hope. The group faced a terrible choice: stay together and hope for rescue, or send people out for help despite risks. Jason's leadership appeared in multiple entries. He kept spirits up, organized daily tasks, maintained watch schedules, hoping to signal any passing helicopters. But the helicopters came less frequently as search operations scaled back after the first intensive week. A journal entry dated approximately September 2nd contained the most difficult words investigators read. Jason had written, "Made the decision today. Chad and I will leave at first light tomorrow, head back toward the main trail, and bring help. Amanda stays with Eric. Tiffany stays to help Amanda. We debated this for days, but Eric's infection is critical. He's delirious with fever. We're out of food. We've been here 19 days. Something went wrong with the search. We should have been found by now. We have to get help ourselves. Chad and I will carry minimal gear. Move fast. We can make it to the ranger station in 2 days if we push hard. then bring rescue team back. Amanda cried when we decided. She knows staying means another several days without food. Tiffany pointed out we have water, which is most important for Eric. We'll make this work. Tomorrow we start. Eric needs hospital care immediately or he'll die. It was a sound plan. Logical. It might have worked. But something went catastrophically wrong. Multiple journal entries from early September were completely illegible except for fragments. What investigators could piece together suggested Jason and Chad left the ravine on September 3rd. Amanda and Tiffany remained with Eric. The next readable entry, in Amanda's handwriting, was dated September 7th and consisted of just a few terrible lines. Jason and Chad should have been back with help by now. It's been 4 days. Something happened to them. Eric died this morning at about 8. His infection overwhelmed him. Tiffany and I buried him as best we could. We piled rocks over his body. We're alone now. No food for 3 days. We need to leave, find help ourselves, but scared of what happened to Jason and Chad. Why haven't they returned? The answer to that question would emerge slowly from evidence found at the scene. Jason and Chad had never made it out of the ravine. Something had stopped them, and that something explained what happened to all 5 bikers. Forensic teams made disturbing discoveries throughout the ravine that hadn't been immediately obvious during initial investigation. About 100 feet from the main campsite, investigators found more deteriorated equipment, a climbing rope, 2 backpacks, and significantly, 2 helmets showing major damage. Deep dents and cracks marked both helmets. Nearby rocks showed staining that tested positive for human blood. Fabric fragments caught on rocks matched clothing known to belong to Jason and Chad. Dr. Martinez, the forensic anthropologist, carefully examined the area and delivered a grim assessment to Agent Torres. This was an attack site. The damage to the helmets suggested massive blunt force trauma. The blood patterns indicated severe injuries occurred here. Most significantly, animal scat found near the site contained human remains. DNA testing confirmed it matched Jason Whitaker and Chad Reynolds. The conclusion was inescapable when Jason and Chad tried to leave the ravine on September 3rd. They encountered something that killed them violently. Wildlife experts from the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission examined all the evidence. Black bears inhabit the Pisgah National Forest, but fatal attacks on humans are extremely rare. The last documented black bear killing in North Carolina had occurred in 1936. However, Dr. Kenneth Walsh, a wildlife biologist with 40 years of experience, told investigators that desperate circumstances can change animal behavior dramatically. A bear protecting cubs or a food cache might attack aggressively. The ravine's geography created a natural trap. If Jason and Chad encountered a bear while climbing out, they had nowhere to retreat. The helmet damage was consistent with powerful strikes from an animal. The claw marks on clothing found earlier now made terrible sense. Dr. Walsh examined the scat evidence and confirmed it came from a large black bear, probably male, probably weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Such an animal could easily kill 2 adult men, especially in confined terrain where escape was impossible. The theory fit the evidence, but it left investigators with more heartbreaking questions. The last legible journal entries came from Tiffany's notebook, dated mid-September. Her handwriting had deteriorated, words sometimes barely formed, suggesting extreme physical weakness. One entry read Amanda, and I heard them. Jason and Chad screaming. We heard everything, but we were too far away, couldn't help. Something attacked them. We heard the animal, heard their screams stop. We stayed at camp, terrified. That was 4 days ago. We haven't seen any sign of Jason or Chad. We know they're dead. We're trapped here. If we try to leave, the same thing that killed them will kill us. We have no food. Drinking water from the stream. Getting so weak. Amanda stopped talking yesterday. Just stares. I think she's given up. I don't know what to do. I don't want to die here, but I'm too weak to climb out and too scared to try. The words painted a picture of unimaginable horror. 2 women alone, starving, traumatized, trapped by fear of the animal that had killed their friends. The last words ever written by any member of the group came from Tiffany's journal, dated September 20th, 1998. The writing was nearly illegible, letters barely scratched onto the page. It read, "Amanda died today. Just fell asleep and didn't wake up. I think starvation. I buried her like we buried Eric. Piled rocks. I'm alone. Too weak to climb out even if I wasn't afraid. Can't stand up without getting dizzy. Drinking water, but water isn't enough. I can hear the bear sometimes at night, snuffling around the campsite. It knows I'm here. Maybe it's waiting. I keep thinking someone will find us. All this equipment, someone has to find it eventually. If you're reading this, tell my sister Nicole that I love her. Tell her I tried. Tell all the families we tried. We just made one wrong turn and it cost us everything. I don't think I'll write again. Too tired. The dates might be wrong. I lost track. I'm sorry. After that, nothing. No more entries. No more words. Just silence. Based on the journal evidence, investigators launched an intensive search of the ravine for human remains. They knew Eric had been buried under rocks near the campsite. They found that site about 30 feet from the bikes. Rocks had been piled carefully, forming a cairn about 4 feet high. Carefully removing stones, they found skeletal remains underneath. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton was male, with evidence of a severely fractured tibia, Eric Dawson's injury. They found similar rock cairns nearby where Amanda and Tiffany had been buried. The women had done their best to honor their friends, even while dying themselves. But finding Tiffany and Amanda's remains proved far more difficult. The ravine had experienced numerous landslides and floods over 13 years. Small skeletal fragments were scattered across a wide area. It took weeks of careful searching, but eventually forensic teams recovered enough remains to confirm that Amanda Keller and Tiffany Morales had indeed died in the ravine. The DNA evidence was conclusive. All 5 bikers had perished in that remote location between mid-August and late September 1998. This answers the second open-loop question. What explained the condition of the gear found scattered across the remote ridge? The answer was both natural and tragic. Over 13 years, weather, landslides, and animal activity had scattered the carefully arranged campsite. The bear that killed Jason and Chad had almost certainly returned to the camp multiple times, scavenging what it could. This explained why clothing was torn and scattered. The spring floods that swept through the ravine each year had moved lighter objects downstream. Heavier items like the bikes stayed relatively in place, though they'd shifted position. The arrangement investigators found in 2011 bore little resemblance to how the camp looked in 1998. But the forensic team found evidence that the group had maintained the camp meticulously in their final weeks. They'd organized equipment, kept a clean site, and maintained hope that rescue would come. The scattering came later, after they were gone, as nature reclaimed the space. The gear's condition told a story of time passing, weather eroding, and wildlife interacting with human artifacts until evidence of 5 lives was reduced to rust and fragments. This answers the third and most disturbing open-loop question. Why did forensic analysis suggest the group had survived for days after vanishing? The answer was they survived for weeks, not days. Between August 14th, when Jason made his last phone call, and late September, when Tiffany likely died. At least 5 weeks passed. The group lived in that ravine for over a month, trapped by injury, fear, failed rescue attempts, and eventually by starvation and trauma. Forensic analysis of the remains confirmed prolonged survival. Eric's bones showed infection markers, consistent with fighting a severe wound infection for weeks. Amanda and Tiffany's remains showed extreme indicators of malnutrition and dehydration over an extended period. The journals provided the timeline, but physical evidence confirmed it. Perhaps most haunting was the evidence that Jason and Chad survived about 3 weeks in the ravine before attempting their fatal departure. During that time, search teams were combing the forest, sometimes passing within a quarter-mile of the ravine. The group could occasionally hear helicopters, but couldn't signal them. They survived long enough to see hope fade and fear replace it. When investigators briefed the families on findings in August 2011, the conference room at the sheriff's department held a grief so thick it felt physical. Karen Whittaker heard how her husband had survived for 3 weeks in that ravine, how he'd tried to save everyone, how he'd been killed trying to get help. Michelle Torres learned that Eric had died from infection after weeks of suffering, trying not to burden his friends. William Reynolds discovered his son, Chad, had volunteered to make the dangerous journey out despite knowing something was wrong. Robert and Susan Keller heard their daughter Amanda had stayed to care for the injured, had died trying to help, had been buried by her friend. Nicole Morales learned her sister Tiffany had survived the longest, alone, terrified, had written those final words before dying. The families wept. They'd waited 13 years for answers. The answers were somehow worse than the not knowing. But there was also terrible relief. They finally understood. The mystery that had tortured them was solved. Their loved ones hadn't abandoned them, hadn't met some quick, painless end. They'd fought, survived, hoped, and finally succumbed to circumstances beyond their control. Wildlife officials investigated what happened to the bear that killed Jason and Chad. Based on territory patterns and DNA from the scat evidence, Dr. Walsh believed the bear was a large male that had established territory in that area in the mid-1990s. Black bears are not typically aggressive toward humans, but several factors might have triggered the attack. The bear may have been defending a food cache or territory it considered crucial for survival. The ravine's confined geography escalated normal defensive behavior into fatal violence. Most significantly, by September the bear would have been entering hyperphagia, the period before hibernation when bears eat constantly to build fat reserves. A desperate, hunger-driven bear encountering humans in its territory could react aggressively. Tracking records showed no bear attacks in that area after 1998. The bear likely died of natural causes years ago. Dr. Walsh emphasized to reporters that vilifying the animal served no purpose. Black bears are generally peaceful. This was a tragic confluence of circumstances, not a dangerous predator stalking humans. A detailed review examined why search operations in 1998 failed to find the ravine. The answer came down to a combination of factors. The ravine sat just outside the search grid's primary focus area. Searchers had passed within 700 to 800 feet of the location multiple times, But the terrain between the trail and ravine was extremely difficult to navigate. The ravine's geography made it nearly invisible. Dense overhead vegetation blocked aerial detection. The steep sides and narrow entrance meant someone could walk past 20 feet away and never notice it. Search operations had focused on trails and known camping areas, following established patterns of where lost hikers usually end up. The ravine was too far off trail to fit normal lost person behavior patterns. Statistically, the search protocol made sense, but statistics failed Jason's group. Ranger Patricia Wells took the findings hard. She'd done everything right according to procedure, but 5 people had died anyway. She told investigators she would carry that weight for the rest of her life. Sometimes your best efforts aren't enough. That truth offers no comfort. Several families initially discussed potential lawsuits against the Forest Service for inadequate search operations. After reviewing the analysis, most decided against it. The search had been thorough by any reasonable standard. The ravine's location made it nearly impossible to find without specific coordinates. No negligence had occurred. Karen Whittaker publicly stated that blame served no purpose. Her husband had chosen to go into the wilderness, knowing risks existed. The tragedy resulted from terrible luck and circumstances, not from anyone's failure. That said, she pushed for policy changes. She worked with the National Park Service and Forest Service to improve emergency communication requirements for backcountry permits. She advocated for better GPS beacon technology and mandatory check-in protocols for groups traveling in remote areas. Several changes were eventually implemented, partly because of her advocacy. If those 5 deaths could prevent future tragedies through better safety protocols, Karen believed it gave some meaning to senseless loss. Not comfort, never comfort, but at least meaning. In September 2012, a permanent memorial was installed at Davidson River Campground, near the spot where the 5 bikers had last been seen alive. The memorial consists of a bronze plaque mounted on a large stone, surrounded by 5 smaller stones, one for each lost biker. The plaque reads, "In memory of Jason Whittaker, Eric Dawson, Chad Reynolds, Amanda Keller, and Tiffany Morales, who entered these mountains in August 1998 and never returned. They died as they lived, together, courageous, caring for one another until the end. May their story remind us that wilderness, while beautiful, demands respect and preparation. May we honor them by cherishing each day and the people we love." The families gathered for the dedication ceremony. Over 300 people attended. The event was quiet, somber, healing. Nicole Morales read her sister's final journal entry aloud, her voice breaking on the words, "Tell her I tried." Karen Whittaker planted 5 mountain laurel bushes near the memorial, one for each person. She said they would bloom every spring, a reminder that beauty persists even in places touched by tragedy. The case of the 5 missing mountain bikers was finally closed in November 2012. All remains had been recovered, identified, and returned to families for burial or cremation. The investigation concluded that the deaths resulted from accidental injury, followed by complications including infection, starvation, and fatal wildlife encounter. No criminal activity occurred. The ravine where they died remains as it was, a remote scar in the mountainside that holds echoes of desperate days and final breaths. Hikers occasionally make the difficult journey to see the location, though officials don't publicize exact coordinates out of respect for the families. The bikes and equipment were returned to the families. Karen keeps Jason's helmet, dented and rusted, on a shelf in her study. She says it reminds her that life is fragile, that we're never as safe as we think, that the people we love can vanish between one breath and the next. 13 years they waited for answers. The answers brought grief, but also closure. Now the question that haunts anyone who hears this story isn't what happened. We know what happened. The question is simpler and more terrible. What if the search grid had extended just 800 feet further? What if one helicopter had flown a slightly different pattern? What if? Sometimes the cruelest truth is that tragedy comes down to 800 feet and blind luck, and there's no one to blame but chance itself. And chance, as we all know, never apologizes. This disappearance mystery reminds us why missing person cases captivate us. They reveal how quickly lives can vanish without a trace. Like many cold case files and unsolved mysteries, this story shows the devastating reality families face when someone disappears under mysterious circumstances. From the Appalachian Mountains to wilderness areas worldwide, missing persons investigations continue as people search for vanished loved ones. These true crime stories and suspenseful disappearance mysteries teach us that preparation matters in remote terrain. Whether it's missing men, missing women, or entire groups, each case demands attention. If you're drawn to crime documentaries, unsolved disappearances, and real-life mystery stories about people who disappeared and were found years later, subscribe for more haunting tales of those who vanished and the investigations that finally brought answers. Imagine planning the perfect escape, only to vanish into legend. For 50 years, the world believed 3 men drowned trying to flee Alcatraz, their bodies lost to the sea. But what if they actually survived? A mysterious letter arrived decades later. Strange family visits were reported at funerals, and a photograph from Brazil sparked new questions. The truth about that summer night in 1962 isn't what you've been told. What really happened after they disappeared? On the morning of June 12, 1962, guards at Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary made a discovery that would shock the nation. When Officer Lawrence Bartlett rang the wake-up bell and walked past cell 142, something felt wrong. The inmate inside, Clarence Anglin, wasn't moving. Officer Bill Long approached to wake him, and that's when it happened. The head rolled off the pillow and hit the floor with a hollow thud. It wasn't a man. It was a dummy head made of soap, toilet paper, and real human hair. Within minutes, 2 more fake heads were discovered in nearby cells. 3 of America's most dangerous prisoners had vanished from the country's most secure prison. Frank Morris and brothers John and Clarence Anglin were gone. But this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. This escape had been planned for 6 months. Alcatraz Island sat 1¼ miles off the coast of San Francisco, surrounded by freezing water and deadly currents. The prison opened in 1934 and quickly earned its nickname, The Rock. It was designed to hold America's most notorious criminals, men who had caused problems at other prisons. Al Capone served time there. Machine Gun Kelly spent 17 years behind its walls. The message was clear. If you ended up on Alcatraz, your criminal career was over. Prison officials claimed it was escape-proof. The water temperature hovered around 50 degrees, cold enough to cause hypothermia in minutes. The currents moved at 6 to 9 miles per hour, strong enough to sweep even strong swimmers out to sea. Guards patrolled constantly. Searchlights swept the shores every night. By 1962, 36 men had tried to escape, but the mystery remained. Had anyone ever succeeded? Frank Morris arrived at Alcatraz on January 18, 1960. He wasn't like other prisoners. Guards noticed something different about him immediately. Morris was quiet, polite, and exceptionally intelligent. His IQ tested at 133, placing him in the top 2% of the population. But intelligence and a troubled childhood had led him down a dark path. Born in Washington, D.C. in 1926, Morris never knew stability. His mother, Clara, couldn't care for him properly. She had violent outbursts and rarely gave him attention. By age 11, Morris was completely orphaned and spent the rest of his childhood bouncing between foster homes. His first arrest came at 13. By his late teens, he'd been charged with narcotics possession, car theft, armed robbery, and grand larceny. Prison became his second home. But Morris had one talent that made him dangerous. He was brilliant at escaping. In 1955, while serving time at Louisiana State Penitentiary for robbery and marijuana possession, Morris escaped with another inmate named William Martin. They hitchhiked to freedom, picked up by a farmer near Baton Rouge. For months, Morris lived free in New Orleans. He even cased a bank in the small town of Slidell. But his freedom wouldn't last. A year later, police caught him during a burglary in Kansas City. That escape attempt convinced authorities Morris needed maximum security. They sent him to Alcatraz with the prisoner number AZ-1441. When Morris arrived, he studied everything. He watched the guards' routines. He noticed which prisoners could be trusted. He observed the prison's weaknesses. And then he met the Anglin brothers. Some accounts say they'd known each other at Atlanta Penitentiary. Others suggest Alcatraz was their first meeting. Either way, a partnership formed that would change history. John and Clarence Anglin weren't career criminals by choice. They were products of poverty. Born in Donaldsonville, Georgia, to a family of 13 children, the boys knew hardship from birth. Their parents, George and Rachel Anglin, were seasonal farm workers who moved constantly searching for work. In the early 1940s, the family relocated to Ruskin, Florida, 20 miles south of Tampa. The truck farms and tomato fields provided steady income. Every June, they migrated north to Michigan to pick cherries. Life was hard, but the Anglin children learned valuable skills. John and Clarence became inseparable. They also became incredible swimmers. Family members watched in amazement as the boys swam in the frigid waters of Lake Michigan, even when ice floated on the surface. That skill would prove crucial years later. But first, their lives would take a criminal turn. Clarence was 14 when police first arrested him for breaking into a service station. The brothers soon graduated to bigger crimes. In the early 1950s, they started robbing banks together, usually with their brother Alfred. But the Anglin brothers had a code. They only targeted closed businesses to ensure nobody got hurt. They claimed they used a real weapon only once during a bank heist, and even then, it was just a toy gun. On January 17, 1958, their luck ran out. John, Clarence, and Alfred robbed the Bank of Columbia in Alabama, stealing $19,000. The FBI tracked them down quickly. All three received 35-year sentences. They served time at Florida State Prison, then Leavenworth Federal Penitentiary, and finally Atlanta Penitentiary. But the brothers refused to accept their fate. They attempted escape after escape, each failure bringing harsher consequences. One escape attempt became legendary among prisoners. At Atlanta Penitentiary, Clarence hatched an audacious plan to smuggle John out. He found 2 large bread boxes and cut the top off one and the bottom off another. John climbed inside the first box while Clarence placed the second on top, then packed it with loaves of bread. A truck was ready to haul the boxes to a prison farm camp. Freedom seemed within reach. But a suspicious supervisor noticed the unusual size of one container. He opened it and discovered John hiding inside. That failed attempt sealed their fate. Prison officials decided the Anglin brothers needed the toughest facility in America. John arrived at Alcatraz on October 24, 1960, receiving prisoner number AZ-1476. Clarence followed on January 16, 1961, becoming inmate AZ-1485. The brothers were separated from their families and from hope. The fourth man in this story was Alan Clayton West. Born in New York City on March 25, 1929, West developed a reputation as violent and aggressive. He'd stolen countless cars and served 3 prison farm terms before driving a stolen vehicle across state lines. That crime landed him at Alcatraz in 1957, where he became inmate AZ-1330. West wasn't well liked by guards or prisoners. His behavior earned him time in isolation in D Block, the prison's punishment section. He worked as a maintenance orderly, a job usually given as punishment. But this job gave West access to areas other prisoners never saw. He painted on the prison roof. He worked in utility corridors. He noticed things. In spring 1961, while painting the roof, West made a crucial observation. The ventilation shafts might provide a path to freedom, but West couldn't escape alone. He needed partners. Different accounts exist about who actually masterminded the escape plan. West, during later interrogation, claimed the idea was entirely his. He said he realized the ventilation shafts were a way out while painting the roof. West insisted he proposed the plan to the Anglin brothers, who then brought in Morris. But prison officials were skeptical. They knew West's background and tendency to exaggerate. Most believed Frank Morris was the true architect. Another version comes from former inmate Darwin Kuhn, who wrote in his autobiography that John Anglin masterminded everything. Reporter John Campbell Bruce suggested Morris learned about the ventilation shaft weakness from another prisoner in the brush shop. That prisoner revealed an inmate electrician named Willard Winhoven had removed a fan motor from a shaft in 1957, and it was never replaced. Whoever started it, the plan began taking shape in early 1962. The escape plan was brilliant in its simplicity, but required months of careful preparation. Each prisoner's cell had a ventilation grate at the bottom of the back wall, about 6 inches by 9 inches. Much too small for a man to fit through. But the concrete around these grates was old and crumbling. Morris realized they could widen the holes using tools they'd made or stolen. They found discarded saw blades on the prison grounds. They stole metal spoons from the mess hall. Morris even improvised an electric drill from a vacuum cleaner motor. Night after night, they worked in darkness, scraping away concrete bit by bit. The noise could have given them away instantly. But Morris had a solution. He ordered an accordion just like West's. During music hour, when prisoners were allowed to play instruments, Morris played loud enough to mask the scraping sounds coming from their cells. Hiding their work proved just as important as the work itself. Each night before bed, the men covered the growing holes with painted cardboard that matched the cell walls perfectly. Guards walked past during routine checks and saw nothing unusual. After months of scraping, the holes finally became large enough for a man to squeeze through. But that was just the beginning. Behind the cells lay an unguarded utility corridor. From there, they could access pipes and shafts leading upward. The men began climbing up to the vacant top level of the cell block whenever possible. In this dusty, forgotten space, they set up a secret workshop. This became their headquarters for the most crucial phase, building equipment for the water crossing. They would need life preservers and a raft strong enough to survive the bay. Morris found inspiration in an unlikely place magazines. Frank Morris read everything he could find. In the March 1962 issue of Popular Mechanics, he discovered an article titled Your Life Preserver. How will it behave if you need it? The article explained how to construct a functional flotation device. Morris studied it carefully. Over 50 raincoats went missing from Alcatraz that spring. Guards noticed, but couldn't explain where they'd gone. The raincoats were being smuggled up to the secret workshop. Using stolen and donated materials, the prisoners constructed life preservers based on Morris's design. They also assembled a 6-foot by 14-foot rubber raft. The seams had to be hand-stitched carefully. They sealed everything with liquid plastic available in the prison shops. Heat from nearby steam pipes helped cure the rubber. Morris found more useful information in other magazines. The November 1960 issue of Popular Mechanics taught him about resin for making items waterproof. A May 1962 Sports Illustrated article about water safety explained channel buoys and navigation hazards. The prisoners also made paddles from plywood and screws stolen from the maintenance shop. Every piece had to be created in secret and hidden in the cramped workshop space. But the most impressive feat was yet to come. They needed to fool the guards long enough to make their escape. If guards discovered empty cells during the night count, alarms would sound immediately. Their head start would vanish. So they created something that sounds like Hollywood fiction, but was absolutely real: dummy heads. Using a homemade mixture of soap, toothpaste, concrete dust, and toilet paper, they sculpted heads that looked remarkably realistic. They painted them with flesh tones, stolen from the maintenance shop. Real human hair, swept up from the barbershop floor, was carefully glued to each head. When positioned on pillows with blankets, pulled up, and clothing stuffed underneath, the dummies looked like sleeping prisoners in the dim cell lighting. The final obstacle was the roof itself. The ventilation shaft they planned to use led to the roof, but it was sealed by a large fan held in place by rivets. The men somehow managed to climb up the shaft during their nighttime workshop sessions and painstakingly removed each rivet. They replaced them loosely so guards inspecting the roof wouldn't notice anything wrong. But when the time came, the fan could be pushed aside easily. By June 1962, everything was ready. They'd spent 6 months preparing. They had their route planned through the widened vents, up the utility corridor, through the ventilation shaft, onto the roof, down a kitchen vent pipe, over 2 12-foot barbed wire fences, and finally to the northeast shoreline. The date was set June 11th. That night, after lights out at 9:30, they would make their move. But would all 4 men make it out? June 11th, 1962, started like any other day at Alcatraz. Guards conducted their usual routines. Prisoners went through their normal schedules. But Morris, the Anglin brothers, and West knew this was the night. Everything depended on timing and luck. At 9:30, lights went out across the cell block. The prisoners waited in darkness, hearts pounding, listening to the guards' footsteps fade. Then they made their final preparations. Morris carefully positioned his dummy head on his pillow, arranging the blanket just right. The Anglin brothers did the same. Each man stuffed clothing under his blankets to create the shape of a sleeping body. Then, one by one, they slipped through the holes they'd spent months creating. Morris went first, then John, then Clarence. They gathered in the utility corridor behind the cells, ready to climb up to their workshop, and then to freedom. But something was terribly wrong with West's cell. West had made a critical mistake. Worried about the crumbling concrete around his vent, he'd reinforced it with cement to prevent it from collapsing and giving away their secret. But the cement had hardened more than he expected. The opening was too narrow. West pushed and strained, but he couldn't squeeze through. On the other side of the wall, Morris and the Anglin brothers faced an impossible choice. They could wait and try to help West widen the hole, but every minute increased their chance of discovery. or they could leave him behind and continue alone. The decision was made quickly. They couldn't risk the entire escape. West would have to stay. The three men climbed up the ventilation shaft toward the roof, their homemade equipment and supplies hauled with them. West was left alone in the darkness, still struggling desperately with the too narrow opening. His role in planning the escape meant nothing now. Morris and the Anglin brothers reached the top of the ventilation shaft and pushed aside the fan they'd loosened months earlier. Night air rushed in, carrying the smell of salt water and freedom. They climbed onto the roof carefully, aware that a single wrong step could send them tumbling down or alert the guards below. Guards later reported hearing a loud crash during the night, but no one investigated. Perhaps they assumed it was nothing important. Perhaps the sound was dismissed as routine noise in an old building. Whatever the reason, the three escapees weren't discovered. They made their way across the roof to a kitchen vent pipe on the building's exterior. The pipe ran 50 feet down to the ground. One by one, they slid down through the darkness, trying to control their descent quietly. They landed safely and immediately faced their next obstacle: two 12-foot barbed wire fences surrounding the prison grounds. The barbed wire could have shredded their skin and clothing, making the swim impossible. But somehow they managed to climb both fences successfully. Years later, investigators found no blood or torn fabric on the wire, suggesting the men took their time and moved carefully. They made it to the northeast shoreline near the power plant. This spot was a blind area in the prison's network of searchlights and gun towers, exactly as they'd planned. The cold San Francisco Bay water lapped at their feet. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 2 miles away, was Angel Island. That was their target. From there, they planned to reach the mainland, steal clothes and a car, and disappear forever. But first, they had to survive one of the most dangerous bodies of water in America. They inflated their improvised raft using a concertina stolen from another inmate and modified to work as a bellows. According to FBI records, at approximately 11:40 p.m. on June 11th, Frank Morris and John and Clarence Anglin launched their raft into the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay. The water temperature was around 50 degrees. The currents were fierce, moving at 6 to 9 miles per hour. Professional mariners considered these waters treacherous, even in daylight, with proper equipment. But the three men paddled away from Alcatraz using their homemade plywood paddles, wearing their improvised life preservers, clinging to a raft stitched together by hand. Within minutes, the darkness swallowed them completely. Back inside the prison, Alan West finally managed to widen his hole enough to squeeze through. He made it into the utility corridor, climbed up to the workshop, and found the supplies left behind: an unfinished pontoon, a plywood paddle, 3 life preservers, his fake dummy head, and a partially completed raft that was supposed to be for him. West climbed all the way up the ventilation shaft and poked his head out onto the roof. Seagulls, startled by his appearance, scattered into the night, their cries echoing across the island. For a terrified instant, West froze, certain the noise would bring guards running. But no alarm sounded. He was alone on the roof with a decision to make. He could try to complete his escape using the unfinished raft and equipment. But he'd be going alone, hours behind the others, with inferior gear. The chances of survival seemed impossibly small. Or he could climb back down, return to his cell, and wait for morning. At least he'd be alive. West made his choice. He climbed back down the shaft, exhausted and defeated, and returned to his cell. He tucked himself into bed, knowing that within hours, guards would discover the dummy heads and his role would be exposed. Morning came quickly at Alcatraz. The wake-up bell rang at 7 a.m. on June 12th. Officer Lawrence Bartlett began his routine walk through the cell block. When he reached Clarence Anglin's cell, something seemed off. The prisoner wasn't moving. Officer Bill Long approached to wake him. He reached toward the still figure, and the head rolled off the pillow onto the floor. The hollow thud echoed through the cell. For a split second, the officers stood frozen, trying to process what they were seeing. Then pandemonium erupted. Morris's and John Anglin's dummy heads were discovered moments later. 3 of the most secure cells in America's most secure prison stood empty. A massive search began immediately. Guards swept every inch of the prison. Dogs were brought in. The workshop was discovered. The widened vents were found. The road of escape became clear. But where were the prisoners now? Multiple military and law enforcement agencies launched an extensive air, sea, and land search that would continue for 10 days. Allen West was immediately placed in isolation as an accessory to the escape. There, he cooperated fully with investigators, explaining the entire plan in detail. West claimed the inmates had intended to paddle to Angel Island, then continue to the mainland where they'd steal clothes and a car before vanishing. FBI agents listened carefully but remained skeptical of some details. They suspected West might have lost his nerve at the last moment rather than simply gotten stuck. West's claims about masterminding the plan were dismissed as boasting, but his information about the intended route proved valuable for the search efforts. On June 14th, 2 days after the escape, a Coast Guard cutter found a paddle floating about 200 yards off the southern shore of Angel Island. This was significant. Angel Island was exactly where West said they'd planned to go. In the same location, workers on another boat discovered something even more intriguing: a wallet wrapped in plastic. The wallet contained names, addresses, and photographs of the Anglin brothers, friends, and relatives. Why would they abandon such personal items? FBI agents debated the meaning. Some argued the men must have drowned, and the bay was simply returning evidence of their fate. Others suggested the wallet might have been lost accidentally during landing, not evidence of death. On June 21st, 10 days after the escape, a life vest washed up on Cronkite Beach, nearly 3 miles outside the Golden Gate Bridge. The strings were still intact. The next day, a prison boat picked up another life vest just 50 yards off Alcatraz Island, its strings still knotted at the back, but nothing else was recovered. No bodies, no raft, no clothing. The physical evidence supported 2 completely different theories. Either the raft had sunk and the men drowned as officials suspected, or the men reached land successfully and the items found were simply lost equipment. One witness report from that night was largely ignored at the time but became significant later. Robert Checkey, a San Francisco police officer, was standing at the St. Francis Yacht Harbor on the Marina District waterfront on the night of June 11th. He reported seeing a fishing boat in the bay near Alcatraz. The boat remained in position for about 15 minutes, then left, heading toward the Golden Gate Bridge. Since unauthorized boats were forbidden within several hundred yards of Alcatraz, Checkey found this suspicious. Could someone have been waiting to pick up the escapees? The FBI dismissed Checkey's account without serious investigation. They were already convinced the men had drowned. But this wasn't the only strange report from that night. Within days, multiple sightings and odd incidents began occurring up and down the California coast. On the same day the paddle was found, something else happened that wouldn't be widely known for decades. A blue Chevrolet sedan, model year 1955 with California license plate KPB076, was reported stolen in Marin County. The theft occurred on June 12th, the day after the escape. Contemporaneous reports in the Humboldt Times and San Francisco Examiner confirmed this. The following day, a motorist in Stockton, California, 80 miles east of San Francisco, reported to the California Highway Patrol that he'd been forced off the road by 3 men in a blue Chevrolet. 3 men. The same day escapees would have needed transportation, in a car matching the description of the stolen vehicle. Yet FBI records indicate this lead was never fully pursued. Why not? Some researchers have suggested officials were already committed to the drowning theory and didn't want contradictory evidence. Others believe the car theft was simply a coincidence, unrelated to the escape. But the strange incidents didn't stop there. Over the following weeks, months, and years, reports continued to surface. A month after the escape, on July 17th, a Norwegian freight ship called SS Norefjell spotted a body floating in the ocean 15 nautical miles from the Golden Gate Bridge. The crew knew about the escape attempt. They wanted to recover the body, but their ship didn't have adequate cold storage facilities. They also had no radio contact with the Coast Guard. The body was left floating. San Francisco County Coroner Henry Turkle later cast doubt on speculation that it could have been one of the escapees. He pointed out the improbability of a body still floating after more than a month in the ocean. Instead, Turkle suggested it was likely Cecil Philip Herman, a 34-year-old unemployed baker who had jumped from the Golden Gate Bridge 5 days before the sighting. But without recovering the body, no one could say for certain. The mystery deepened. FBI investigators completed their analysis and announced their official position. The FBI stated that while it was theoretically possible for the men to have reached Angel Island, the odds of surviving the turbulent currents and frigid waters were negligible. They pointed to the lack of reported thefts on the mainland. If the men had survived and reached shore, they would have needed to steal clothes and transportation. No such thefts were reported or traced to the fugitives. At least, that was the official statement. But as we now know, a car was reported stolen that same day. And there were reports of 3 men in that car forcing someone off the road. These facts didn't fit the preferred narrative. Multiple hoaxes occurred in the week after the escape, which may have made authorities dismissive of all claims. A man claiming to be John Anglin called a lawyer named Eugenia Macoan in San Francisco, asking to arrange a meeting with the U.S. Marshal's office. When she refused, he hung up. That was clearly a prank. A postcard arrived at the San Francisco FBI office with a message written on it, we made it. Frank, John, and Clarence. The FBI quickly determined it was a hoax when fingerprints and handwriting didn't match any of the escapees. Someone claiming to be Morris phoned acting warden Arthur Dollison. But when Dollison asked personal questions only Morris would know, the caller hung up immediately. Another fake. These hoaxes gave authorities justification to dismiss other reports as well. West was transferred to McNeil Island, Washington after Alcatraz closed in March 1963. He later served additional sentences in Georgia and Florida before being released in 1967. But West's freedom lasted only 1 year. In 1968, he was arrested again in Florida for grand larceny. At Florida State Prison, West fatally stabbed another inmate over what may have been a racially motivated incident in October 1972. He died of acute peritonitis in 1978 while serving life imprisonment. 6 months after the famous escape, another Alcatraz inmate named John Paul Scott attempted something remarkable. Scott made inflatable armbands from rubber gloves and swam 2.7 nautical miles from Alcatraz to Fort Point at the southern end of the Golden Gate Bridge. Teenagers found him suffering from severe hypothermia and exhaustion. After recovering at Letterman Army Hospital, he was returned to Alcatraz. Scott became the only Alcatraz inmate known to have reached the shore by swimming. His escape attempt was made in worse conditions than Morris and the Anglins faced, and he used inferior equipment. Yet he survived. This fact strengthened the argument that the three men could have successfully navigated the bay. If Scott could do it alone with rubber gloves, couldn't three men, working together with better equipment, succeed? The prison itself closed less than a year later. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered Alcatraz shut down on March 21, 1963. The facility cost nearly $10 per prisoner per day to operate, compared to just $3 at Atlanta. Plus, 50 years of saltwater saturation had severely eroded the buildings. The escape didn't cause the closure, but it certainly didn't help Alcatraz's reputation. The FBI officially closed their file on December 31, 1979. After a 17-year investigation, their final conclusion: Morris and the Anglin brothers most likely drowned in the cold waters of San Francisco Bay while attempting to reach Angel Island. The evidence cited included the remnants found in the bay and the personal effects left behind. Officials believed the raft broke up and sank after departing Alcatraz. The three convicts likely succumbed to hypothermia, and their bodies were swept out to sea by the rapid currents. Case closed. Except the United States, Marshals Service didn't close their case. It remained open and active. Deputy U.S. Marshal Michael Dyke told reporters years later that there's an active warrant and the Marshals Service doesn't give up looking for people. In 2009, Dyke said he was still receiving leads on a regular basis. The warrant would remain active until the missing men reached the age of 100 between 2026 and 2031. But why keep a case open for men officially presumed dead? Perhaps because too many questions remained unanswered. And then the really strange reports began emerging. Family members of the Anglin brothers claimed they occasionally received postcards and messages from unknown sources over the years. Most were unsigned. Others were signed Jerry and Joe, names that meant nothing to investigators, but might have been codes. The family produced a Christmas card, they said, was received in their mailbox in 1962, just months after the escape. The card read, "To Mother, from John. Merry Christmas." Was it really from John Anglin, or was someone playing a cruel trick on a grieving family? Robert Anglin, one of the 11 siblings, was quoted in a 1993 newspaper saying they'd received mysterious phone calls for years. The mother of the Anglin brothers reportedly received flowers anonymously every Mother's Day until her death in 1973. At her funeral, witnesses reported seeing two very tall, unusual women wearing heavy makeup. Were these women actually John and Clarence in disguise? It sounds like something from a movie, but family members insisted it happened. When the father of the Anglin brothers died in 1989, Robert claimed two bearded men attended the funeral and then disappeared. Federal officials acknowledged that in the mid to late 60s, and into the 70s. There were 6 or 7 sightings of the Anglin brothers reported, all in North Florida or Georgia. Why would officials keep investigating sightings if they truly believed the men drowned in 1962? In 1989, a woman identifying herself only as Kathy called the tip line of the television show Unsolved Mysteries. She reported that a photo of Clarence Anglin matched the description of a man living on a farm near Marianna, Florida. Another woman also recognized a photo of Clarence Anglin and said he lived near Marianna. She correctly identified his eye color, height, and other physical features. This wasn't guesswork. She knew specific details. Another witness claimed that a sketch of Frank Morris bore a striking resemblance to a man seen in the same area. In a 1993 episode of Unsolved Mysteries, author Don DeNevy discussed interviews he'd conducted with inmate Clarence Carnes. Carnes claimed he received a postcard from Morris and the Anglins after the escape. The message read simply, "Gone fishing." According to Carnes, this was a prearranged code word meaning their escape had succeeded. Carnes expressed his belief that Ellsworth Bumpy Johnson, a notorious Harlem gangster, may have arranged for a boat to pick the 3 men up from the bay. Carnes suggested the boat dropped the escapees off at Pier 13 in San Francisco's Hunters Point district. Officials disavowed Carnes' claims, but the story persisted. That same year, a former Alcatraz inmate named Thomas Kent appeared on the television program America's Most Wanted. Kent claimed he helped plan the escape and said he had provided significant new leads to investigators. According to Kent, Clarence Anglin's girlfriend had agreed to meet the men on shore and drive them to Mexico. Kent said he declined to participate in the actual escape because he couldn't swim, but officials were skeptical. They noted that Kent was paid $2,000 for the interview, suggesting financial motivation for his story. Then came one of the strangest claims of all. A man named John Leroy Kelly dictated an extended deathbed confession to his nurse in 1993. Kelly claimed that he and a partner picked up Morris and the Anglins in a boat and transported them to the Seattle, Washington area, but the story took a dark turn. Kelly confessed that later, under the guise of transporting them to Canada, he and his partner murdered the escapees. Kelly claimed they killed the men to steal $40,000 their families had supposedly collected for them. He even provided a location in Seattle where he said the 3 escapees were buried. Authorities investigated, but no human remains were found at that location. Was Kelly lying? Was he confused? Or did someone move the bodies? In 2003, the television show Mythbusters decided to test whether the escape was even physically possible. Hosts Jamie Heineman and Adam Savage, along with a crew member, constructed a raft using the same materials and tools available to the inmates in 1962. They launched from Alcatraz Island at night, just as Morris and the Anglins had done. After paddling through darkness against powerful currents, the Mythbusters team successfully made landfall on the Marin Headlands at the north end of the Golden Gate Bridge. Their conclusion, the escape was possible. This was significant scientific evidence that the official drowning theory might be wrong. A 2011 National Geographic Channel documentary called Vanished from Alcatraz uncovered something shocking. Deputy Marshal Michael Dyke, the last marshal assigned to the case, found reports from the week of the escape that had been overlooked or ignored, contrary to official assertions that the raft was never found. A raft was actually reported discovered on Angel Island the day after the escape. Even more intriguing, there were footprints leading away from it. Why wasn't this evidence publicized? And remember that stolen blue Chevrolet we mentioned earlier. The documentary confirmed those contemporaneous newspaper reports. A car was reported stolen in Marin County on June 12th. The next day, a motorist in Stockton reported being forced off the road by 3 men in a blue Chevrolet. These weren't newly discovered facts. They were in newspapers at the time. Yet somehow they were dismissed or ignored. Some researchers began suggesting a cover-up. Perhaps authorities didn't want to admit that prisoners had escaped from America's most secure prison. In 2014, scientists at Delft University in the Netherlands conducted a study of San Francisco Bay's ocean currents. Using computer models and historical tide data, they analyzed the exact conditions on the night of June 11, 1962. Their conclusion was startling. If the prisoners left Alcatraz at 11:30 p.m., they could have made it to Horseshoe Bay, just north of the Golden Gate Bridge. The currents and tides would have carried them in that direction. Furthermore, any debris would have naturally floated toward Angel Island, which is exactly where the paddle and personal belongings were found. However, the scientists noted that timing was critical. If the men left before or after that narrow window, the tides and currents would have drastically reduced their chances of survival. But if they left at precisely the right moment, which FBI records suggest they did, survival was definitely possible. Then, in 2015, the most compelling evidence yet emerged. The Anglin family came forward with items they'd kept secret for decades. Kenneth and David Widner, nephews of John and Clarence, appeared in a History Channel documentary called Alcatraz: Search for the Truth. They displayed Christmas cards containing handwriting that appeared to match the Anglins. The family claimed these cards were received for 3 years after the escape. Handwriting experts verified the writing as authentic. But there was a problem. None of the envelopes contained postmarked stamps, so experts couldn't determine when they were actually mailed or delivered. Still, the family had more evidence. They spoke of a family friend named Fred Brizzi who grew up with the Anglin brothers. Brizzi claimed that in 1975, 13 years after the escape, he traveled to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. While there, he said he recognized John and Clarence. The brothers were alive, living in South America. Brizzi said he took photographs of them. The family produced these photos, which showed 2 men standing next to a large termite mound. Other photos showed what Brizzi claimed was a Brazilian farm owned by the men. Forensic experts hired by the family examined the photographs carefully. They confirmed the photos were taken in 1975 based on the film type and aging characteristics. More importantly, facial comparison experts stated the 2 men in the photo were more than likely John and Clarence Anglin. However, the age and condition of the photographs, plus the fact that both men were wearing sunglasses, made a definitive identification impossible. Art Roderick, a retired deputy U.S. Marshal who once headed the investigation and worked with the Anglin family, called Brizzi's photograph absolutely the best actionable lead we've had. But he remained cautious, noting it could still be a fabrication or misdirection. Michael Dyke, another marshal on the case, was more skeptical. He called Brizzi a drug smuggler and a con man. Brizzi's widow agreed, saying her late husband was prone to making up stories, and she never heard him mention seeing the Anglins in Brazil. Brizzi also presented an alternative escape theory that sounds almost too clever to be true. He claimed the men didn't use the raft to cross the bay at all. Instead, they paddled around Alcatraz Island to the boat dock. There, they attached an electrical cord, which was reported missing from the dock that night, to the rudder of a prison ferry that departed the island shortly after midnight. According to this theory, they were towed behind the ferry to the mainland, then released the cord and paddled to shore. It's an ingenious idea, but is it true? Before his death in 2010, Robert Anglin, brother of John and Clarence, told surviving family members he'd been in contact with his brothers from 1963 until approximately 1987. That's 24 years of secret communication. The family announced plans to travel to Brazil to search for evidence, but they were warned. The Alcatraz escape remains an open Interpol case. If John and Clarence were found alive in Brazil, they could be arrested and extradited. The mystery seemed destined to remain unsolved. Then, in 2018, something extraordinary happened. The FBI disclosed the existence of a letter received by the San Francisco Police Department in 2013. The letter was kept secret for 5 years before being revealed to the public. The writer claimed to be John Anglin. In the letter, he stated that Frank Morris died in 2008, and his brother Clarence died in 2011. The letter writer explained his purpose. He wanted to negotiate his surrender in exchange for medical treatment. He claimed to have cancer and needed help. He wrote that he was 83 years old and just wanted to cooperate in exchange for care. The letter included specific details about the escape that weren't widely known. But was it authentic? The FBI analyzed the letter carefully. Handwriting experts compared it to known samples of John Anglin's writing. The conclusion was inconclusive. The handwriting couldn't be definitively matched or ruled out. The letter could be real, or it could be an elaborate hoax by someone who researched the case thoroughly. If the letter was genuine, it meant John Anglin had survived for 51 years after escaping Alcatraz. It meant he'd outlived his partners and lived as a free man for half a century. But it also raised questions. Why come forward now? If he truly had cancer and wanted treatment, why not just surrender instead of sending an anonymous letter? And why wait 5 years to make the letter public? The timing seemed suspicious to many investigators. Some suggested the letter was sent by a family member trying to keep the legend alive. Others believed it was genuine, but that John Anglin died before he could follow through on his offer. A 2019 episode of the series Mission Declassified investigated FBI reports further. Investigative journalist Christoph Putzel uncovered multiple sightings of a blue Chevrolet matching the stolen car's description over the months following the escape. Reports placed the car in Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and South Carolina. In South Carolina, 3 months after the escape, 3 men matching the escapees' description allegedly attempted to acquire a residence in the woods. Each sighting was investigated, but never definitively connected to Morris and the Anglins. Were these the fugitives, or just coincidences? The sheer number of reports makes coincidence seem unlikely. In November 2025, YouTube creator Mark Rober collaborated with journalists Johnny Harris and Cleo Abram on an ambitious project. They decided to recreate the prison escape exactly as it happened, using the same plans and period-accurate materials. They studied the same magazine articles Morris had read. They used similar tools to create a raft, paddles, and life preservers. Everything was made by hand, just as the prisoners had done. Then they launched from Alcatraz Island at night, riding the tide as the original escapees had. All three successfully reached a point near the Golden Gate Bridge. They didn't make it to Angel Island as planned, but they proved without question that survival was possible. Like the Mythbusters before them, they demonstrated the official drowning theory wasn't as certain as authorities claimed. So what's the truth? Did Frank Morris and John and Clarence Anglin drown in San Francisco Bay on June 11, 1962? Or did they pull off one of the greatest escapes in American history? Let's consider what we know for certain. The escape itself happened exactly as described. The dummy heads, the widened vents, the secret workshop, the homemade raft and life preservers, all of this is documented fact. We know they left Alcatraz Island at approximately 11:40 p.m. We know items were found in the bay: a paddle, a wallet, 2 life vests. But we also know a raft was reportedly found on Angel Island with footprints leading away. We know a car was stolen the next day, and 3 men in that car were reported forcing someone off the road. We know multiple sightings occurred over the years in Florida, Georgia, and other locations. We know the family received mysterious cards, calls, and visits. We know photographs surfaced that forensic experts say likely show the Anglin brothers alive in 1975. We know a letter arrived in 2013 claiming to be from John Anglin, stating both his partners had died. And we know that multiple scientific recreations, from Mythbusters to Mark Robber, have proven the escape was physically possible. The evidence supporting survival is substantial. But the evidence suggesting death is significant too. The frigid water, the powerful currents, the lack of bodies or confirmed sightings, these facts can't be ignored. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. Maybe 1 or 2 survived while another drowned. Maybe they made it to shore but died from hypothermia shortly after landing. Maybe they survived for months or years before being killed, as John Leroy Kelly claimed. Or maybe, just maybe, Frank Morris and the Anglin brothers pulled off the impossible. They could have reached the mainland, stolen clothes and a car, and disappeared into new lives. They might have lived as free men for decades, always looking over their shoulders, but never caught. Consider the intelligence involved. Frank Morris had an IQ of 133. He'd successfully escaped from prison before. He spent 6 months meticulously planning every detail of this escape. The Anglin brothers were expert swimmers who'd grown up navigating treacherous waters. They had motivation, skill, and preparation on their side. Consider also the mistakes by authorities. A crashed noise on the roof wasn't investigated. A stolen car report wasn't connected to the escape. A raft found on Angel Island was dismissed or hidden. Footprints leading from that raft were ignored. Multiple sightings were written off as unreliable. Was this incompetence? Or was it intentional? Some researchers believe officials couldn't admit that prisoners escaped from Alcatraz successfully. The prison's entire reputation was built on being inescapable. To acknowledge a successful escape would have been professionally and politically devastating. So perhaps the drowning theory became the official story, not because it was true, but because it was necessary. The timing of Alcatraz's closure is also suspicious. Less than a year after the escape, the prison was shut down. Officials cited costs and deteriorating buildings. But Alcatraz had been expensive for decades. The buildings had been eroding for years. Why close it specifically in 1963? Perhaps the escape revealed security weaknesses that couldn't be easily fixed. Perhaps it became clear that the rock wasn't as impregnable as claimed. Whatever the reason, America's most famous prison closed its doors and the mystery of the 3 missing men became legend. 63 years have passed since that June night. If any of the men survived, they would be in their 90s or hundreds now. Frank Morris would be 99 years old. John Anglin would be 95. Clarence Anglin would be 94. The active warrant expires between 2026 and 2031, when each man would reach 100 years old. At that point, the case will finally close, not because it was solved, but because time ran out. But the questions will remain. Families will still wonder. Researchers will still investigate. And late at night, when fog rolls across San Francisco Bay and obscures Alcatraz Island, people will still imagine 3 desperate men paddling through darkness toward an uncertain fate. Did they drown within sight of freedom, their bodies swept out to sea, their dreams dying in the cold water? Or did they feel their feet touch solid ground, shed their makeshift life preservers, and walk away from their past into new identities? The truth is, we may never know for certain. The ocean keeps its secrets. The men, if they survived, kept theirs even better, and perhaps that's fitting. Sometimes the mystery is more powerful than the answer. Sometimes not knowing haunts us more than any confirmed ending could. The escape from Alcatraz has become more than just a historical event. It's become a symbol of human determination, ingenuity, and the desperate drive for freedom. Think about what these men accomplished. They spent 6 months scraping concrete with spoons and saw blades, working in darkness, knowing that discovery meant solitary confinement, or worse. They hand-stitched a raft using stolen raincoats. They sculpted dummy heads that fooled guards in a maximum security prison. They climbed ventilation shafts, slid down pipes, scaled barbed wire fences, and launched themselves into one of the world's most dangerous bodies of water. Whether they lived or died, whether they drowned or thrived, they accomplished something extraordinary. They exposed the myth of the inescapable prison. They proved that even in the most controlled environment, human creativity and determination could find a way. And they created a mystery that has captivated the world for more than 6 decades. Books, movies, documentaries, and television shows have explored their story. The escape has been analyzed, recreated, debated, and mythologized. Frank Morris, John Anglin, and Clarence Anglin have become legendary figures, their names forever linked to one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. So tonight, as you lie in bed thinking about this story, consider what you believe. Look at the evidence we've presented. Think about the scientific recreations proving survival was possible. Remember the sightings, the mysterious cards, the photographs from Brazil, the letter claiming to be from John Anglin. Consider also the cold water, the dangerous currents, the lack of bodies, the official conclusions of experienced investigators. What does your gut tell you? Did 3 desperate men die within sight of freedom, their bodies lost forever to the Pacific Ocean? Or did they achieve the impossible, living out their lives under new names, taking their secret to their graves? Perhaps the most haunting aspect is that if they did survive, they could never truly be free. They would spend every day looking over their shoulders. Every knock on the door could be the marshal's. Every stranger could be an informant. They could never contact their families openly, never return to their homes, never truly rest. Is that freedom, or just a different kind of prison? And somewhere out there, maybe on a quiet farm in Brazil or a small town in America, maybe in an unmarked grave or at the bottom of San Francisco Bay, 3 men know the answer. But they're not telling, and perhaps they never will. This true crime story remains one of the most daring prison escapes in history. The Alcatraz escape of 1962 stands as the ultimate prison breakout, a real prison break that continues captivating true crime documentary enthusiasts worldwide. This dramatic prison escape attempt turned into a legendary jailbreak that sparked countless investigations. Whether this famous prison escape ended in tragedy or triumph, it proves that even the most notorious criminals could challenge the impossible. The true prison escape from the Rock remains an unsolved mystery. If you're fascinated by real crime stories and daring escapes, subscribe for more true crime prison stories. What do you believe really happened that night? Share your thoughts below. When officers Karen Doyle and Linda Hayes vanished during a routine 1989 patrol, their department gave up hope. But families never stopped believing they'd come home. You deserve answers when those who serve and protect simply disappear into the darkness. But why did Karen return alone after 5 missing years? What horrific ordeal did she endure in captivity? And what heroic sacrifice did Linda make that still haunts investigators today? Because Karen's testimony revealed a bond of courage that goes far beyond the badge. Some mysteries haunt us because they remind us how thin the line is between safety and terror. This is one of those stories. Before we dive into this chilling mystery, let me know in the comments where you're watching from, and don't forget to subscribe for more vanished stories. The autumn of 1989 started like any other for officers Karen Doyle and Linda Hayes. Both were dedicated patrol officers with spotless records and deep roots in their community. Karen, 28, had joined the force 3 years earlier after studying criminal justice. She was known for her sharp instincts and unwavering dedication to protecting others. Linda, 31, was a 5-year veteran who mentored newer officers with patience and wisdom. Together, they formed an unbreakable partnership that colleagues respected and trusted. But something was about to test that partnership in ways no one could imagine. On October 14, 1989, the two officers began their evening patrol shift at 6 p.m. Their assigned route covered the quieter residential areas on the town's outskirts. These neighborhoods rarely saw serious crime, making it a routine assignment that both officers had worked dozens of times before. Their radio check-ins were regular and unremarkable. Everything seemed normal as the sun set and streetlights began flickering on across their patrol zone. At 9:47 p.m., they radioed dispatch with a routine status update. Those would be the last words anyone would hear from either officer for 5 long years. When officers Doyle and Hayes failed to respond to their 10:30 p.m. check-in, dispatch initially wasn't concerned. Radio dead zones were common in some areas of their patrol route. But when multiple attempts to reach them went unanswered, worry began to set in. A supervisor was dispatched to locate their patrol car and determine why communication had been lost. The search that followed would become one of the most extensive missing persons investigations the department had ever conducted. But what they found that night would raise more questions than answers. The patrol car was discovered at 11:45 p.m., parked along a quiet residential street with its engine still running. The vehicle appeared undisturbed from the outside, but a closer inspection revealed troubling details. Both officers' personal belongings were still inside, including their wallets and Karen's engagement ring, which she always wore. The car's computer showed no record of any calls or incidents after their 9:47 p.m. radio check. Most unsettling of all, there were no signs of struggle either inside the vehicle or in the surrounding area. It was as if two experienced officers had simply vanished into thin air. The immediate response was swift and thorough. Within hours, search teams were combing every inch of the neighborhood where the patrol car was found. Bloodhounds were brought in to track any scent trails, but they found nothing beyond the vehicle's location. Door-to-door interviews with residents revealed that no one had seen or heard anything unusual that evening. Several neighbors reported seeing the patrol car drive slowly through the area around 9:30 p.m., but no one witnessed what happened afterward. The investigation was just beginning, but already it felt like they were chasing shadows. As days turned into weeks, the search expanded to include wooded areas, abandoned buildings, and nearby waterways. Hundreds of volunteers joined professional search teams, determined to find answers. Every lead was followed, every tip investigated, no matter how unlikely it seemed. The media coverage was intense, with both officers' photographs appearing in newspapers and on television broadcasts. Their families made emotional pleas for information, offering rewards and begging anyone with knowledge to come forward. But the silence was deafening, and hope began to fade with each passing day. Detective Michael Torres was assigned as the lead investigator on the case. A 15-year veteran with experience in complex missing persons investigations, Torres approached the case with methodical determination. He interviewed every person who had contact with the officers that day, reviewed their recent cases for potential threats, and analyzed their patrol routes for patterns. What troubled him most was the complete absence of evidence. In his experience, people don't just disappear without leaving some trace behind. Torres sensed there was something darker at work here, something they weren't seeing yet. The psychological profiles of both officers revealed nothing that might explain their disappearance. Neither had personal problems, financial difficulties, or enemies that investigators could identify. Their colleagues described them as reliable, professional, and completely dedicated to their duties. Karen was engaged to be married the following spring, while Linda was close to her elderly mother and visited her every Sunday without fail. These weren't officers who would abandon their responsibilities or their loved ones voluntarily, which meant someone had taken them against their will, but who and why? Months passed with no new leads, and the case began to grow cold. The department maintained that both officers were still considered missing, not dead, but privately. Many investigators had begun to lose hope. The families, however, refused to give up. Karen's fiancé organized weekly searches of remote areas, while Linda's mother placed missing person flyers throughout the region. Their determination inspired others to continue looking, even when official resources were stretched thin. But as the first anniversary approached, even the most optimistic began to wonder if they would ever learn the truth. The investigation took an unexpected turn when a witness came forward nearly 6 months after the disappearance. A truck driver reported seeing 2 women in uniforms being forced into a van on the night the officers vanished. The witness had been traveling through the area around 10 p.m. and noticed what looked like a struggle near some trees. He initially thought it might be an arrest in progress, but something about the scene bothered him. When he saw the missing officer reports weeks later, he realized what he had witnessed might be connected. This was the first real lead investigators had received, but it raised terrifying new possibilities. The truck driver's description of the van was detailed, but common enough to make tracking it nearly impossible. He described it as a dark-colored delivery van with no visible markings or license plates. 3 men were involved in forcing the women into the vehicle, but the distance and poor lighting made identifying them impossible. The witness felt guilty for not stopping or calling for help immediately, but he explained that the scene had happened so quickly he wasn't sure what he was seeing until it was too late. Detective Torres knew this lead was crucial, but it also meant the officers had likely been kidnapped by multiple suspects. The revelation that the officers had been abducted changed the entire focus of the investigation. Torres began looking into criminal networks that might target law enforcement officers. He examined recent arrests both officers had made, searching for connections to organized crime or individuals with grudges against police. The truck driver's testimony suggested this wasn't a random crime, but a planned operation involving multiple perpetrators with specific goals. But what those goals were, and what had happened to Karen and Linda afterward, remained terrifyingly unclear. As the investigation intensified, disturbing patterns began to emerge. Research revealed that 3 other law enforcement officers in neighboring jurisdictions had disappeared under mysterious circumstances over the past 2 years. In each case, officers had vanished during routine patrols with no trace left behind. The similarities were too striking to be coincidental, suggesting a coordinated effort targeting law enforcement personnel across a wide geographic area. Torres realized they might be dealing with something far more sinister than a simple kidnapping. The families of both missing officers struggled to maintain hope as months turned into years. Karen's fiancé eventually broke off their engagement, unable to cope with the uncertainty and grief. Linda's elderly mother's health began to deteriorate as the stress of not knowing her daughter's fate took its toll. Support groups for families of missing persons became lifelines for those left behind, providing understanding and comfort that others couldn't offer. But even surrounded by support, the questions never stopped haunting them. Were Karen and Linda still alive somewhere, hoping for rescue? By 1991, the case had been officially classified as a cold case, though it was never officially closed. Torres continued working on it when time allowed, but new cases demanded his attention. The families organized annual memorial services, hoping to keep the officers' names in the public eye and encourage anyone with information to come forward. Local media occasionally revisited the story on anniversaries, but public interest had largely moved on to newer mysteries. The silence stretched on, seemingly endless, until something extraordinary happened that would change everything. On March 15, 1994, nearly 5 years after the officer's disappearance, a hospital emergency room received an unusual patient. A woman in her early 30s was brought in by paramedics after being found wandering along a highway, disoriented and suffering from malnutrition. She had no identification, and her appearance suggested she had been living in harsh conditions for an extended period. Her clothes were worn and dirty, her hair had grown long and unkempt, and her eyes held a haunted look that the medical staff would later describe as unforgettable. When she finally spoke, she said something that stunned everyone present. "My name is Karen Doyle," she whispered to the attending physician. "I'm a police officer." The doctor initially thought she might be delusional, but something about her manner convinced him to take her claim seriously. He contacted the local police department, who quickly verified that Officer Karen Doyle had indeed been missing for almost 5 years. Detective Torres received the call at home and rushed to the hospital, hardly daring to believe what he was hearing. After all this time, one of the missing officers had returned, but where was Linda Hayes, and what had happened to them? Karen's physical condition told a story of prolonged hardship and trauma. Medical examinations revealed evidence of malnutrition, untreated injuries, and psychological trauma consistent with captivity. She was extremely thin, weighing nearly 40 pounds less than when she had disappeared. Scars on her wrists and ankles suggested she had been restrained for extended periods. Her hands showed signs of hard labor, and her feet were badly damaged from walking long distances without proper shoes. But it was her emotional state that most concerned the medical team treating her. Initially, Karen could only provide fragments of information about her ordeal. She spoke of being held in a remote compound with Linda, describing harsh living conditions and forced labor. Her memories seemed fractured, likely due to psychological trauma and the passage of time. Detective Torres arranged for specialized counselors to work with her, understanding that pushing too hard for information too quickly could cause further harm. The priority was Karen's recovery, but everyone desperately wanted to know what had happened to Linda. And more importantly, was Linda still alive somewhere, waiting for rescue? As Karen's physical health improved and she began to trust her counselors, more details emerged about her captivity. She described being held at a remote facility with several other people, all apparently victims of the same criminal organization. The captors had forced them to work in what appeared to be drug manufacturing operations, using their skills and knowledge for illegal purposes. The conditions were harsh, with minimal food, poor shelter, and constant surveillance. But Karen's most haunting revelation was still to come. Karen explained that she and Linda had been separated after several months in captivity. Linda had been moved to a different facility, supposedly for medical treatment after she had become ill. Karen never saw her partner again after that separation, despite repeated requests to the guards for information about Linda's condition. The uncertainty about her partner's fate had been almost as torturous as the physical hardships of captivity. Karen's voice broke when she spoke about Linda, revealing the deep bond between the two officers and the guilt Karen felt about surviving when her partner's fate remained unknown. The breakthrough in Karen's testimony came when she began describing the location where they had been held. She recalled details about the landscape, the buildings, and distinctive landmarks that might help investigators locate the facility. Her descriptions painted a picture of a well-organized operation with multiple buildings, armed guards, and sophisticated security measures. The compound was located in a heavily wooded area, accessible only by rough mountain roads that would be difficult for authorities to navigate. Armed with this information, Detective Torres began organizing a rescue operation, hoping against hope that Linda might still be alive. Karen's most emotional testimony centered on Linda's character during their captivity. Despite their terrible circumstances, Linda had remained a source of strength and encouragement for Karen and the other victims. She had shared her food when Karen was sick, stood up to guards who became too aggressive, and constantly reminded everyone that they would eventually be rescued. Linda's leadership had helped maintain morale during the darkest moments of their imprisonment. But Karen's voice trembled when she revealed the true extent of Linda's sacrifice for her fellow captives. According to Karen's testimony, Linda had discovered that their captors were planning to eliminate some of the prisoners they considered problematic. Linda's law enforcement background and her attempts to organize resistance among the captives had marked her as a threat. Knowing that a violent crackdown was coming, Linda made a decision that would haunt Karen forever. She volunteered for a dangerous work assignment that would take her away from the main compound, hoping to draw attention away from the other prisoners. Linda had sacrificed herself to protect Karen and the others, fully aware of the likely consequences. Karen described Linda's final words to her before they were separated. "Take care of the others," Linda had said. "Promise me you'll survive this, and tell our families what happened to us." Linda had pressed a small piece of metal into Karen's hand, her badge number carefully scratched into a fragment of aluminum. "Keep this safe," Linda had whispered, "so they'll know we never stopped being cops, no matter what they did to us." Karen still carried that piece of metal when she was found, clutching it tightly in her hand, as if it were a lifeline. The search operation launched based on Karen's information involved multiple agencies and hundreds of personnel. Helicopters searched remote mountain areas, while ground teams followed old logging roads and hiking trails. The operation was massive, but the terrain was challenging, and the location descriptions were based on traumatic memories from years earlier. After weeks of intensive searching, teams located what appeared to be an abandoned compound, matching Karen's descriptions. But what they found there would provide closure for some questions while opening painful new ones. The compound showed evidence of recent abandonment, as if the occupants had left quickly when they realized authorities were closing in. Buildings contained equipment and materials consistent with drug manufacturing, along with makeshift living quarters that matched Karen's descriptions of their prison. Most disturbing were the restraints and security measures that confirmed the site had been used to hold people against their will. but there was no sign of Linda Hayes or any other current prisoners. Forensic evidence at the compound provided crucial leads for investigators. DNA evidence, fingerprints, and personal items left behind helped identify some of the criminals involved in the operation. The investigation revealed connections to a sophisticated criminal network that had been operating across multiple states for years. This network had indeed been targeting law enforcement officers, using their knowledge and skills for criminal purposes while eliminating those who proved too troublesome to control. The scope of the criminal conspiracy was larger and more organized than anyone had imagined. Among the evidence found at the compound were personal items belonging to Linda Hayes. Her service weapon was discovered hidden in one of the buildings, along with pieces of her uniform that had been torn and bloodied. Most heartbreaking was a diary Linda had kept during her captivity, documenting not only the harsh conditions but also her determination to survive and her deep concern for Karen's welfare. The diary entries painted a picture of a woman who never lost her courage or her commitment to protecting others, even in the darkest circumstances. Linda's diary revealed the true extent of her sacrifice for her fellow captives. She had documented her growing awareness that the captors viewed her as a threat because of her law enforcement background and leadership among the prisoners. Her final entries described her decision to volunteer for increasingly dangerous work assignments, hoping to divert attention from the other captives who were less equipped to handle the brutal conditions. "If someone has to pay the price for our defiance," she had written, "let it be someone trained to face danger. Karen deserves to go home to her family." The investigation into the criminal network led to arrests across several states, but many questions remained unanswered. While several key figures were apprehended and charged with kidnapping, forced labor, and drug trafficking, others had disappeared when the compound was abandoned. Most frustrating for investigators was that none of those arrested would provide information about what had happened to Linda Hayes after she was separated from Karen. The wall of silence surrounding Linda's fate seemed impenetrable, even as justice began to take its course for some of her captors. Karen's recovery was gradual but remarkable. With counseling and support from her family and colleagues, she slowly rebuilt her life and came to terms with her traumatic experiences. She chose not to return to active police duty, but she became an advocate for missing persons and victims of human trafficking. Her testimony was crucial in prosecuting those responsible for her captivity and in raising awareness about the criminal networks that target law enforcement personnel. But Karen carried a burden of survivor's guilt that no amount of counseling could completely heal. The impact of the case extended far beyond the immediate investigation. Law enforcement agencies implemented new safety protocols for patrol officers, including enhanced communication systems and buddy system requirements for certain assignments. Training programs were developed to help officers recognize signs of organized criminal operations targeting law enforcement. The case became a study in both the dedication of police officers to their duties and the sophisticated nature of modern criminal enterprises. Karen's survival and testimony had prevented other officers from suffering the same fate. Linda's family found some comfort in learning about her courage and sacrifice, but the lack of closure regarding her final fate remained a source of ongoing pain. Her elderly mother passed away 2 years after Karen's return, never knowing exactly what had happened to her daughter. Linda's sister established a memorial fund in her honor, providing support for families of missing law enforcement officers and funding improved safety equipment for patrol officers. The memorial ensured that Linda's sacrifice would not be forgotten, even though she herself remained lost. Detective Torres continued investigating Linda's disappearance even after retiring from the police force. He maintained contact with federal agencies, tracking the criminal network, and followed up on every lead, no matter how remote. His dedication to finding answers about Linda's fate became a personal mission that defined his retirement years. He often said that Karen's survival gave him hope that somewhere, somehow, Linda might also have found a way to endure. But as years passed without new developments, even Torres began to accept that some questions might never be answered. The trial of the captured criminals provided additional details about the operation, but still no definitive answers about Linda's fate. Several defendants received life sentences for their roles in the kidnapping and trafficking operation. Karen's testimony was powerful and compelling, helping ensure convictions while also providing a voice for all the victims who had suffered at the hands of this criminal network. During her testimony, Karen spoke directly about Linda's heroism, ensuring that her partner's courage would be part of the official record. Years after the trials ended, Karen received a letter that would provide one final piece of the puzzle. It came from another survivor of the criminal network who had been held at a different facility. The letter described meeting a woman who matched Linda's description, someone who had been transferred to their location after being injured during an attempted escape. The woman had died from her injuries despite the efforts of other prisoners to help her, but she had spent her final days talking about her partner Karen and expressing hope that Karen had survived. If the letter was accurate, Linda had died believing that her sacrifice had saved her partner's life. Karen made the difficult decision to share the letter with Linda's family, believing they deserved to know what might have been their loved one's final fate. The news was devastating, but also brought a form of closure that had been missing for over a decade. Linda's sister said that while the pain of loss would never fully heal, knowing that Linda had died still fighting and still caring about others was consistent with the person they had always known her to be. The letter also confirmed what Karen had always believed. Linda's sacrifice had indeed saved lives, including Karen's own. The location described in the letter led to one final search operation, this time focused on finding Linda's remains so she could receive a proper burial. The search was conducted with the same intensity as the original rescue operation, but the passage of time and harsh mountain conditions had erased most traces of the secondary compound. Despite extensive efforts, including ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs, Linda's remains were never located. She would be remembered as a hero, but her final resting place would remain unknown. Karen established a foundation in Linda's name, dedicated to supporting families of missing law enforcement officers and improving officer safety protocols. The foundation funded research into criminal organizations that target police officers and provided resources for departments dealing with missing personnel cases. Karen often spoke at law enforcement conferences, sharing her story and Linda's sacrifice as a way to honor her partner's memory while helping protect other officers. Her work ensured that Linda's legacy would continue to save lives, just as Linda had intended. The case prompted significant changes in law enforcement practices nationwide. Patrol officers now use advanced GPS tracking systems and panic buttons that can alert dispatch immediately if they encounter trouble. Communication protocols were enhanced to reduce the chances of officers going missing without immediate notice. Training programs now include instruction on recognizing and responding to threats from organized criminal enterprises. These changes came too late to save Linda, but they would protect countless other officers from similar fates. On the 15th anniversary of their disappearance, Karen visited the memorial that had been erected in honor of both officers. The memorial featured their photographs and a plaque describing their dedication to public service and Linda's ultimate sacrifice. Karen placed flowers at the memorial and spent time reflecting on the partner who had saved her life and the responsibility she felt to honor Linda's memory through her continued advocacy work. The memorial had become a place where other law enforcement officers and community members came to remember the price of public service. As Karen aged, she often thought about the twist of fate that had brought her home, while Linda remained lost forever. She wondered if their roles had been reversed, whether Linda would have carried the same burden of survivor's guilt, or if she would have found a way to make peace with the randomness of survival. Karen's counselors reminded her that Linda had made her choice freely, acting in accordance with her values and training as a police officer who had sworn to protect others. Linda's sacrifice had not been meaningless. It had been the ultimate expression of her commitment to that oath. The criminal network responsible for their kidnapping was eventually dismantled completely, with prosecutions continuing for years after Karen's initial testimony. Some criminals received death sentences for their roles in murders connected to the operation, while others faced life imprisonment. The investigation revealed that dozens of people had been victimized by the network, with Karen being one of the few who survived to tell their stories. Justice had been served for many of the crimes, but it could never bring Linda back or fully heal the wounds left by the years of captivity and loss. Karen never married, feeling that the trauma of her experiences made it difficult to form the intimate relationships that marriage required. She found purpose and fulfillment in her advocacy work and in the friendships she formed with other survivors of violent crimes. Her story became an inspiration to many, demonstrating that it was possible to rebuild a meaningful life even after experiencing unimaginable trauma. But those closest to her knew that part of Karen had never truly returned from that mountain compound where she had last seen her partner. The case files remain open, technically speaking, though active investigation ceased years ago. Detective Torres's successors occasionally receive tips about Linda's fate, but none have led to significant new developments. The case has been featured in documentaries and true crime books, keeping public awareness alive and maintaining hope that someday someone with knowledge of Linda's final fate might come forward. Karen supports these efforts, believing that Linda deserves to be found and laid to rest with dignity. On quiet evenings, Karen sometimes takes out the small piece of metal that Linda had given her, the fragment with Linda's badge number scratched into its surface. She considers it her most precious possession, a tangible connection to the partner who had saved her life through an act of supreme courage. The metal is worn smooth now from years of handling, but the numbers are still clearly visible, a permanent reminder of Linda's dedication to her duty and her fellow officers. That small piece of metal represents everything Karen believes about the bonds that form between those who serve and protect others. The community where both officers had worked never forgot their sacrifice. A scholarship fund was established in their names, helping young people pursue careers in law enforcement and criminal justice. The annual police award ceremony includes presentations of the Doyle-Hayes Medal for Courage, recognizing officers who demonstrate exceptional bravery in protecting their partners and the public. These tributes ensure that new generations of officers learn about the ultimate sacrifice that Linda made and the courage that Karen showed in surviving to tell their story. Their legacy lives on in every officer who commits to protecting others, even at the cost of their own safety. Today, more than 3 decades after that October night when 2 officers disappeared into the darkness, questions still linger about Linda Hayes' final fate. Karen continues her advocacy work, now in her 60s, but still driven by the promise she made to her partner in that mountain compound. She speaks often about the bond between police officers, describing it as something that transcends individual survival and encompasses a commitment to something larger than oneself. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and still, Karen wonders if Linda somehow knows that her sacrifice was not in vain, that it saved not just Karen's life, but countless others through the changes it inspired. Perhaps the greatest mystery isn't what happened to Linda Hayes, but how one person's courage in the face of ultimate darkness can continue to shine light into the world decades after their final act of heroism. Stories like these remind us why missing person cases and cold case investigations captivate us so deeply. When people vanish without a trace, Leaving families searching for answers, we're drawn to these real-life mysteries that challenge our understanding of disappearance and survival. True crime documentaries and unsolved mystery stories reveal how missing persons investigations can span decades, with some vanished people found after years, while others remain disappeared and never found. These suspenseful real stories of mysterious disappearances show us that even in our modern world, unexplained vanishings still occur under mysterious circumstances. Whether it's famous missing person cases or lesser-known cold case files, each disappearance mystery teaches us about human resilience, the bonds that connect us, and the lengths people will go to protect those they love. The most compelling true crime stories aren't just about the crime itself. They're about the families who never stop searching and the investigators who refuse to let these cases remain forever unsolved.